Yeah, that's right. Welcome, my lovely, 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 lovely imps. We got Wubby, Thandria, Hissatir, Lesser Chungus, Argot, Ruth Frankenstein, Socialist Potato, Rhodes. We got Emerald Queen, Mixed Secular, Crabe. We got Cadmus. We got Lauren X Pandemus. We got Samoski, Anthierva. We got Argo. We got Comrade Amatrine. We got fucking Uncle Gumball. We got Angel Brat 87. From the Twitch chat, we have Catalina Gearbox, Only Ziggy Richards, Gayfesh, Kubi Rels, DeviousChillster. And from the YouTube chat, we have Comrade Cat Pernicus, Leanne Scott, Walter, Fundum Hero, Furcifer, Ania, Bree, Rad. Hey, thank you so much, Doe. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you for the drink. Castrix, we've got you. Superhero Club, we got a Doe pet in chat. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do got Doe pets in chat. Ghislaine guilty on 5 of 6 charges. Indeed. Beyond Safe Words, welcome. Oh, Beyond Safe Words, I need to give you a title in the chat. Let me do that real quick. How are we doing today, everyone? Is everyone having a good day? Merry Impmas. It is indeed. Guess what? Today, one of the things we're going to do on stream is we're going to show the reasons why Impmas is superior to Christmas and other holidays. Okay? It is still Impmas. Just so you know, the tree is still up. And we are going to talk about why it's so good before we do the call-ins. And then we're going to jump into call-ins. Because if you can't tell, first of all, let me just zoom this up really large. Today is a mod day. All-star donations go to the mod team. Yes, if I am donated $10,000, all of that will not be going to the mod team because I desperately need to pay the bills. And if I don't get to pay the bills, you don't get to be a mod. But other than like $10,000 donos, the money will be split between the mods. You guys have done a great work this year, and it's absolutely time that you get a share of the wonderful treasures, okay? Sick as fuck. Okay? It's gonna be cool. I'm very, very good to my mods. Just know that. Just know that I'm real good to my mods. My mods can attest. I'm probably the nicest to the mods. Of any person on the internet. No one in the world is as kind as I am to the mods. All right, hold on a second here. I got to give the notable tag here. All right, there you are. DemonMama has been the nicest person I've worked for in existence, and I've done a good bit of modding. Wow, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Rad, thank you so much for the $4.99, or sorry, Ron's KFC with the $4.99 and Rad with the AED 100. Thank you so very much. That is incredibly kind of you. In addition, Ron's KFC, congrats on hitting 15K subs. You and your mods rock. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the love for the mods because the mods do a lot of good work, okay? All right? They do a lot of good work. So thank you all very much. I'm going to keep track of all of the donos that we get. And soon we will have a fully functional sub goal bar that looks like mana and health bars. It's super cool. All right, we got 10 from YouTube. We got 10 dono site, and we got a $4.99 YouTube. Hell yeah. Now remember, if you want the largest share to go to the mods, we have to have, we need to have it go through the website. Donate through the website as best. Will the bars work across all the White Leaf sites? Yes, because I will be managing them manually. Yo, Eddie, thank you so much. I quit my job, but I got an interview as an exterminator. Your future as Dale Gribble has begun. Congratulations, Eddie. I hope you have fun being literally Dale Gribble. The name's Rusty Shackelford. Shaw. I bet it pays pretty good. Being an exterminator? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That's good shit. Exterminators are well needed, even though it's sad. Ania from YouTube chat with the $10. Thank you so much. Sending love to all the nice mods and all trans comrades who hate their voice but can't call in. Congratulations for 15K. Remember, you can always ask questions. So let's see. We got YouTube. We've gotten $20. We got 10. We got 10. We got site. Site I can keep track of pretty easily. We got what? 10, 10, 5, 10. And there we go. So we'll keep track of this to the best of my ability, as best as I fucking can. And remember, Prime subs are still free. I can't donate out Prime subs, but they're appreciated nonetheless. Yeah, doing voice training so you can call in, that's a great way to motivate yourself. Dale Gribble, but an alien. Speaking of aliens, everyone who is here, if you have not liked the stream, please like the stream, because we're trying to get as many people in here. Do you have to pay in order to call in? No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Anybody can call in. We will do our best to do so in an orderly manner once we begin. However, before we begin, I have 2 presents to open. We received 2 Impmas gifts from Imps. So this first one is from the incredible and wonderful Hannah Thing. Thank you very much. It looks like we have some ornaments that we're going to put on the tree together. Oops. Here we go. This is very exciting. Here we go. Hi, DemonMama and fam. Thank you so much for all you do and all your rants on living. Your insane volume of content, gaming streams, and community have been a huge bright spots in my life over the last year. To say thanks, please accept the following ornaments. These stars were folded by me. Also, the Christmas pickle. An old German tradition, a pickle-shaped ornament is hidden on the tree. The first child to find it gets an extra treat or present. First adult gets good luck. But, funnily enough, there are no records of the pickle tradition in Germany. It is suspected to originate from a Bavarian-American soldier in 1842 during the Civil War and adopted by ornament makers to sell more ornaments. Either way, many German Americans celebrate the Christmas pickle tradition. Mine was one of them. I had an extra pickle and couldn't think of a family I'd want to have the tradition with more. Please enjoy the goofy decoration. All the parasocial love, Hannah Thing. Hannah, thank you so very much. Let's take a look at the pickle and other things. Oh, look at these! These are adorable! Look! Cute little star jars with hand-folded stars. That's so adorable! We're gonna have to add hooks to these, so we're gonna need a few more hooks before we can put these on, but we'll go get some more hooks. Additionally, it appears we have received these adorable ones as well. Look at this flower. Silver flower. And we received skulls. How badass. I love skulls. I think skulls are cool. They keep our brain safe. Yo, welcome to the Vimps. Hello, lovely Vimps. Vimps, welcome. Welcome, come on in. If you are a Vimp and you're watching right now, come on over to DemonMama.com/live. It is the same thing as Vosh.gg, but we have cooler emotes. Sorry everybody, I'm sorry, we have cooler emotes. All of you who are here, please come over. You are about to see an awesome stream. This is the 15K call-in stream celebration. All donations start, like under 1,000. Go to the mods, okay? So welcome to the Voshites. Very happy to have you all here. Much love. I used to be a Vosh chatter many, many years ago. Don't believe me? Search it. Actually, don't do that. I don't remember what I said in the Vosh chat. I might have said some problematic things at some point. Anyway, yeah. So, don't do that. But we're about to put these ornaments on the stream. So or on the tree. Let's put these on the tree. We got a star here. Beautiful. We're going to put this skull right over here. Here we go. Got a skull there. Let's put the other skull on. The other skull will go over here to keep things balanced out. Now, this is the Impmas tree. For those of you who don't know what Impmas is, I will teach you what Impmas is, okay? Come get comfy. I will show you what Impmas is, and you will learn why it is better than Christmas and other holidays. It's fantastic. Okay? Impmas is a holiday built for imps. We're so happy to have you all. By the way, if you're here, click through and please like the stream. We are always happy to get more likes. And if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, you have been missing sick-ass content. And guess what? Here's a little secret. We have a special video coming up soon. A really special video. We have hired on a sick-ass memester to make us a Christmas meme video, and it's awesome. And it's fucking sick. It's gonna be sick. I can tell you, it's gonna be sick. It's actually not Constance this time. It's gonna be awesome, though. It's not Constance. It's Jazz Dog. It's Jazz Dog. It's Jazz Dog. Jazz Dog, the multi-time Hall of Famer. Do I have Netflix? I do. And I would like to watch that. You like my energy? Thank you. I have a lot of energy today, believe it or not, even though I'm tired. Guys, I have been tired. You know, winter is tough, and the holidays have been insanely busy. In fact, I've received a moratorium on having visitors over because we had so many visitors over during the holidays. But that's okay because it's going into January, and January is fuck you. It's January, okay? But it's not January yet. Omnitron variant vibe. We got to talk about that, but not today. We're probably not going to talk. Well, actually, we probably will talk about it today. But yeah. Oh, Yoda got so many presents and treats, you have no idea. I treated my family very well this Christmas. I treated my family, my little family of choice, very well this Christmas, okay? And that's thanks to all you. Because you were generous to me these holidays. Still have some bills to take care of. But yeah. You're holding me ransom for knowledge I gained about Christmas dinner? Shut the fuck up. Who is Yoda? That is my amazing dog. How's Yoda doing? Great. She's had a little bit of tummy problems for the holidays, but she's fine. Came here once for the drama, stayed because you are awesome. Thank you so very much. Thank you very, very much. It feels amazing to be able to buy nice presents, to be able to get nice presents for my partners and my family of choice. BDSM coupons for Christmas? Not even need the coupons. It's just been, you know, that is a part of our daily life, okay? That goes to the mods. So we got a tier 1. T1. There we go. I'm giving you weed envy. I am not high right now. Believe it or not, I am not. I wish I was, but I'm not. Yeah, look at that. We got the festive colors going in the background, but we have another present to open up. We have another, wait, but hold on. You came from Doe's community and stayed for the energy? There's a lot of good overlap between me and Doe's community. Is that a black and mild? No, but it's close. This is a Jarum special, a clove. I buy these once in a while. Doe isn't just for Christmas. No, Doe's here forever. Brim, with the $5, toss a coin to your modders. There we go. A coin has gone to the modders, indeed. Yeah, Doe lives here now. Doe moved in with me. Jelly Toad with the tier 1. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. There we go. $5 for the mods. Hell yeah. Thank you all so much. Remember, today is a mod day, which means the money that comes in through all the day is going to be split between the mod team. Deer obtained. Indeed. This is pretty neat. Vosh Chatter 69 is going to be even cooler. Trust me, this is going to get sick. I used to smoke Jarums during my Rocky Horror days. Listen, I'm sorry, but Jarums are good. I get these every once in a while, and it's awesome. Is there going to be a story called The Demon and the Doe? There already is. There already is. You don't know what to expect? Well, I don't either, because today is a call-in stream, so you all are going to throw me for loops. But we can't start call-ins until I finish the next gift. We've received yet another gift from a generous imp. A Christmas one. This one is from a celebrity. A genuine chat celebrity. Posadist John. Hold on. Posadist John. With the absolutely sick as fuck alien ornament. It is an imp alien. Look at that. Posadist John is so sick. This cool ass alien is going right onto the tree. In fact, this alien is going right up here in an honorable position because Posadist John has been a member of our community for so long. Oh my God, don't tempt me with that syllabic. Holy shit, that would be ridiculous. I would lose my mind if that happened. I would lose. That's not even realistic, okay? Oh, wait, we forgot the pickle. I gotta put the pickle on. And here is the pickle. This ornament, it's the funniest shit I've ever seen. This ornament turned itself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. I've never seen anything funnier than that in my entire fucking funniest shit I've ever seen. Turned an ornament into a pickle. And there we go. We'll see who finds the pickle. It's so shiny. I know it's a beautiful pickle. Oh, it's a CIA pickle? Oh, yeah. We got to talk about that shit, don't we, at some point? Oh, my God. I'm pickle ornament. Ah! Isn't that how it goes? Mod day. Oh, shit. Why am I moving this around? That's not supposed to move around. It's this one that's supposed to move around. Yo, with the $20 super chat. Holy shit, thank you so much. Hell yeah. A 20 euro, Merry Impmas, you filthy animal. Incredible. And a tier 1 from Reza Sutra. Thank you so much. Pickle dicks. Okay, everybody, hold on a second. We have to do a little bit of a draw segment, okay? Are you ready for the pre-call-in Impmas explanation draw stream? Me. How come Doe moved in? Because I love Doe and I wanted to live with Doe. Bam. Easy. Simple. Human answer. Or perhaps no longer a human answer and perhaps a superhuman answer. Okay? Super? Yo, 9 gifted tier 1 subs. Reza Sutra, thank you so much. T1X9. There we go. Thank you very, very much. Truly, love does win. Thank you so much, Reza Sutra. Incredibly generous. My stream censors hell. What the fuck? That's not our rules. What is Doe's at on Twitter? At Xiliax. Here you go. There we go. There's all the links for Doe. Give Doe your love. Doe doesn't stream as frequently right now, but might begin in the future. Hey, we got a 5 through Super Chat. Thank you so much, Super Mike. Thank you very much for supporting the mods today. I consider myself a radical polyamorous person, okay? It's just easier being poly in an economy like this. I mean, that is true. That is true. The Doe moved in because I caught it. Yes, that, of course, is very accurate. As we all know, let's immediately observe this image. This is a real image of what actually happened. This was how I met... Oh, here we go. Hold on. This was how I met Doe. Right here. This is accurate. Yes. This is photographic evidence. Yeah. Yeah, snagged a critter. Yep. Yep. I did. The outfit and everything. Yep. 100. Such a catch. What a catch. No, not with the car hood. Excuse me, I've never hit a deer. I've hit a raccoon, which was very sad and made me cry, unironically. But you don't know that. You didn't hear that from me. You didn't hear that from me, bitches. Polycules are based. Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second. I gotta show you something. We gotta teach everybody about Impmas, because I've been doing a lot of thinking about Impmas, and I happen to know the secrets to Impmas, and I'm gonna teach you why Impmas is better, okay? And then we're gonna start the call-ins, and it's gonna be sick as fuck, okay? So let's do this. Hold on. Everyone, behold this. Okay, wait. There's a problem here. I have to copy this over. This has got to go over to the corner cam. There we go. Everybody, behold. Behold. Okay? Now, for those of you who don't know, this is what Christmas looks like normally. Okay? We're going to do nice tone, green tone. Okay? Here is the calendar. Okay? And this says December. Okay? Now, normally, it's like, it looks something like this. You go boop, 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 boop. You mark all your days down, and you get to the 25th, all the way down here at the end, and this is Christmas. Not here. You see, Impmas begins on the solstice. Every year, Impmas begins on the solstice. And it continues all the way through until whenever the fuck we feel like it. DemonMama. Wait, here's an easy way. DM declares end. Impmas continues until I declare it over. And there's a reason why. And that's because it's simple. As it currently stands, in our current corrupt holiday system, no one gets to, like, relax long enough, okay? And so instead, can Impmases stack? They could potentially stack, yes. But I don't think that would be, necessary. Okay? So the beginning floats with the lunar calendar. Yes, yes, correct. Now hold on a second. Wait. There is also some important days, okay? So normally, what happens, we're going to put what happens in normal in this, what's a good normie color? Brown, okay? So what normally happens is after Christmas, we're going to put a star on here so that you know this is the feast day. This is Christmas or Impmas Day. Now, to facilitate our Christians, we celebrate the Impmas feast on the same day as the Christmas feast. So this is the 25th, okay? And we'll do a little quick roundup so everybody can remember, okay? This is the 25th right here, okay? Now, normally, what normies do is after the 25th, there's this big shitty period right here until New Year's. You know? Stream without sound. There shouldn't be. Wait, everybody should be able to hear me. You can hear me, right? Oh, what? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. So, normally, okay, good. Whew, I got a little nervous there. Whew, got a little nervous. Oh, whew. Okay, all right, good. Whew. Yeah, I got nervous there. Sorry, it's a trauma response. I'm really sorry about that. So, normally, there's this terrible period, and you all have experienced this, haven't you? You've experienced that period of time after Christmas Day where you immediately have to pretend like you're going back to work, and you have to stand at your shitty jobs, and you have to pretend that anything matters. Even though New Year's is coming very soon, there's this crappy, crappy period of time. But see, Impmas doesn't have that problem. And I'll show you why Impmas doesn't have that problem, okay? No problem. Wait. Shit. That was not what I meant to do. There we go. Impmas doesn't have that problem. And here's the reason why. Let's grab that green again here. These days, the days following Christmas are called vibing days, okay? And there are 2 vibing days. Vibing day the first, aka VD1, and there's vibing day 2, VD2. These are the days following the Feast of Impmas, and those are the days devoted for laying around, putting away and eating your leftovers, taking care of whatever stupid bullshit you gotta do, and doing shit for you. Smoking, eating, whatever. They're vibing days, okay? Understand? Vibing days. I'm putting this in here. Vibing days. And leading all the way up to New Year's. New Year's being exactly the same. We celebrate the new year because it's cool, okay? New Year's is a fun celebration and there's no harm in it. So we go solstice, feast, vibing days. We have to put the feast on there, okay? Feast goes in here. Feast. Vibing days. Then we have New Year's. And then, after that, we chill, okay? Until the end of Impmas. And the end of Impmas comes when I declare it, when I feel like everybody has had enough rest to be able to begin the new year. And see, this is a thing. This used to happen in the past, in the good old days, okay? In the good old days. Because in the good old days, it would be so snowy in December that you wouldn't have any choice but to sit around and read books and sing music together And in the past, you would have had to go to church, but we're getting rid of that part because that part sucks. So, this is why Impmas is better than Christmas and most other holidays. Because as you can see, we start celebrating on the solstice, start giving gifts and stuff. We feast, we have vibing days and New Year's. Hey, thank you so much. I'm the artist formerly known as Snowdrift Moon. God bless your stream and God bless America. Thank you, Jack Paul Satra. Thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. We'll get that right down here. Hell yeah. Thank you. In the good old days, all people did during the winter was read books and fuck. True. True. Now, there's a couple of reasons for this, okay? I'm going to explain my can we worship you? Yes, but keep it cool, okay? Don't go crazy. You're allowed to worship me. I am a demon. Just don't go too crazy with it, okay? Don't go too crazy with it, okay? Unless I explicitly tell you to. Like Doe and Faun can worship me as much as they want. But everybody else, just keep it easy, okay? You can worship me. It's cool. Just, you know, treat me like a Greek god as opposed to, like, the god of the Bible, you know? Like, send me gifts and I'll try to bless you and whatever, you know? Like a Greek god. Can you make a warlock pack? I'm still working out the details of warlock pacts. What sacrifices do I prefer? Weed, food, video games. Hell yeah. You can fuck Greek gods? Yeah, but only if they let you. And I would let, I don't know. There's people out there in the world who I would fuck. Just not any chatters unless I explicitly tell you. Okay? If you could be any Hades character, who would it be? Easy, Chaos. Simple. No questions asked. I am Chaos, okay? I see you as more of an ancient Celtic deity. Yeah, that's accurate. That's more accurate, honestly, Sheep in the Box. Truly. Oh, Sheep in the Box. I gotta give you a fancy name. Hold on, Sheep in the Box. Wait just a second, Sheep in the Box. I gotta give you a fancy name. Cherry! Yay! Cherry, stick around a bit. We'd love to have you hang around. Come on, stick around for a bit, okay? I missed your dono? Did I? Spectacular Snyderman with the tier 1. Thank you very, very much. Where did that one go? Hold on a second. Where did I miss it? Where did I miss it? Hold on, let me check it. There's been a secret Doe Cord raid. Thank you. Thank you. Where did I miss it? Can you send me the message again, Castrix? Hold on a second. Was it on Streamlabs? Was it via Streamlabs or? Hold on, let me double check. Let me double check here. I don't see it. Hold on, where is it? Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta do this. Sheep in the Box. Sheep in the Box. You need a notable name because you are a content creator I know of. And what else? Hold on. I also need to check the feed here for just a second. Castrix with the $5. A humble Vimp sending love and support. You're the community and base mods. Also, can we get a crab dance? Bum, 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 bum. For Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes, we can. Rip. Jail time, bitch. Get fucked. $5. Bam. Hell yeah. Sick. Doe has short hair now. Do we have to change the emotes? Nah. Not. We don't gotta go that far. Okay, let us get back focused, okay? Let's focus for just a second, okay? For 1 second, all right? Here we go. Oh yeah, she done. She done. She's fucking done. All right, look at this shit, okay? So, everybody together. Impmas begins on solstice. Here we go. Let's get the pink. Impmas begins on solstice, proceeds to the feast. Then we have vibing days. Then we celebrate on New Year's, and then we chill the fuck out until I declare the end, okay? And the reason why we do this, let's have a serious conversation about why Impmas is necessary, okay? So, in America especially, we don't take any time for ourselves anywhere. I don't know, some of you are Europeans who watch my show. Some of you are Canadians who watch my show. Some of you live in other countries that watch my show. And none of you understand that in America, we literally don't get any vacation time, sick time, or anything from our jobs. Like, from the Caribbean. Yeah, hell yeah. From Pravda. English people. Yeah, here in America, we don't get anything. Like any. I'm not kidding you. It's really bad. Unless you are working for like a really rich job, you don't get any fucking time at all, okay? And I'm trying to change that. And the way we do that is by declaring holidays and refusing to budge on them. So this, from now on, all imps, you can celebrate Impmas, and if you really want to, you can make a religious declaration about it, because you have a belief in the spiritual necessity of restfulness and celebration in the middle of the hardest season of the year. I love winter, but the truth is that winter is a hard season for lots and lots of people. It's cold. Your car gets snowed in. If you don't have a car, you get snowed in. And this is why we have Impmas. And this is why Impmas doesn't have a definite end. Have you all noticed that your packages are super delayed this year? Some of you may not have even gotten all your Christmas presents yet. I haven't. A couple of my key Christmas presents for people important to me have not arrived. Okay? So it's fucking important that we give time to just chill. Presents can come late and you don't have to stress, because Impmas isn't just 1 day or 2 days. It's a whole period of time that is focused on rest, generosity, shared joy, and chilling the fuck out. Okay? Seriously, I'm dead serious. And this is why when I make the website calendar, Impmas is going to be on the website calendar. Yeah, Christmas used to be fucking 12 days. What do you have? Do you have 12 days of Christmas? No. Fuck that. Now you have however the fuck long we want of Impmas, okay? Become a Jew. We got 8 crazy nights. You guys are, that's because Jewish people they put their culture with like a drop of value, unlike Americans. Jewish Americans are more than average, have more culture than Americans. Than everyday Americans, than all other types of Americans. Jewish Americans have an actual tie to culture, okay? Oh, and good bread. Challah bread's great. Of course it does, but American culture doesn't exist. It sucks. We never managed to do that. We never managed to make a good American culture. American culture has always just been consumptivism since like the day we started. This country has always been fucking throttled by that. It kind of exists. It kind of exists. Okay? There's some decent bits of British Isle culture, believe it or not. Just not as much as there needs to be. Okay? Yeah, it's Coca-Cola Santa. That's America. Okay? All right? It's true. That is America most of the time. Okay? All right? Look at this. Hold on a second here. We need to do... Where the hell is this shit? Hold on. Here we go. We'll put this here temporarily. We'll put this on the desktop for now. Impmas. Okay. So now you all know Impmas. One more review for everybody. One more final review, okay? This is the last review for this homework session. We got Solstice is when Impmas begins. Then we get the feast on the 25th. We get 2 vibing days. Then we celebrate New Year's. Then it gets declared as an end sometime probably in January. And we go back to doing cool things together and working on the projects we love and living awesomely. Okay? And not dying. That's rule number 1. Do not motherfucking die. Do not die. Understood? Understood. Okay, we're all on the same page now. Whew. That was fun, wasn't it? That was fun. Now you all know what Impmas is and why we celebrate Impmas. We do things a little differently over here on the DemonMama website. Over here in the DemonMama culture, we do things a little differently. Unlike shitty Americans, imps get an awesome holiday. Yep, dying is prohibited by the TOS. Dying is bad for the economy. I don't give a shit about the economy. I don't give a shit or a piss or a cum about the economy, okay? Fuck the economy, all right? Stop caring about the economy. It's fucking stupid. It's magic bullshit. Believing in the economy is like believing in Santa Claus or God. It doesn't exist, okay? It does, but it doesn't, okay? I don't give a hoot. I don't give a toot, a hoot, or anything. Stop it. You are a person. You are not an economic unit. Stop behaving like you are. Stop giving a shit. People don't care about the fucking economy. I don't give a shit about the little economies who starved under communism, okay? If Zan actually wakes up, please, Cherry, I would love that. Yeah. That's fucking sick, Tyros. That's sick as fuck. I love that idea. There's a perfect statue of me on Etsy for real. Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh my god, it is literally this person is way more fit. This demon is more fit than me, but if I got ripped, which I might, this is pretty sick. This is definitely my spirit. She needs to be a little chunkier though. I'm not ashamed of being chunky. As you can see in all of my art, I like it. Although I might get ripped someday, and then we can change it. Yeah, I'm chunky. I'm a big girl. Look, see? I'm a big girl. I am strong, but I'm also big. Polis Elysium with the $20. Merry Impmas from a fellow Vimp. Thank you, Mama, and your mod team for everything you do. It's been a source of light and edutainment for me all year that I really needed. This year, it's going to be even better. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous $20 mod team dono. Oh my goodness. There was another thing I wanted to mention. Ah, yes. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. But before we do the call-ins, there's one more thing we have to talk about. And it's a little depressing, okay? Everyone, listen the fuck up. Yeah, Imp Mother Laglith, yeah! True! This is what the Imp Moms in WoW look like. I think these Imp Moms are sick. I think she's cool as fuck, personally. They're a little scary, but look at all these extra nipples and everything to feed all the imps. That's pretty helpful. That's pretty helpful, right? I would accept that deal. Demon Mommy? Sorry. Demon Mommy? Sorry. Demon Mommy? Yeah, Demon Mommy. That's right. I think they're supposed to be Windleby. Yeah, I think they're supposed to be. Yeah, we're speaking the same language, Chair. Now, listen up. Before we get into call-ins, I have to talk to you about something serious. So, listen up. Listen the fuck up. Okay? Are you listening? Can we get some think imps in chat to see if everyone's listening? Can we get some think imps? Think! There we go. Okay, all right. We're seeing some think imps. Okay, some people are listening. Some people are listening. Okay? This is going to be the most boring segment of all, but also very important. Okay? Look, everybody's fucking listening. All right, good. Good. People are listening. Okay? I'm going to show you. Give me just a second here to bring it up. Okay? Now that you're all listening. Now that you're all fucking listening. Okay? We got to talk about something serious for a second, okay? This, hold on, let me hide the mod day thing for a second. This right here is bad news, okay? COVID numbers, look at this spike. New cases, 700,000 new cases. Okay? Can we get, this is just the US, right? No, no, we got to get the global out of here and we got to do just the United States. And that was just the United States. That's just the United States. Fucking 700,000 new cases. Do you know how unbelievably huge that is? Do you know how fucking huge that is? That's what it says right here. 700,000 new cases. Okay? And let's take a look at the hotspots. We got California, Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida. This is Bing. Bing has been the most accurate so far, okay? I know this isn't fun to talk about, but please, for the love of God, pretend that you're back in lockdown, okay? We are not getting lockdown orders, but please, please, my imps, obey rule number 1 and act as though a global lockdown has been declared for at least a couple more weeks. Please, 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 for the love of God. I know it's really hard. I know there is no help from the government right now, but we protect us. And this is me begging my followers to please sit inside, stay safe, come up with alternative solutions like deliveries or no contact curbside pickup or whatever, okay? Please. The number of exposures to COVID have skyrocketed. 2 people I know were just exposed and had to be tested, okay? Please, for the love of God. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard. But I want you all to live more than the CDC does, okay? Can't follow that when your employer makes you come in? Well, guess what? There are things you can do about that, okay? Be annoying. Your life is worth more than your employer being mad at you. I know I'm not trying to be five-head, okay? I'm not trying to be five-head or anything. Oh, Silent, no you won't. They're not strict about times. They are not strict about times at all. I'm concerned that people are starting to think that it's all over. Guys, it is objectively not, okay? Can we just do this? Look, it is objectively not over. Look at these numbers. November 28th, all the way here. Look at December 26th. Look at the difference. 138 new cases, 138,000 new cases in the US, 704 new cases. Science, I'm sorry, it's not even a matter of opinion. Objectively, this is the biggest spike we've seen. So, I need you all to take good care of yourselves. Rory just got COVID from a coworker's partner, and all of Fortuna's dumbass friends got it from hanging out with a friend whose roommate had it, and they didn't know when they hung out. Holy fuck, that is depressing. That is so depressing. If I know work, I don't get paid, and then I can't pay bills. Consider if there are alternatives, or if you can be a stickler, dumbass asshole. Listen, one thing I want all imps to know is that sometimes in life, you have to be a dickhead in order to follow rule number 1. Sometimes you have to defy other people, okay? I'm serious. Sometimes in life, you have to defy the wishes of authorities in order to save your life. Please do so. Okay? Because this is really bad, and every single person who gets infected is going to spread it because of Omicron to many other people. Omicron is the #1 strain in the US now. Okay? Apparently my parents have it from one of their coworkers. I'm really sorry to hear that, Luxander. How do I do that? The Shy Doomer? Okay, I don't know your specific situation, but you could use sick days. You could call in sick. You could Yeah, malicious compliance. Look on our malicious compliance. Get some ideas. You could talk to your coworkers and organize a COVID strike. Do you know that's a real thing that you can do? You can organize a wildcat COVID strike. If your workplace is a biohazard, you have a right to say no. And guess what? They can't do anything about it because they have customers banging down the door. Would I want to say hi to Shark Zero? Sure thing. Absolutely. Sure thing. Okay? The Walmart across from where I got my booster had 82% of its staff test positive, and the Department of Health told them to close for a week. They open back up tomorrow after 2 days of being closed. See, self-loathing egomaniac? That is when a wildcat COVID strike would be incredibly valuable. Not trying to be a flu bro, but how long are we supposed to do this for? I quit my job and have barely left my house in 2 years. I'm exhausted. Blood feast. How long are we supposed to do this for? Until we live. Do you know that in medieval Europe, there were plagues that lasted for 10 years that were more severe than this, that would kill you if you even caught it? We are humans. We survive. Most of us are humans. Most of us are humans and human-like entities. Okay? You have to. You have to learn to survive. It is more important. You don't get to have all of the other nice things if you die from COVID. And I know it's not fair, but guess what? The world is not motherfucking fair. It sucks. I hate it. And we should make a better world. But right now, we have a country full of morons who are using social media to spread anti-vax sentiment so fast that it is leading our country to become a wasteland of disease. And given that most of us are trapped here and we can't leave this country, we have to learn to survive in a wasteland of disease. Also, sorry, not sorry, but our world's changing. It's been on this course for a while. Get used to change. Better to rip the Band-Aid off sooner rather than later. Correct. Correct! It's not just America, but America is the worst, okay? Like, America has been fucking up COVID almost worse than almost any other country. We have done horribly. This pandemic is largely the fault of the United States of America. So all of you out there who are angry at the United States, please recognize that people like me who are critical of the United States of America have been doing our best to prevent the flow of this disease. And also, let me just show a little something, okay? Notice how Washington, even though Seattle and Washington as a whole are a extremely dense area, Washington has a very small amount of cases, okay? And that is because Washington is one of the few places in the country that has actually taken serious steps against COVID. And we haven't even done good enough. Cherry, thank you very much for the $5 towards the mod team. Okay. All right, everybody. That's all, okay? I just wanted to do the obligatory please don't die. Please don't die. Don't get COVID for some stupid reason, like you wanted, like you really, really, really needed to go to Walmart or something. Please. Please. Okay? All right. It's really hot in here. We're going to do call-ins here very soon. So let me get ready for the call-ins, okay? By recreating this. Give me just a minute here. Let's select a cool font. Give me just a minute here, okay? There we go. There we go. Nice big letters, okay? Here we go. Current guess. Oh, shit, that's not correct. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. Wow, that looks monstrous. And why? Why does that look so monstrous? No anti-aliasing? What the? It's struggling. Hold on. What the hell? Look at this. Is this really that bad? Where is this? Oh, goodness. It's fucked. Okay, so I need to delete this and just make a new one. Give me a second here. I'm getting the guest text. Amelia with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. How much of your crazy thick skin is due to your support group, and what would you tell someone to build, train something similar? Actually, I am going to do, I'll tell you some advice on that. Okay? Let me tell you some advice. There is no minimum dono. There's a queue. And sometimes if there's somebody I recognize, I will pull them in because I know they want to talk about something specific. But otherwise, it's going to be a first come, first serve to the best of our ability. I will go for as long as my energy can go. And please, if you have to step away, communicate that to our mod team. There will be mods in the chat on the Discord, and you will be able to tell them if you need to step away, and we'll keep your queue position to the best of our ability with, you know, with reason, okay? As for the answer to that question on the gifted sub from Amelia, how much of your crazy thick skin is due to your support group? A big amount of my ability to tank bullshit online is because I have friends that I can trust, partners that I can trust, who I have specifically opened up to. I went out of my way to be vulnerable with those friends about things with my career, so they know what to expect and they know what I'm struggling with. If you communicate with the people in your life very well, chances are you will be able to build a good friend group, and that friend group can genuinely help you survive this type of stuff. However, there is another aspect to it, which is that over the course of my life, I've dealt with a lot of stuff, and I have built up a bit of emotional armor, okay? But here's the thing about emotional armor. I sometimes refer to this as my shell, okay? My shell is very heavy. It's hard to carry. It makes me tired. It's difficult to endure a lot of hits, even when you have a big shell. But you can take the shell off. And it's okay. Every time I end my stream, mentally, I take my shell off. Because I'm going to be with safe people. And so I take the shell off. And I no longer exist as an armored turtle. As much as I can offline. That's something to consider, okay? When you're a streamer, you have to build a shell or else you won't be able to handle it. But you don't have to live your entire life in the shell, okay? You can take it off. And shout out to Dr. K, healthygamer.gg, for giving me that analogy. He describes it as an armor set from like an MMO. I describe it as a shell you can take off. Rhodes, congratulations. I'm glad you liked Sable. It's really good. Don't spend your whole life in your shell. You'll hurt yourself. I'm serious. Build safe areas to decompress. Yes, and here's another trick, okay? It's called de-rolling, okay? D-E-R-O-L-E. De-rolling, okay? When you have to perform for a stream, when I have to put on the energy, at the end of every stream, I try to take time to just take off the roll, okay? Actors do this. Method actors, they take a little bit of time to take off the roll. That's not to say that I'm not me when I'm on stream. It's just that I have to do different things when I'm on stream versus when I'm off stream. And it's important for me mentally to have a moment where I go, okay, I'm going into off stream mode now. I don't need to think about all of the buttons. I don't need to think about the stream. I don't need to think about that. Just take it off and put it in the closet for next time, okay? There's another little hint. Don't do that, like a Faye. Don't do that. It'll kill you. He'll fucking kill you. Dr. K. I would love to talk to Dr. K. When I first thought of Dr. K, admittedly, I thought that he was somebody else, and I thought that he was like an online therapist, but it turns out that's not true. And I've actually listened to some of Dr. K's content, and I actually really like it. Do routine cues help? They can. They absolutely can. I have weird routines, okay? I have very organic routines. My dysphoria has gotten so bad recently that I can't get out of bed. Any tips? Celine is around. This is going to be hard to hear. Get up out of bed and fight your dysphoria. Go do anything that you need to alleviate that dysphoria. That dysphoria is locking you into your bed and blocking you from living the rest of your life. Stand up, get out of bed even if it hurts, and punch the shit out of your dysphoria in any way. I mean, fight dirty. I mean, you gotta put a mask on to get that dysphoria down. Do it so that you can go do the stuff that will help you defeat the dysphoria in the long run. I know that this is a very, this is a very, let's go fight. It's a very aggressive approach, but I promise you it will help, okay? Bunny Goddess with the $5. Always love watching your stuff. Just got bottom surgery and I'm hanging out in there. Hell yeah! Congratulations, Bunny Goddess, on your bottom surgery, and thank you very much on the $5. Take it easy, heal up, give your body the time it needs, and be forgiving with yourself, okay? That's true, Niztastic, but that doesn't change that you have to break the chains. And I think there's a maximum limit to how hard it can be to break a habit. All right, DeviousChillster, that's a good one. All right, everyone. Let's get these call-ins on the road, okay? Let's get these fucking call-ins started. Let me get this up. Okay? We're going to get the guest text up. What the? Do I already have that up? Oh, I don't. Wait, where is it? Text. Guest text. No? Okay. Text. Copy. Here we go. Bam. We need a guest thing. I got to have Faun make that. Color 1, purple. There we go. There we go. We got a drop shadow on there. Fuck yeah. Color 2. Wait, do we have a background? We don't need a background. Fuck that shit. Current guest. Bing. Bing. All right. We are ready. Let me get Discord open and let's get these guests in here, okay? Let's start this shit. Let's get going. Hold on. I've been pinged, okay? I am in streaming call-in. Everyone should be able to hear me. All right, let's do a test. I'm bringing Ziggy in as a test. Ziggy, this is just a test. I'm sorry to pull you in randomly, but I wanted to make sure we could test. Are you good? Can you hear me?
I am. I can hear you.
Fantastic. And hold on. Can you say something again real quick?
Hello, I am the only Ziggy Richards.
Hell yeah, you are the only Ziggy Richards and you are Pog. Okay, we can hear you. Everything is good to go. So if you want to bring somebody in, I give you full permission to do that. I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room if that's cool.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Ziggy, you're amazing, and thank you very much. All right, it's time. We begin the viewer call-ins. So whoever wants to come in, just plop them in. Ziggy, you should have that ability. Hello, 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 hello. What is your name and pronouns? And welcome to the show. Hello? Can't hear you right now. Mic might be muted or disabled. All right. Oh, all right. They are going to pop back in, I assume. Off to a strong start. Off to a strong start. Yes, yes. How do I put this thing? That would be cool to do. I guess I can just put it here for now. Yeah, it's not all that important. All right. What's this? Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm just keeping an eye on things. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. Hello, Orchid. Welcome back. I assume your name is Orchid. And what are your pronouns? She, her? Still can't hear you, though. Check your Discord settings. Press the little gear and make sure you have the correct microphone selected. Okay? That's the best way to do all this. I'm going to put this. Where is the, how do I enable this? It's in streamer mode. Okay. All right. Orchid, nothing. Just says disconnected? That's not correct. Maybe it's a Discord issue. Gales, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Thank you so very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Adding that right now from the Streamlab $5 dono. Hell yeah. Thank you very, very much. It always does. It tends to work. We can put this. Hold on. I can change this. Hold on. I'm going to change that. Hold on. Wait. How do we extend the user limit? We're going to extend the user limit to 50 users. Okay? There we go. Temporarily. Okay? There you go. All right. There's much more room for the users now, so we can get people in. Can we get somebody in, though? Somebody with a working mic. Get them in. Hello, Cadmus. Can you hear me? Cadmus, can you hear me? Welcome to the show. You are muted currently. You are currently muted on your side, so go ahead and unmute. Hello, can you hear me? Your mic does not seem to be enabled. My goodness. My goodness. Is there a permissions issue? Is this the problem? It's a permissions issue, isn't it? Ah, it's a permissions issue. Hold on. Hold on. We can fix this. Hold on. Speak. No, that they should be able to. Everybody should be able to do this. Something's going wrong. No, this should all be fine. Don't know what's going wrong. So we had Ziggy working. You're locked out of the server. Constance will get you back in. All right, give us a second here, everybody. I know we're gonna. Everyone's getting mad. Meadowsweet with the $20. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Meadowsweet. You are very welcome, and thank you. Neil McCaffrey, welcome to being a YouTube imp. Happy to have your support. Thank you so much. What's going on in here? What's going on in here? Huh. All right, what's going on here? Let me see. That is poggers. This isn't an audio-related issue. This is a Discord-related issue. Somebody needs to come in if we can get somebody in. Okay. All right. Read pinned messages. All right, I'm going to drop this back down to like 15 or 20 users maximum. Okay? There we go. Bam. Okay? What's going on? We can't hear the audio of the people talking on Discord, so technically it is. Yeah, I was able to talk to Ziggy. This is a Discord issue, not an audio issue. I'm sorry, my audio thing is fixed. Hello, I can hear you now. Orchid.
Hey. Yeah, hi.
Hi. All right, so you are Orchid, and I am guessing by your name, she, her.
Yep,
All
yep.
right, sick. Welcome to the show, Orchid. Great to have you on. Merry Impmas. And what can what would you like to talk to me about today?
Well, I had two topics, and I wanted to see if one of them, if either seemed more interesting. I wanted to talk about either Destiny, the video game, not the streamer,
Yeah.
or coming out over the holidays, and what are the sort of social rules around that, really.
Okay, yeah. Both of those seem super, super, super interesting. First of all, I didn't play. Actually, I played a decent amount of the first Destiny game, and I played a little bit of the second one. But what did you want to talk about Destiny? Let's do that one first because it'll probably be faster.
All right. Well, I'm going to be honest. I was front loading. I was expecting a bit more of a negative reaction to the game, as that seems to be the vibe around it from a lot of people. I've dropped a good 2,500 hours into it.
Holy crap, that's pretty impressive.
It speaks to a severe lack of dopamine on my part.
Maybe, or maybe this is just a thing that works for you. I've played. I mean, if you look at my Steam times, the amount of time I've spent in like Kenshi and Cultivation Simulator, Binding of Isaac probably qualifies very close. And I don't even want to think about how much League of Legends I used to play when I was a problem League of Legends player.
Valid. I think the point I wanted to have about Destiny is that I think it both speaks to a really good bit of game design, like really well made and artistically crafted worlds with fascinating stories, well made characters, and also the problems with the gaming industry. I think it has problems in the gaming industry. Yeah, exactly. Bungie recently, there's been controversy about its workplace culture surrounding women, as well as crunch and all of these myriad issues. And yet, the game that they've produced in Destiny 2 specifically is one of, I'd consider it almost a work of art, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of really good stuff. I mean, the reality is that, like, when we did the coverage of Activision Blizzard, I did a big DramaMama on that. And we talked about how it's really important to, like, be able to recognize that sometimes good works of art are produced in really bad environments, and that, like, the goodness of an art is does not necessarily reflect any virtues on the people involved with the creation of that art necessarily. Now, might impart some like indication of skill or talent, but it doesn't necessarily mean the workplace was good. And that's especially true in the gaming industry. I think that, like, it's really important that people become more critical of, like, the places that make the stuff that they like, because I would agree that, like, even though I wasn't like ridiculously deeply moved by like a whole lot of Destiny games. However, there were a couple of aspects, like, for example, the what's his name, the Forgotten King, is that his name, Forgotten King, in the
Taken
first
King,
one?
Oryx.
The Taken King, yeah, Oryx the Taken King is like actually a trans story.
Yeah, no,
only people.
He became trans, or he did transition through the use of a magical worm god, which is just based.
Yeah,
like,
it's based as fuck.
Unfathomably based.
Yeah, it is based. And I remember reading that and going, damn, this is pretty cool. I have a lot of criticisms for, like, the Destiny games and, like, their approach to MMO design and their approach to mission design, but I can't really fault them on the world building. They did a really good job, and the environments are fucking awesome.
I think really that's cool. Partially what speaks to me is it's this, like, their world design is so captivating.
Yeah, it is. The environments are unbelievable and very much carry on in, like, the spirit of some of the games that, like, clearly inspired it. Like, obviously Halo, which has amazing environment designs, but also other similar MMOs that are like that type of active combat based, like Warframe, another game which has really amazing world design and world building. It's really good to see that was, like, carried forward. Senior world designer is a trans woman on that. I didn't know that. That's super based.
That is awesome.
It's also super based. Yeah. Obviously, like, I live pretty close to the Bungie HQ, and so I have a lot of critiques of, like, their corporate culture and stuff. But yeah, again, as long as people are able to remember that, like, even beautiful works of art can be produced in horrible environments, and sometimes certain scopes of art are only capable of being produced in this current system, at least, by really, really exploitative systems. Yeah, I think
really
that's an important thing.
means.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, people are bringing up the obvious, like, 343 parallel, where 343 the crunch just completely destroyed a lot of the stuff that people liked about Halo and made it a really toxic work environment, and also that resulted in, like, some pretty serious issues with the production of the game. But yeah, I played quite a lot more of Destiny 1 than Destiny 2, but I did get into the multiplayer of Destiny 2, and I found their multiplayer maps were really, really good, the, like, PvP multiplayer. And then I did explore around a bit, and I think there's some really, really incredible world design. I'm really happy to hear that there's, like, a lot of people who still enjoy that game. Again, the missions, like, I had a lot of critique for the missions, but
Destiny 2 is, like, still, like, top 5 in Steam for most players.
It's really awesome. That's, like, super sick. Okay, cool. So do you want to also talk about the other topic as well? Sorry, I don't mean to be rushing. I'm trying to keep
you're fine.
Most of the calls
it's a soft
like
cap on time. I completely understand.
Yeah.
I did want to ask before we moved on. What class did you play in Destiny?
Hunter.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct choice.
Give me those throwing knives and bows are like my
Absolutely
shit.
based.
Like in Mordhau, I've been playing a fuckload of Mordhau lately, and I play these ridiculous like throwing axe, throwing knife, crossbow builds. I love like super high range weapons that are precision weapons. I love that shit. I love having to learn the arc of projectile weapons. Like it's very satisfying to me. So in most games, I play throwing weapons or ranged weapons. Yeah. So, yeah.
That is an awesome answer. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to find a fellow Hunter player.
My question about like coming out over the holidays is sort of what is that acceptable? So like my dad, I'm going over to see him because the holiday traditions in a split sort of family are weird and often varied.
Yeah.
And I want to tell him like, I also don't want to ruin like what is his Christmas for him.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's going to ruin any. I mean, that shouldn't, in my opinion, that shouldn't ruin anybody's Christmas. Obviously, there's some variance in how you might deliver that sort of thing, but the way I look at it is, in an ideal world, people would celebrate that sort of thing at the holidays. And I would hope that, I don't know your family's dynamic. It's impossible for me to know that sort of thing. But what I can say is that, at least from my perspective, I don't believe that coming out should be treated by anyone as like a traumatic event. It no more than somebody announcing that they've had great success in their field of work. It is simply an act of self-discovery and honesty with the self. Now, I recognize that some people, especially if you have conservative family members, that they are going to treat it like some sort of shocking thing. But honestly, I would just do, my advice would be to just not accept that framing and to present it from the get-go as something to be excited about. Take the leadership in being the person who is stating this is to be excited. You should be excited. I am excited. This is an exciting thing. And if you, being the one who's revealing that information, treat it like that, a lot of family members who are neutral on it will follow cue. So I think that's something. I don't think there's anything wrong with coming out over the holidays. I can't imagine any reason why that would be the case, other than that, maybe really particular, ornery conservative relatives might make a big stink about it. But if that's the case, fuck them. Fuck them. The holidays are supposed to be a time of mutual celebration, and we should celebrate people being able to live as themselves. So that's my approach. Now, obviously, functionally, conservative family members are going to be conservative, and I know that more than anyone. My family completely disowned me when I came out. But my family is not a normal family. My family was, tied to a cult, and there was a whole lot of extremism in my family. Most families don't have that. So I think, barring that your family is full of extremists or people who are very anti-gay or anti-trans, I think it's perfectly appropriate to come out over the holidays. And I think that if you lead with excitement, and treat it like a gift, then I think that's a perfectly fine thing. Yeah, my dad was literally a crypto Nazi, so yeah.
Oh, that will do it. Yeah,
that'll do it. Yeah, most people don't have that particular experience. So the good news is
my dad's just weird.
People, yeah,
and a pagan. I think he's kind of funky.
So there you go. Then I feel then what my advice for that particular situation would just be to take charge of the framing of it. Be excited about it. Tell people, just be this is something to be really excited about. And here's why you should be excited about it. Focus on that stuff, and likely they'll just follow you in that, because you're the one who's declaring it. That's the way I look at it. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I can't promise that that'll be like a silver bullet, but that would be my general thought of that sort of thing over my experience.
At least I think that's really cool advice, and I think I might actually try and go with that. So
hell yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, very, very happy to provide my perspective on it. Again, I've been in the trans community for a while. I've seen a lot of coming outs. I've dealt with a lot of my own with my unique family situation. Most people don't have as extreme situations as mine. So, yeah.
Well,
right.
Merry Impmas, DemonMama. Thank you for having me on.
Merry Impmas, Orchid. Thank you so much for coming on the stream, and good luck. Hopefully we'll see you around here with some good news soon. I'm sure your family will be just fine. It doesn't sound like they've got any of the problems that mine does.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Wonderful. What a wonderful conversation. That was a great conversation. Talked a little bit about Destiny, the game. Talked a little bit about families. Hell yeah. All right, next caller. Let's get the next caller in. Next caller. Next caller. Hello. Whoever comes in. Hell yeah, not a cop. It's true. Yeah, Dr. Heem, you can come in. Just communicate with Ziggy. Ziggy is overseeing currently the main stuff. So, hello and welcome, Cadmus. What are your pronouns, Cadmus? Welcome to the show. Your mic might not be enabled. Your mic is currently not enabled. All right, so no Cadmus. We'll try again. Yeah, Heem, you can come in. Just hop into my server and DM Ziggy. You'll see Ziggy. Can I jump the line? Yeah, of course you can. If we can get, get Heemed in here. Bring Heemed in while we work on other guests. Because Heem's got a limited amount of time. I know Heem's a busy man. Obviously, we do some line cutting here and there based on people's time. Like I said, it'll be reasonable, okay? We're trying to be reasonable. But obviously, content creators got a lot of work to do, so we try to facilitate, and they're usually a little bit shorter. Unless they have a huge bone to pick with me, which I don't think Heem does. It's not streamer hierarchy, don't cry. Hi, Heem, welcome!
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing? Still using he, him pronouns?
I am indeed.
Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in. Let me boost up your audio just a tiny bit here. There we go. All right. Welcome. Thank you for coming in and joining in on my 15K celebration. We've been grinding at 15K for a while.
I know. Thank you so much for having me. First of all, congratulations. I just hit 10K myself today, and I thought I'd call in and see how you're dealing with it. What are you reflecting on? And I thought we could have a chat about how you're feeling.
Oh, by the way, what's your Twitch link? Did you rebrand on Twitch as well? Is it Heemed out?
Yeah, it's just that's it. No, it's just Heem. You got
that's
it.
So sick.
Yeah.
What a sick. Yeah, that's awesome.
You know what's funny? Actually, they didn't. It was taken, and then I messaged them. I'm like, can you guys just give it to me, please? And then they're like, okay, fine.
Oh, I should do. I should
manually
really
changed it.
I should honestly do that. Like, no joke. I really should, shouldn't I?
Why? What do you?
I'm DemonMama live. I don't have DemonMama because there's some random account sitting on it. I should totally do that.
Oh shit! You know what the problem is though? I had to contact partner staff.
Oh.
So that might be that might be, I got a shortcut to it because of that. But I don't know if but you should try anyways. Who cares?
I should. Yeah, I probably should try. I mean, and I'm an affiliate still, so there's that. All right.
You'll hear back eventually. It might take a while.
It might take a few years. Yeah. Well, hey, they were relatively quick on my ban. That was all right. I only missed 2 weeks instead of the 30 days they issued to me. Wrongfully.
Yeah, true.
Mind you.
There you go.
So what am I thinking back on?
I wanted to ask you, how do you reflect on your time as a content creator so far?
Damn, that's a big question. I mean, I talked a bit about this a little bit in my sort of state of the stream. I don't know. It's been a wild ride. I've been doing this for about 2 years now. Almost coming in February will be the official 2-year mark. Yeah, full time. Yeah. When I first started, I didn't stream as frequently, but it was what I was working on. I was like, you know what? I don't have any other, because I was a freelance writer before that. And when I moved, we moved in COVID, and the freelance writing market kind of tanked at the beginning of COVID really hard. So there was just no work. So I was like, all right, then I guess I'm going to put my mind to this and try to make this thing happen. And, I hit the ground running really hard. I was, spending a lot of time studying other streamers, spending a lot of time meeting people in their chats, hopping onto their shows and stuff like that, just as like a I wouldn't boot up my stream for that. I would just pop on and get people to know my name and stuff. And that worked out really well.
How long did you do that for?
That was like for a couple of months. I had my first kind of, I guess, break, quote unquote, was through Chud Logic. He used to run a panel show called Chud Night, which I often pine for the simpler days of panels like Chud Night, where a political topic would be picked and everybody would kind of go back and forth on that one topic. People would prepare for it and whatever. And it was, it was super sick. And I got onto that show a couple times just because of familiarity with Chud's community. I knew a lot of people there, and they were like, oh, DemonMama will probably have some cool stuff to say. And then after that, that kind of put me on the radar of like Chud, and Chud rated into me a few times. And after that, I was able to like say, hey, I've been on these panels. You've seen my face around. You've probably heard a little bit about me. And I was able to get on the very beginning of Hippy Dippy, and some of the earliest episodes of the Prime Kai's show. And so early on, I was kind of known as like a debate panel streamer, but I moved away from that over time because I felt like my solo content was really strong, and more people were sticking around for the solo content when I would talk about news and stuff. I evolved out of that pretty quickly once I got a little more confident in my ability to like present stuff. Because for a while I was really nervous about like doing like off the cuff rants and whatever, or history segments where I do a bunch of studying and stuff. So I did a couple of little experiments and those went well. And now, interestingly, most of my content is just 100% original. No panels, not even like necessarily based off of the news. I'll pick a topic, I'll research that topic, I'll get my stuff together, and we'll talk at length about that topic and get people thinking about it. And, field questions, sometimes have callers come in. Lately, I haven't been doing as many callers for the last couple months because it's been so busy. But I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I did like almost the opposite of you, where I know that you kind of had like a name in the Vosh community and stuff. I started streaming without knowing not even one person. Yeah. And it's like it's interesting how like, different approaches can lead to similar paths, I guess, and stuff. But
yeah, I mean, don't know. There are a lot of ways to approach these spaces. I don't know, like I'm glad to see that you're going more towards like away from like just raw political content and going into more like variety content. You announced you were a variety streamer now, right? Is how you're branding yourself, right?
Yeah, I saw actually the video where you discussed where you mentioned that to your chat.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I really think it's a good thing. You're fucking talented.
You know the thing, the problem is though, that like in the end, because we kind of carved our niche in the political community, you're always competing for like a very small amount of viewers. Like, the fact that like Destiny has like probably some of the most highest viewers, in political Twitch, and he's getting like 4,000, 5,000, let's say 10,000 across both platforms. Sure. When like variety streamers, it's a whole different universe. But the problem is that like that one is more saturated. And so if you don't talk about politics or the drama or, heavy debates, yelling at people and stuff, then like it's not as much of an incentive for, the Twitch viewer, the Twitch politics viewer that jumps around from streamer to streamer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think though there is more staying power in variety content. A lot more.
For sure.
And like for me, I also like I haven't been quite as explicit in being like I'm switching categories, but most of my viewers and possibly even you if you watch that segment know that I'm deliberately moving towards like not doing news coverage but doing very, very political variety content because I am a very political person. Like I am obsessed with politics. It's super interesting to me. So that's never going to change. But like I realized that like especially on Twitch, the politics space is incredibly resistant to change. They have a thing that they like, and that thing it already exists, and they might pop aside for a few minutes to go check something out, to follow the drama for a few minutes, but they don't really stick. And this is from like, this knowledge came from just doing like analysis of my metrics and my you know, analytics on between YouTube and Twitch, and realizing that like, damn, like a lot of these people aren't sticking. But when I do like a killer cooking mama segment, or when I do a history mama, those people stick. They come back again. They want to see more of it. They encourage me to make more things that are actually more interesting than just like a one-off debate or drama piece. I agree. It's like you know, slowly building a fire versus like pouring gasoline all over it. Yeah. Where it'll burn quick, but then it's really hard to sustain that same level of you know, flame, I guess. Yeah. And also exhausting. Like it could be doable, but it's like mentally exhausting, at least for me right now. No, I agree with you 100%. And like, that was what I was going to follow up with next, which is that like my experience with attempting to stay engaged with any of the like drama in any of these spaces, whether it's YouTube or Twitch politics spaces, has been like a distinctly negative experience for me. I mean, obviously maybe our experiences are a little different on this. You know, maybe some people are like, you know, have a slightly different experience, but for me, like all of the drama has been basically targeted at me. And it's like very, very exhausting. Like, I mean, phenomenally exhausting, to the point where it was like, I mean, I sort of fucked off for like a month to go get my tongue done and just like not be on the internet at all and focus on a bunch of IRL stuff that was really important to me. I never really had to do that like previously until the drama kept ramping up, and it got to the point where every second of every day was me getting pestered about X drama or getting roped into it, whether I wanted to or not. And I'm just not here for that anymore. So are you actively avoiding it, or what is your you know, plan of action here? I mean, that? I don't. Are you, like, I don't let's know. Let's say I'm bringing my panel back. Should I invite you ever, or don't even bother? I mean, the thing is, for panels, I'm not really doing panels. Although I will say that I'm open to your panels, because your panels are more of like a fun show. I know like High Level Ideas, which was run by Lance for a while, I know they've been on hiatus for a bit, but that show was awesome, and that was like a fun panel show. I think I'd still do like some fun panel shows like that. But yeah, like honestly, like political panels are killing my numbers now. People just don't want them. At least my viewers don't want the political panels anymore. So I'm just, I don't know, not only are they not fulfilling for me because of like the hostility that I have and like the hostility that's directed towards me, like, and I mean, like, I don't just mean like debate hostility. I don't just mean people getting spicy in a debate. The last panel that I went on was like 2 of the members just hated my guts, and they just literally were talking over me and talking down to me like the entire time. And it was very boring. And also insulting and discouraging, and nobody liked it. So that kind of stuff I'm like trying to avoid. I don't know, like when it comes to like avoiding drama, like I've never been like a particular drama hound. In fact, like most of my drama my drama coverage in the past has been one of 2 things: either a complete joke fest, like when I covered the Mike from PA versus Vosh debate. And my going into that, I said, I'm going to treat this debate with the full respect that it deserves. And then I proceeded to open up my donation so that people could pay $5 to put any GIF that they wanted on the screen. And by the end of it, we had like 100 GIFs all running on the screen with me like trying to peer out from behind them. We did that again also with the with a debate between oh fuck, what was it? I'm trying to remember what the second one that we did that with was. I had like an Xbox hat, like a little digitally added Xbox hat that I was wearing, that somebody paid like $1.50 to have me wear an Xbox hat. And that was fun. And that's like the drama stuff where I make it super silly and it's just there. And then the other thing is DemonMama. And I don't do I haven't done streamer drama on DemonMama for like a long time. Like specifically, I've explicitly said like we don't do streamer drama on DemonMama because like we have bigger things to talk about on DemonMama. I used to way back when I was a lot smaller, when I was like, okay, this makes a little more sense. And then I realized I just don't want it. Like streamer drama is not useful or valuable to me. And so now DemonMamas are mostly like entertainment or politics or some other big internet thing. We did one of the most recent DramaMama we did was an investigation into the claims by the conspiracy subreddit that Ghislaine Maxwell had like a secret account on Reddit. And that was a really interesting one. We just sat down and we went through all the receipts, and they're like these surprisingly engaging. Like, people will watch for 6 hours as we try to figure out what's going on, and then we try to come to a final conclusion. So yeah, like, I don't know. With regard to like most of the drama that I've been involved with has been weirdly personal, and also deranged. And I don't want that shit. I think drama can be interesting and fun, but I mean, I'm not kidding when I say like, the drama from this year, the quote unquote drama from this year has resulted in like really fucked up shit. Like, I mean, just this morning, there's like threads that we monitor that are deranged, and these are people who are digging into my past life trying to find. I'm not scared of them at all, like in any way. They don't really affect me, but it's like, it is disturbing. It's unsettling. I've been sent like, I have a couple of people who I would consider are stalkers at this point, who regularly message me really, really weird things, who are constantly claiming that they have information on me that they're trying to get out there and stuff. It's very
It's not worth the potential growth, I guess you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if there is any growth to come from it. If the growth ends up being people who want to see me as like a lol cow or something, like, that's a hostile audience. They're not going to do things to help my channel grow. They're not going to like the streams. I don't care about that shit. I don't want people to like constantly hate watch me. And I have a lot of hate watchers. It's very, very, I mean, I've been doing this for 2 years, and like, I have in this space more fame than than people with 3 to 4 times my sub count on YouTube. My sub count.
Infamy.
I have infamy. I do. It sucks, and I don't think I deserve it, which is why 2022 is kind of the year of seeing how many people can actually, like, how many people I can get to overcome the biases that they've heard secondhand about me without ever knowing anything about me. Because the reality is that a lot of the exposure that I've gotten has been explicitly hostile, and it has negatively affected my channel growth, which is really unfortunate. Because I feel like I've been grinding, making people laugh. Most of the content I do is really chill and not like, most of the content that I do is the only mean content I do is at the most vile conservatives you can imagine, like fucking Matt Walsh.
It shouldn't be that contentious, you're saying.
I would hope not. Obviously, I would expect the Nazis to hate me the most, and sometimes they do. Whenever I release a video on Milo, the like Catholic extremists from his following come yell at me, which is funny to me. When I do Matt Walsh and Salty Cracker, those two communities are very toxic, but they don't have the same level of obsession that some of my, let's say, people who've declared me their enemy in this space have, which is just, I don't know, it's weird.
You know what the kind of trade-off for me, because like, obviously it's nice to just do your own thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like, I don't know, for me at least, I haven't been able to like crack the YouTube algorithm such that I can just organically grow through the algorithm. So a lot of my growth is still coming from like word of mouth or collaboration. Have you been able to like suss it out better than I have?
I don't think it's possible. I think they deliberately, I don't think they want anybody to. And I say that because I say that for a couple of reasons. First of all, because they just openly make constant changes that they post to you about in those unreadable Google, like, YouTube community updates or whatever that are just like impossible to read. They're just a forum post, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess, sure. With like a bunch of links to other areas. It's terrible. But also I used to work for like an SEO company, for a lot of SEO companies when I did freelance writing. And the one thing that was always the case is that Google is like constantly engaged in this like war with SEO like wizards who are trying to figure out how to hack the search engine. And Google's always trying to prevent them from figuring out how to do that to produce quote unquote organic results instead of like, shitty save expert, like shitty pages that are like have 900 keywords on it, and then you get to see a page that's completely useless to you, but they're gaining, that sort of thing. They're trying to stop the people from gaming it. So it puts us in a weird position where like I don't know, like nobody knows exactly what's up with the algorithm, and it just seems that you have to just kind of follow the best practices and try new things every once in a while. As for like my approach to growth, I'm going into like I'm pushing word of mouth really hard. Hear that, imps?
Okay.
Word of mouth really hard. That is the way that people
honestly
know things.
it's literally the best.
Yeah,
like,
I mean it's always
undefeated.
It is, of course. Like word of mouth has always been the most important aspect of anything. Like that is, it will be, but it's especially important right now because nobody on the planet gives a shit about digital advertisements. Half of the planet just eyes glaze over when they see a tweet. So all because of like how malicious advertising has become, because of how malicious like promoted tweets and shit have become on Twitter, because of all of these things, no one gives a shit about any of the recommendations. Nobody gives a shit about any of that. And it's just like impossible to reach people that way. So I just am saying, all right, fine. Word of mouth is where we go with this. I'm going to try and encourage people to do that. I'm going to aim at getting fun things. I know that I have a local following here in Seattle. People here know that I'm a Seattle streamer, which I'm really happy about. And people talk to other people in Seattle. I've like literally heard stories of people being like, "Oh my God, my coworker was talking about your show." I've gotten messages like that, which is sick as fuck.
That's sick. Yeah, you see, those are good growth strategies that
So
I feel like are effective and underutilized also.
And also feel good as fuck. It feels really cool to know that like someone at their workplace was talking about my show and like was talking about how they like listening to it when they're working and stuff. Yeah, like so I'm aiming to hopefully hit that sort of shit a little bit harder. And I have a lot of work to do. There's still so much I'm learning. Like, God, I have to redo. I have a whole to-do list that I was working on literally this morning before I streamed. I was sitting down with my best friend and talking about all kinds of like how we're going to do this thing, what upgrades we need to make the show more smooth. We have to get our soundboard back up. We've got some art assets that are not fully completed that we have to get onto the show. So it's been, a lot of stuff, but I think one of the things that's been really huge for me, and one of the things I think will pay dividends this coming year, is the love that I've put into my set. And also the fidelity of the stream. The audio quality is fantastic. The video quality is fantastic. And I personally think the set looks awesome. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback on that. And these are the types of things that are eye-catching in my opinion. People come to my stream. My stream doesn't look like anybody else's stream. Nobody's got this type of cool overlay. All right. And yeah, I'm proud of that. And so, we'll see how it goes. I have a lot of worries about digital careers, especially, I mean, this is something I've talked about a lot, but like it hits especially hard when we have the big thing that happened with Lindsay Ellis. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Right.
Lindsay Ellis leaving completely after being like the titan of video essays, and like coming from that guy with the glasses. Like, I've followed Lindsay Ellis since before Lindsay Ellis was known online as Lindsay Ellis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, long time back when
I didn't even know who Lindsay Ellis was until yesterday.
Wow, that's wild. Like Lindsay, I mean, that's fine.
I should go and watch some of the videos.
Seriously, go watch. Let me give you some recommendations. Go watch. Okay, so wait, how much do you like film stuff? Like, how much do you like learning about film?
I love film shit. I think I might have seen I think she is it she?
Yeah, she. Yeah.
I think she did a Aladdin video that I might have algorithmically discovered.
Yeah, all of her Disney videos.
And then
really
I never
fun.
went back for more, but it was good, I think.
Yeah. So she has a series called The Whole Plate, and The Whole Plate is basically, it is, I recommend this to everyone if you're interested in film, or even like streamers are adjacent to film. It's actually super valuable. But The Whole Plate is like a deep analysis of the Michael Bay Transformers movies. And
oh, really?
Yeah, but it comes together. It's structured to be like comedic and funny, but also touch on basically all of the basics of a film school program. So it's like a 12-part, extremely funny series called The Whole Plate. But when you're done with it, you will have gotten a very entertaining basic film course that talks about lighting, talks about direction, talks about acting, talks about production. It is sick. The whole play is so good, and it's like you could just put it on. I've watched the whole thing multiple times. That's a really good introduction to like some of the things that Lindsay Ellis has done that are like valuable above and beyond just being really good BreadTube videos. Keep in mind that like Lindsay Ellis is like the original BreadTuber in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too, but I have to check out some of the content because it's like it's weird to think that there's film and BreadTube crossover. But
take a look at that one and take a look at the video that she did on Mel Brooks. You seem like somebody who appreciates Mel Brooks type of comedy. And if you've seen a lot of the Mel Brooks movies like Spaceballs and Blazing Saddles and all those Mel Brooks movies, you got to see that one because that talks about like the value of comedy, like how contextual comedy is, and also how you can actually make comedy that stands the test of time. Super fucking good video. I think you'd be right up your alley. Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to take too much time. There's tons of people. I skipped the line anyways.
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
I guess you got VIP privileges.
You do. Yeah. I always try to make
callers.
Listen, I know that you're busy, especially. I know you got a lot of work to do, so I give you a little bit of privilege because for the good doctor. So there you go.
All right. Okay? Listen, good luck. And here's to a fantastic 2022.
Thank you, and likewise, congratulations on your 10K, Heemed.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye, everyone. Bye Imps.
Bye.
Yo, word of mouth, Imps. Get to work.
All right. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to hit the bathroom, and then we're going to bring in the next caller, okay? We'll bring in the next caller in just a second. All of you who are here, consider throwing some money toward the mod team and like the stream. If you are here and you haven't, whether you're on Twitch or on the website, click through and go ahead and press, here we go, I'm going to put that in there. Go and press like and subscribe, okay? youtube.com/c/DemonMama. Subscribe and like. I will be right back. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, okay? Real quick. OG Theo Dio, get in the Discord, and the mods will help you get in line.
Hello. I'm here without permission. What I am doing is a violation of Twitch terms of service since I am not the streamer. I'm just kidding. Yes, the critters have taken over the stream temporarily.
Critter stream?
Illegal critter stream. Hello, imps. Hope you're all having a good one. Dear babies. It's been a good holiday. That's what I'm saying. We're both very high. Apologies.
I would never.
You would never. Oh,
no,
it has
no.
never mind. I am,
drugs,
but not.
drugs are
This
fake.
one does not do drugs.
Don't do drugs, kids. Okay.
Yeah, forest puppies, real it's moment. Itsmas. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm very good.
Good. Bad influence? No. You know why? Because here you go. Once and for all, I'm saying it. I am not an idol. You should not look up to me. You should not endear yourself to me. You should not worship me in any way. You should not think. You can think that I'm cool, maybe, but don't base.
Redirect it to me.
Don't base yourself on me. Anyway.
Yeah, do it off me. I'm
cool. Base yourself off DemonMama. Not
based.
Me. Say based. I'm not based. Anyway.
Look. All right, so critters, we got to continue with the show. We got to continue with the show. Thank you for popping in. I didn't expect that. That's very cute. Yay! All right, let's do this.
Bye, Imps. See you later.
Bye.
I'm getting shit-faced because y'all said it's good and I should. Yeah, well, guess what? It's still Impmas, so go ahead.
Do it. Go
You have
for
my
it.
weird internet permission. Not that you need it.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, critters. All right, who's next? Let's bring somebody in. Let's do this. I'm gonna get a new cigarette and we're gonna do this. Wait, you forgot your phone, Faun. Your phone.
My phone?
You forgot your damn phone.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Doe and Faun are both cute. YouTube dono. We got a YouTube dono? Yo! Thank you very much, Varia H, showing my support for the mods. Also, I'm confessing to my crush tonight. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck and merry Impmas. All the Impmas lug. Love. Love. Not lug. Love. And luck. Mother! The Fahoon. All right. Cadmus, you are in, but I still can't hear you. Oh, goodness. All right, Cadmus is having some mic issues. Next. Huh. That's a bit weird. Huh. Tech issues not allowing. Is it a permissions issue? Hello. You're muted and deafened currently. There we go. All right, let's see. Hello. Oh, it's not permissions. Do not think. No, it's not bad. It's good. That's a power move on my part. Hello, Sergeant Peppers? Sergeant, wait, this is Brother Malcolm, isn't it?
It's Brother Malcolm. What's up?
Brother Malcolm, welcome at long last to the show.
I know. It's been
sorry, I'm
forever.
so bad about scheduling. I know you've wanted to come on for a while.
I am also bad with scheduling, so worry not.
Oh, okay, that's really good. Him,
That's
it looks
kinda how
like,
it be.
right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and what's your Twitch stream? I want to make sure that gets up here.
It is God damn it, Malcolm.
God damn it, Malcolm. Twitch.tv/God damn it, Malcolm. All right, sick. Hold on a second. Twitch.tv/God damn it, Malcolm. There we go. Bam, I think I got it. It's stretching off just a little bit. There we go. Got it. Got it. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming here on my wonderful celebration. And what would you like to talk about? Let's talk.
Well, I've been kind of curious. This is something that was kind of illuminated to me a while ago. But I've come to the understanding that, like, transmedicalism is really different in trans femme spaces than it is in trans masculine spaces.
Yes, it is.
And I was wondering if I've heard this, like, you know, in passing and such. But I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about, like, transmedicalism and trans femme spaces and what that kind of looks like, because I feel like I have a little bit of a deficit in understanding of transmedicalism and trans femme spaces. I feel like I'm just out of the loop. So I was hoping we could chat about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds amazing. Hold on, I realize I just misspelled your name. Hold on. I have to
It's
fix
two
that
L's.
first.
So that's okay.
Yeah,
Like Lincoln.
I just typed too fast, as I often do. There we go. Is there double? There shouldn't be double audio. No, it's somebody else. Somebody's got two streams open. All right. So yeah, the difference between transmedicalism in trans femme and trans mask spaces. I mean, there's a lot of focus on Blanchardism in trans femme spaces, even to this day, which, you know, is really, really depressing to me. How familiar are you with, like, the whole Blanchards? I imagine you're probably pretty familiar. I just don't want to jump into the...
Yeah. I'm pretty familiar with it. I am kind of sad that Daddy Blanchard doesn't have much to say about my kind, but, you know, I mean, I guess it's a good thing in retrospect,
Yeah,
right?
It probably is for the best. Like, so for those who don't know, Ray Blanchard was a sexologist who is now basically globally disgraced outside of a few pockets of people who still adhere to his crap science. Back in, like, the early 80s, I believe it was, when he was doing most of his stuff, maybe a little bit earlier. My dates, it's Impmas. Fuck me on the dates. But Blanchard he created a thing that he called the transsexual typology, Blanchard's typology. And in his was fixated primarily, almost exclusively, on trans feminine people. And he believed that the vast majority of trans feminine people were actually people who fetishized having a vagina and pretending to be feminine. And that they got off to that idea, and that was a different type of trans person than, in his mind, what he at the time called, no longer really uses this, but at the time called true transsexuals, which he called homosexual transsexuals, aka people who he believed did so because they wanted to be with men. They had a genuine desire to function and live as women in society. Now, this sounds like the most archaic bullshit ever these days, but a lot of people bought into that, and it was the predominant, it was the accepted science, quote unquote, for quite a while, despite the fact that critics of Blanchard were very, very, very vocal about the problems with his science. There was a lot of issues with the actual studies that he did to produce this typology. And the typology's outcomes were trash. It didn't actually do anything because at the end of the day, he would conclude, well, yeah, AGP people should be given HRT and they should be able to get SRS, but they should be basically scrutinized more because they could just be a fetishist. It was very, very fucked up, and it has created basically decades of the most toxic transmedicalist gatekeeping you can possibly imagine. By the way, thank you, MechaMew, for the incredibly generous $50 towards the mod team. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. That is amazing. We will put that on here right fucking now. So in trans femme spaces, even to this day, there is a lot of fixation on the typology. Now, some people don't use the terminology anymore. Some people may be familiar with a term like AGP. AGP being autogynephilia, aka fetishizing femininity and fetishizing having a vagina, which is, again, a bunk concept at this point. No serious researcher takes this thing seriously. The science was bullshit. It was completely flawed, and it doesn't actually provide any value besides making an otherized class of trans people who aren't good enough, which all trans people have to contend against at all times. But yeah, a lot of that still goes on. There's still a lot of talk about like, oh, are you really trans, or do you just get off to being gay, basically, to being super, super gay? And I can't say any of the slurs that I usually say here because of Twitch, but you know how it goes. So yeah, that's like a lot of the fixation there. And then also there is recently been, and this is a little bit of my Twitter bias showing out, but there's also been this very weird push to sort of formalize the idea that like, no, actually being trans is an essential trait, and people who imagine it differently are functionally AGP. This came up in a conversation you might be familiar with recently, that got some major airtime between Xanderhal and Hans of Harkir was like the biggest one that got covered by Vosh recently. And in that conversation, there was this idea of like woke Blanchardism, which was completely ridiculous. Nonetheless, this is a line that is spreading in a lot of these transmedicalist spaces, which is basically like, if you believe that gender is ultimately something we construct for ourselves, and therefore we should be more lax with it, and we should allow people to generally just we should just take them at face value for what they identify with and as and how they express themselves, because gender is all a nebulous social construct that's not very well defined anyway. This is being treated as somehow saying that, oh, you can just choose to be whatever gender you want, and that means you don't need to trans. It's a very, very stupid argument that doesn't make any sense. But so was Blanchard's. So that's how in trans femme spaces, these are the conversations I've been encountering a lot, is layovers of people being not real trans, being there's this weird thing where trans femme people are hypersexualized and also hyper-policed. So on one hand, you have porn is obsessed with trans feminine bodies. obviously. It is like one of the biggest porn categories is, you know, the we all know the words that people get really pissed off at, you know, the T slur, the she-male, that kind of thing. And those things, you know, those sort of things pop up a lot. There's this hypersexualization, but then there's also a hyperpolicing where if you are too sexually explicit, well, you're being masculine and you're giving a bad name to trans people by being, you know, by being like an AGP. You know what I mean? So this is something that continues to happen. It used to be so much worse. When I first I will be completely honest. Like, I literally detransitioned at one point because between family pressures and being unable to find spaces on the internet that weren't completely laced with this Blanchardian thought where, like, if you are sexually aroused at all while being trans, it must be that you're actually secretly a fetishist. And so you have to, like, you're expected to have this totally desexualized existence where you never engage, because if you do, then you're AGP. That means that you're sexualizing your transition, and that means you're not a real trans person. That seriously fucked with me. And this is a bit of a goose chase, but I'm sure you'd find this kind of interesting. There was a point in time where I put myself through what I called at the time the trial by fire, which was I read all of Blanchard's shit. I read critiques by Blanchard's friends who had critiques of his science, people who were friendly with him and still thought that he was like a good person, but that they had serious issues with his science. And at the end of it, it completely destroyed any faith that I had in that typology and really freed me from a mind prison. But a lot of people never encounter that. A lot of people never see anything but this sort of like pretty dense quote unquote science that they don't know how to know that it's bad science. And it has been accepted by so many spaces for so long that it gets rebooted and repushed. And God, I can think of a lot of times on Twitter recently where that shit has come right back up again. I mean, fuck, there was like a funny one that happened just the other day where some trans content creator was like saying, oh, I'm not going to fight. Got challenged to a boxing match and was like, I'm not going to fight you because your baseline T levels are obviously so high. Like, I'm not going to fight your AGP ass. I'm like, that's fucked. You know what I mean? That's like, that's
for
fucked.
Sure.
Like, I think boxing match jokes are kind of like silly, but like, what an escalation from being like, let's box, let's have a boxing match, and then somebody being like, no, sorry, you're not an actual woman. Like, and then this is like acceptable apparently because like there are bad transes out there, of which I am one, by the way. I am one of the bad transes. I know that.
I mean, same. But you know, it's a good thing, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a badge of honor, honestly.
Truthfully, I would agree. I was gonna say I think that autogynephilia is something that kind of like differentiates the experiences of transmedicalism, especially in trans feminine spaces.
Yeah.
One thing that I will say that I think is fucking hilarious was listening to Hans talk about trans shit or whatever, and he was using Blanchardism like wrong.
Completely wrong. Completely and
I thought
wrong.
I was cracking up. I was like, what does he fucking think this means? Like
I was
it's not
ripping
just
my
like
hair out.
Yeah, it's not like a stand-in for like transgender, right? Like it's obviously something a little bit deeper than that.
That's the funny thing too, which is that the transgender thing I notice, at least from my external appearance, seems to be really, really big in like transmedicalism communities. The transgender thing is like, oh my God. And I remember when I was younger, some of those transgender memes being weaponized against transmasc people back then too, saying, "Oh yeah, it's like, you know." I think there's all kinds of terrible memes I can think
I think
of
a really big part of it is that we don't really have like the medical aspect, like quote unquote, as like the Blanchardian typology. So something that I've said is that with irreversible damage and kind of like the popularization of rapid onset gender dysphoria, that's kind of like people's really shit way of like medicalizing transgenders. Because like autogynephilia, for a lot of people is a way to like identify transgenders, right? And transmasculine people have never had that. So rapid onset gender dysphoria is like the new medical term for that. But because we haven't had that up until recently, I think a lot of it comes to the idea that we have to do it socially. We can't like label it medically. So you have a lot of like really fucking stupid people that will come out and say like, oh, well, I can tell that you're a transgender because you have green hair and because you don't want bottom surgery, and that's how I know that you're actually a woman and blah blah blah. So it's really interesting to me, like the history of the medicalization of like the quote unquote trans feminine trans trenders, quote unquote, right, versus like the quote unquote trans masculine trans trenders, because we've never really had to deal with the medicalized aspect of it, which I think is really interesting.
So it's really funny. So Blanchard, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but again, for the viewers, the Blanchard actually unironically believed that that trans masc people could not be, like, basically there was statistically negligible amounts of fetishist trans masc people. He and his argument was basically, no, like, it makes sense if you follow from Freud that like penis envy would be a thing that would lead to this genuine but like literally just all trans masc people are valid, don't need to have that thing. So yeah, it's interesting. There wasn't really as much of like trans trending being caught in for trans femmes. It was just you were AGP. You would be called AGP. And it's really bad too, because like there was a lot of conflation with previous like previous and other forms of like discrimination. Like, for example, you're probably familiar with the term hon, like HON.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's almost exclusively aimed at trans femme people. It was a stereotype based off of a trans femme space, that where like, people would say, "Oh, you look great, hun." And it was HON. And like the idea was that everybody's just lying to you. You actually look bad. And so this is something that would be weaponized against, and it combined with the Blanchard typology to create this thing where like if you happen to be older, if you're overweight, if you have other things that people consider to be like like non-feminine traits, then you would be, no matter what you did, you would be considered a hon. Because, and this was in Blanchard's stuff too, Blanchard literally wrote into his typology, which I don't know how much he meant this, but his bias fell through anyway, literally wrote that like true trans people pass better in his mind. Just like, which is absurd. It's and unscientific, and one of the main things that people have argued, but like he created that. So what ended up happening is that in trans femme communities, it was, oh, you're an AGP hon, like you would have transitioned earlier if you were actually trans. That means you're doomed forever to be a fetishist. You must be, otherwise you would have done it, as was really bad. And then you see the trans trender thing, which is, I mean, they behave similarly, but they shape out in social spaces a little bit differently.
Yeah, we have I'm sure that you're familiar with this one. We have the Tiesler voice. That's what we have, and that's like it's a curse that trans trenders get because they don't sound like real men because they're not actually supposed to be on hormones. That one's pretty funny to me. We have a lot of lore in the transmedicalist kind of like how to spot a trans trender kind of shit. And I think that's my favorite one, that that trans guys who aren't actually trans will get like this high pitched, like girly, like effeminate gay guy voice because they weren't actually trans, and that's like the hormones way of punishing them, I guess. It's really interesting to me. I think the whole like, just because we don't have like a medicalized aspect of it, I think that people go to like insane levels to try and like justify like who is actually trans and who isn't, because we don't have our cute little Blanchardian typology to refer to. Like the autoandrophile shit is pretty shaky, so a lot of people don't really love that, but they definitely love the Tiesler voice one. Yeah. They're a big fan of that one.
So something a lot of people don't know is that part of the reason why the like transmedicalism, like the typology shit got so popular was because of a book called, and the title is so offensive, The Man Who Would Be Queen. And the cover of the book was literally like hairy legs in fishnets and high heels. And this was by a guy named Michael Bailey, who thought very highly of Blanchard's work, and he wrote I think he called it like a sociological approach. And by the way, he was literally fucking some of his patients at the time, which was dug into even by people who largely agreed with some of his conclusions. I read one of the people who is like kind of considered to be a transmedicalist, like one of the arch transmedicalists, who wrote a huge takedown of both Bailey and Blanchard's work from like the position of like, no, I mostly agree with you, but you guys really fucked this shit up. And I could link that later if that's something you're interested in having on hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it was helpful for me, believe it or not, reading like somebody who's purportedly on their side, basically tearing apart their science and the stuff that they did. And this she went really the writer of this went really hard into Bailey for spreading this shit. It's really wild how far it's spread. And I think like it's funny too because there's voice aspects in that. It just it has a different justification. You know what I mean? Like they say that like, oh well, if you're just a fetishist, then you probably get off to like having a gay guy voice because you know you're fetishizing it, and so like you're like a cross dresser or whatever. And that is the trans femme side of it. And then on the trans mask side, it sounds like there's more of like, oh well, it's like another weird form of essentialism. It's not about whether or not you care so much, but oh, like the hormones would be working if you were actually on them, like, or something like it. But it just goes to show how interchangeable this type of bigotry is. The justifications for it are completely interchangeable. It's the outcome that you have to observe and recognize that this is just setting aside people who are deemed for some arbitrary reason as an inferior form. It's very, very, it's unscientific, it's bigoted, and it is extremely painful to witness still going on to this day. So,
yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the way that it is just kind of interacted with differently in trans feminine spaces.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I feel like we've had a plague of people that are, transmedicalists that have kind of poisoned the well for a lot of our like online discourse. I don't know of like very many trans feminine people who are transmedicalists, like off the top of my head, that have a large platform. The only person I can really think of is like Blair White, but I don't really know if that carries the same caliber as a lot of the people that we have that are popular in a lot of our social spaces. But I don't know. I think
it's really unfortunate either way. And like one thing I want to do is like, I would love for us to have like a really long form conversation about this and really go into it and have it be like something that we can share to a lot of other people so they can see what they're dealing with. Because like I noticed that it comes in waves, and I think that like in this case, it's literally it's a mixture of luck and a couple of very, very devoted people. Like with regard to like trans femme spaces, because of the severity with which AGP affected the ability to get any care whatsoever. Like for a just quick anecdotal version of that, I was asked when I went to go, this was like in 2015, when I was going through the process of getting my orchiectomy, which is, the balls removed. I had to do 2 psychiatric exams, and one of those people who I had to go to be examined was operating off of old standards, and they asked me questions like the most invasive, offensive questions you can possibly imagine. Things like, oh, did you steal clothing when you were a child from your mother or sisters? And like, how frequently would you masturbate when you were dressed up? And I'm like, what? And that was a normal thing for a long time. So like, again, it's a mixture of chance and a few people who've like really gone hard and devoted their life to combating this shit that like, as far as like educational spaces go online on YouTube and Twitter and stuff, there aren't many, transmedicalist, trans femme creators because of how long this struggle's been going on, that it's been largely debunked. And unfortunately, it mostly seems to operate in little hateful pockets that people get trapped in, which is really sad. But I am glad that it's like Blanchardism is not affecting trans healthcare in across the world as much as it used to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So.
But I don't want to take up too much time because I know everyone and their mom is in the waiting room right now.
There are a lot of people. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. But I would definitely love to hang out and talk more about this sometime. I know that you're a busy bee. I'm a busy bee as well when I need to be. But I would definitely be down and would love to pick your brain some more on some of this stuff. So
please,
whenever you have a free minute, my friend. Whenever you have a free minute.
We'll set it up for probably sometime this month if you're free.
Yeah.
I've warned everybody that like somewhere in the next month or so there's going to be like a delay of content where because I'm probably going to be moving apartments either in January or February. So that might be a thing. But then other than that, I'm going to start taking bookings and properly working out a schedule for this coming year because the holidays have just been psychotic.
Yeah, it's been a rough holiday with COVID and everything. It's been crazy.
It's been wild. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for congratulating me on this 15K, and this was a great conversation.
Absolutely.
I'd love to talk about it more. I'm really happy that there's other people thinking about this stuff in this space because
yeah, for
God
sure,
knows we got to talk about it. So thank you
yeah,
so much.
Just keep me on your
Malcolm.
radar, and congratulations, and
Thank you.
hopefully we will speak sometime soon, my friend.
We will. Thank you so much, Malcolm. It's been great talking with you.
Of course. Have a good rest of your evening.
Bye. Merry Impmas.
Bye.
Yay! What a great conversation. Everybody go give a follow to twitch.tv/goddammit Malcolm, a friend of the show. All right. Let's get the next person in. Oh, hello, it's Pansabee. Hold on one second. Let me get your thing up on here. So Pansabee and pronouns.
It.
Hell yeah, it's. We love the its around here. We're big fan of the iters, of the itsmas. Hold on, let me get your let me figure out how I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Discord capture. Oh, that's not correct. Let's minus that down. Yep, hold on. Give me just 1 second. We'll get you up on here. Hold on. Window capture. Disky. There we go. Okay. Wait a second. How am I going to do this? Oh, wait. I know how to do this. Hold on. It's not this one. Apologies. This is a little bit of a little difficult to do because of my current setup.
No worries.
Oh, wait. I know how to do this. Here we go. We go like this. There we go. Hell yeah. You are up on the screen. And I'll block this over and we'll go with the text comes up with the Pansabee. It's welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. What would you like to talk about?
Thank you, Mama.
Yeah, of
congrats
course.
on 15K.
Thank you. I love your backdrop.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for having me on. I wanted to come on and talk about theory.
Okay, theory.
You're vaguely left libertarian to anarchist without getting like too gritty.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yep.
All right. I call myself a libertarian socialist, which to me means I value freedom from domination and freedom to do as I will, as long as there's not harm. Positively, that means to breathe clean air and to have sex with whoever I want. And in the negative sense, freedom from climatological destruction and Holocaust, nuclear or otherwise.
That's totally reasonable and understandable. And I would largely agree with your goals on that. I don't know. I don't get super nitty gritty with God, there's a car. I'm so sorry if you can hear that. I need to shut my window. There's a car out there struggling to get through the snow. And it is driving me wild. Okay, yeah. So, I don't usually get super nitty gritty with my labels just because I find that they, over time, they've caused to be more trouble than otherwise just because people make a lot of assumptions based on certain things. But I'm pretty comfortable saying that, like, that I fall within, like, the anarcho-communist leanings as far as theory and philosophy go.
Right.
Yeah. So hit me with your theory. Hit me with it.
So, as a libertarian leftist of sorts, I'm against regimes of domination, such as capitalism, the codification of racism in the form of the nation state, patriarchy, heterosexism, colonialism, the war system, slavery, fascism, white supremacy, state and organized religions. And I believe that anarchism at its base is the belief that society ought to be organized without hierarchy and domination.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that by and large. Yep. Well, without any sort of consensual, non-consensual domination. I'm a big fan of the consensual domination, but there's a lot of cheats taken in these when states get involved because they're like, oh, you consented by living here and being born here, even though you don't actually. Yeah. So that's cheating. Okay, that's cheating. All right, you fuckers. You can. I can still be a dom. Okay, fuck you. Anyway.
Totally. So, right now, we're engaged deeply with within civil society, which is the primary locus of political activity. This is where political identities form, where ideological struggles take place, and where our intellectual activities construct hegemony.
Yes.
Civil society is the nexus which connects the economic and political spheres, all arising out of the collective action of civil society. And these civil organizations and activities are the content of what can be called the ideological state apparatus.
Ah, yes, we're getting into some Althusser here, I see.
Yes.
By the way, Darwin Simp, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very, very much. Am I a fan of pineapple on pizza? No, but people that I care about are, so I'm very loving towards those who like pineapple on pizza, even though I do not. Thank you very much for the $5. Continue.
Yeah, it is through this function of the state that civil organizations condition the activities of political parties.
I would agree, yep.
The state in the West was inherited from the church, which didn't only seek to command and punish according to their law. It sought to understand the people, both their minds and actions, so that it may direct their thoughts and desires. And this capturing of civil activity is called biopower.
Good term. Yes.
Yes.
I agree with you by and large. Wait, isn't biopower the big Foucault thing, or did he not use that term?
Yeah, it's Foucault.
Yeah, big Foucault. Yeah, I've got some Foucault reading to catch up on, but I'm familiar with a lot of the concepts.
So the sources that I'm pulling from here are Antoni Gramsci, Michel Foucault, and Louis Althusser. For anyone who's interested in looking into these things more.
I've read a bunch of Althusser in preparation for my school debate, because Althusser spoke frequently about how schools are an education, state education is a ideological state apparatus that is utilized to break people down and distance themselves from themselves, so they don't know who they are or what they are anymore, except as a citizen of the state, that they are told to behave this way and desire these things to become an economic unit. And you might have noticed at the beginning of this stream, in fact, I told people to stop thinking of themselves as economic units, and that's somewhat inspired by some of my reading there. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be gained. As far as theory goes, as a discussion, I think there's we've actually been living in a bit of a lull where there hasn't been a whole lot of theory hate lately. There was a period of time where everyone's like, those stupid books, but I think people have warmed up to it. And I like to think, to some small degree, it was my foray into being an anarchist who reads occasionally, not as much as some of the other ones. But being of that type, I like to think that I inspired a couple people to rethink their position on the value of it. The truth is, books are pretty good, guys. They're pretty fucking good. There's good shit to learn in them. Obviously, don't become a pencil neck loser and just think that everything you read in a book is automatically correct, but books have some pretty good shit in them. Turns out it's a really a time-tested way of storing valuable information in an organized manner. I know. So yeah. Was there more you wanted to talk about with theory?
Yes. This is the final
hit me with more.
thing.
Hit me with more.
Not to come off pretentious. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, of course. Please.
And Mary Impmas.
Mary Impmas, yes.
Social systems move us a certain way. Biopower as a phenomena is a set of mechanisms through which the basic biological features of the human species become the object of political strategy. Traditional conception of the Enlightenment, social contract theorists like Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau discuss justifications for and the limitations of government, why plus when rulers should have power over us, and judicial power, the power of law over us, banning certain actions with the threat of violence. Rippling on under the surface is biopower, the gun or the baton.
Yeah,
And
a baton or a gun holds the ability to entirely or mostly remove your ability to exist as a living being. And as it turns out, holy shit, that's a lot of power. Being able to cease the existence of an independent entity, that can be really scary, as it turns out. And there's a lot of ways to weaponize that. And a lot of people do think of it explicitly as just the gun and the baton, but there are, of course, rippling effects of this, right? Because if you live in a society where it is said that, like, if you're a thief, then the police can use the baton against you. Who are you stealing from? Well, what if you're stealing from a company that just pilfered and destroyed your entire town? What if you live in a small town and you were the owner of a grocery store there, and because of a bunch of tax benefits and a whole bunch of other shit, Walmart moved in and put you out of business? You can't eat anymore and you're dying. If you steal food from there, well, guess what? They can employ the police. They're given the power of law. That baton can be used to also prevent you from having a living. So there's another little extension of biopower there. So, yeah. I think it's something that more people should think about. I think that people spend a lot of time in our society believing that through the order of, like, liberal, the ever-encroaching growth of liberal society across the globe, wink, doesn't actually mean anything. It's all just PR. But through that, they come to believe that there's basically a state of order where, oh, if you're stealing, you're doing something wrong because, there's other ways you could go about doing this. But we know that's not entirely true because, of course, this biopower can be used to literally force you to take certain actions, or as close to possible force you to take certain actions. So, yeah. Something I think a lot of people should become more aware of, and should be aware of the intrinsic violence that pervades their everyday life. Great example of this is when you drive over to Walmart and they have those lot cop machines with the cameras and all the blinking blue lights to scare you into not stealing things, when they have cameras on you at all times, when they have the local police are just like, yeah, we know there's a lot of thefts at the local Walmart, so we're just going to hang out here and catch easy arrests. Which is something that happens if you've been to a Walmart. You've probably seen a cop car just idling there. Some Walmarts literally have parking spots specifically reserved up front for the police. Very weird, isn't that? Very, very weird. So yeah, keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And I think Pansabee has brought us some very, very, very good things to think about here.
Thank you. I think that's about all I had.
What a valuable, what an awesome thing to bring.
If I could plug one thing.
Please, plug away.
Okay, so...
Just don't plug Capital Volume 1, please, because no one will read it.
No, I will. So on January 3rd, I'm going to be having a debate with an ANCAP, and it's going to be moderated by Professor Sunday.
President Sunday.
Sorry, President Sunday.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So thanks for
President
having
Sunday
me on.
was actually the person who made it possible for me to have, to ultimately have, President Sunday and I have bumped heads on a number of occasions, let it be known. We have bumped heads quite hard on a number of occasions. However, President Sunday was the one who made it possible for me to have one of the funniest conversations I ever had with the distributist, who is a distributist. Which is basically the belief that the Catholic Church should control all resources and distribute it as seen fit by the will of God. An incredible conversation that nobody has seen because it gets so into the nitty-gritty. But for me, it was the funniest thing ever. The chat was screaming, please end the conversation. And I said, no. Can't watch that one on Twitch, though, because some slurs were dropped. Bing. Yeah. Beautiful, right? So when is that again?
Thank you, DemonMama.
Wait, when is that again?
That is January 3rd.
January 3rd. Okay, please post that in the Discord so people can find it. You have my permission to post a self-promo in the live stream chat. All of you consider checking that out. I bet that will be a really fun. I know there's a bunch of you who are who are fans of small, like, indie debates, which I think this would qualify as. Get the fuck in there. Show some love, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming on. Was there any other last memes you wanted to drop?
Gays rise up.
Gays rise up. Trans liberation, trans thriving, gay liberation. It's thriving. Thank you very much, Pansabee. And have a wonderful Merry Impmas. What a wonderful conversation. What a great conversation. Oh, it was great talking with Pansabee. It's great. Fucking love the idits. Iditsers, get the fuck in here. Fucking love your shit. All right, it looks like we've got none other than the one, the only MxVivianWulf. Welcome to the show. MxVivian, what pronouns would you like me to list?
She, they. That's good.
All right. All right, here we go.
I think I've spoken to Pansabee before. I think they might have been on a panel. Sorry, it might have been on a panel that I was on.
Yep. Pansabee's been on a couple
like a really
panels.
nice person.
Yeah, I've really gotten along with Pansabee. We've had a couple of private conversations, and now we've spoken on air a couple times too. So, yeah, it's a really great individual to speak with. How are you doing today, Vivian?
I am. I am under it, DemonMama. I am under it.
You're under the weather?
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
Congrats on 15K, by the way. Before
thank
I get
you. That's all right, Merry Impmas, and thank you very much. It's okay. You can be as doomer as you want. This is the call-in stream. We'll handle whatever comes our way, minus like slurs and shit. So don't say any slurs, okay? I know you're a big fan of certain slurs in certain directions, but we're gonna put those aside for now, okay, Vivian?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll amend my ways.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, no, I'm just stressed out. Honestly, I've been stressed out for a long time.
All right.
I think stuff's like just slowly building up recently.
Okay. All right, hit me with
and with recent fucking events as well.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just sort of like, shit. I don't know. We're probably gonna have a conversation on the weekend or whatever, anyway, right?
Yeah. We will sit down and talk. Either tomorrow or this weekend is when I'm free. Tomorrow I'm taking a day off. And then Friday we're gonna continue our inscription stream because we haven't done that in forever, and I don't want anyone to forget the storyline. But that's neither here nor there. So hit me with what you're comfortable with talking about in public, and then we can talk about in private anything else. Okay? Wait, tomorrow is Friday? No, it isn't. Today's Wednesday. What the hell?
Today's
Somniostatic. Yeah. What the hell? Get with the times. I know we're all on Impmas time, but come on.
Well, I mean, today is Thursday, so I know Americans have a lot of trouble with telling the time, but having completely different days is totally unacceptable. Do you know?
Yeah. Wait, having totally different days then?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Thursday today. 100%. I'm looking at my calendar right now.
Yeah, because you're
Thursday,
in the UK.
The 30th.
You're in the island. You're on you're on the island that is legally distinct from Europe. Okay.
It's not my fucking fault. You can't tell the time. Okay. It's just your
dumb
yankoid brain.
Listen, I don't operate on
Sorry,
any.
Is yankoid a slur?
No, that's fine because you can say that as much as you want. Yankoid is totally fine. I am.
Okay, cool.
I am not even. I don't even consider myself one of those. Okay.
So don't want to step on any toes there. You know.
What are you gonna? How are you gonna hurt me? I'm like the least. I'm like I got stuck on this landmass. Okay. Don't fucking stick that American flag bullshit on me. I have never dressed up as Patriot Mama, to ironically roast anyone who gives a shit about America at all. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. So look, I'm Doomer because, damn. Did you see that movie that got released recently? What was it? Don't Look Up.
Don't Look Up. Shit? No, I haven't seen that movie yet. I've heard that
it's a good fucking movie. Ignore the fucking critics, okay?
No, I've heard it's good. I've heard it's good. Personal contacts told me it's good.
Fucking Rotten Tomatoes is fucking dumb. Okay,
of course they are.
It's like it's a pretty good movie. Like
Rotten
maybe
Tomatoes
it's a little bit blunt with
by,
the satire sometimes.
Rotten Tomatoes is now owned by the fucking movie ticket company, so you can't trust anything that's in there.
Oh, gross.
That's disgusting. It's fucked.
So fuck it. I'll avoid references then. But I feel like this. I feel like this entire space has just got like more reactionary and more toxic like over the last few years, and I've been. And like I was talking about this fucking ages ago, right? Like I had that big ass platforming debate with Destiny and a bunch of people, and I was talking about like how like lefties kind of morals are slipping in kind of the people that they're willing to debate, the subjects that they're willing to debate on, right?
Yeah.
And gradually inviting more and more reactionary people into the general Twitch community, and degrading the quality and the morality of the discussions that are being had, right? Until we get into like trying to compare xenogenders to like transracialism and translationalism to being transgender, and fucking everybody shitting on everybody else and shit.
It's bad. And yeah, I think you and I have always more or less agreed on the trajectory and perhaps disagreed a little bit on the causes, but we have, I will 100%, anybody who's watching this right now, MxVivianWulf has been very on point about the trajectory. Even if we disagree about the causes, we have always been in agreement by and large. Over even though we've had a lot of intense disagreements, as everyone knows, it's been broadcast.
Have we? What did we intensely disagree over?
Well, we had the big disagreement about veganism. Remember that fight? That was fun. Then we had the disagreement about art.
That was just fucking memes. I don't care
I
about
see.
that.
Oh, I see. The lives of animals are memes to you? I get it.
There was no animosity in that discussion.
Yeah, there's not really.
Not from
I think the
my side,
only
anyway.
animosity we ever really had was that one time we fought on Chud's show.
I think
That was
we
a
had
million
like
years ago.
one debate where I was just like, this is like, man, I'll still say it today. I fucking hate debating you.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're a very frustrating person.
I mean, I feel the same way about
But,
you,
like,
though. You know, with regards
totally
to debating.
reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, we're both a little bit insufferable in our own ways, right? Like, I mean, you say fuck a lot. I make stupid, annoying quips that are, I can be really annoying. I have no doubt about that. There's no insult.
I do
no
say
bad
fuck
blood.
a lot. Holy shit, I say fuck so much.
Me too. Not quite as much as you, but yeah.
I think it was the deplatforming debate that, like, I think it's a Liberal Sanity Project. I think it was him.
Oh my
He's
God.
got this like weird obsession with me where he's like, he's willing to make like entire fucking videos, like scanning chat logs and all sorts of shit to like make a video to like to shit on me. But like
that
he made
motherfucker
this.
is a cringe lord. Okay, listen, that's all.
He
I'm
is a
say.
fucking cringe lord. But
Absolute cringe lord.
he made this video that was just like this supercut of like most of, not even all of, but like most of the times I said fuck on that panel.
That was him.
Just
Okay, that was a good supercut. I thought that was a good one.
That's great. I thought it was good. Yeah.
Wow.
I
So
thought it was
so
good.
LSP finally made a meme that was funny. Credit where credit is due. Okay, that was a funny one. That was a good supercut.
And then he,
I thought it was somebody else.
then I think he hired like an actual fucking voice actor at one point. I don't know if he like paid them or he just found somebody who could do an incredibly good impersonation of me. Right? It was perfect, and he got them to read off the chat messages that I'd put in some other chat. I can't remember what it was. I was like talking about this RGR this debate from the original Kink at Pride discourse, right?
Woo!
Where RGR went onto the hands panel and started calling everybody pedos. And
That
I
was
was just like,
so
I was
funny.
just like, man, fuck this pedo jacketing fucking Quisling, right?
Right.
And he's like, and he like got the messages from the chat. There's only about like 5 or 6 messages, right? And half of them are like replies to people going, "Oh, how could you say that about RGR?" And he got all those and got someone to read it off in my voice in a pretty good impersonation. Honestly, it was fucking wild. Anyway, we've gone so fucking far off the beaten track right now.
That's what we're
'cause
here
I'm, like,
for. That's what call-ins are all
rambling.
about. It's all right.
Rambling like a motherfucker.
So about the space, let's do a little thing. Like, I agree with you. I am complete, and I said this on my last stream. I'm essentially more or less completely done with quote unquote Twitch politics. As a space, it is a fetid, rotten swamp bubbling that has no, in my opinion, next to no actual use. The people who are in it, the only people who are able to actually have an all right time in the politics space are pre-approved by certain game makers in that space. And if you take a step out of the space and look at it, it is so remarkably small and useless that the function it once had as like a little incubator for people with like a niche interest in politics to find small streams that were talking about politics and see who might be up and coming. Something I used to really like doing is essentially impossible now.
Now it's a drama mill that just facilitates this insane cycle of ever increasing, ever more deranged harassment of people.
The harassment is out of control.
And I've been suffering a bit of that myself recently. I mean, really I've always had this low-level fucking harassment because I'm like an outspoken trans anti-fascist, who's also just like broadly not interested in drama. So I end up offending and pissing off people who are like, ostensibly like on my side, as it were, just because like if somebody says something dumb, I'll be like, that's fucking dumb, right? Regardless of any kind of allegiance or whatever. If you say something dumb, I'll be like, yeah, I fucking totally disagree with that take. I think it was fucking dumb. Like,
And I mean, I people think get that's upset like with that. People do. There is a lot of like, this is something that like you've probably witnessed even from your familiarity with watching my stream at times. There's a lot of times where I will just straight up say like, I don't care if you think I should or shouldn't be associated with somebody. You're not my friend. Even if you're a chatter that I have some respect for, shut the fuck up. I once like chewed out I think a tier 4 sub on this show for telling me not to associate with somebody. Like, I don't care. I am more than capable of deciding who I want to align with, but there is a lot of people on Twitter who play really, really hard like team sports with drama and stuff, and I don't care. And I recognize that like we both have a common thread in that, which that like I have a lot of enemies, you got a lot of enemies. Like, it's just you piss off a lot of people.
It's just, I think you managed to keep streaming through all the bullshit, right?
Yeah. And I mean, more or less. I took a big break, but yeah.
Yeah. And I took regular breaks for a while, and then I just sort of like petered out. I haven't streamed in like about a month and a half at this point.
Sorry.
And even without streaming, like I occasionally show up on panel shows, talk to people, all that sort of stuff. And like I want to be streaming. I want to be back doing the shit that I love. It's just like trying to find a space and topics and stuff and then shit. Anyway, that's stuff I'll probably talk to you about on the weekend.
Yeah,
but,
we'll brainstorm about that. Yeah.
But it's made it very, very difficult. I've seen so many like marginalized people come into this place with like, bright eyes going, oh, I'm going to be a political streamer and I'm going to like represent the views of whatever marginalized community that I'm a part of or I care about, right? And just get absolutely fucking blown out, right? Just totally fucking harassed and just like leave the platform. Or sort of retreat into this like insular little space where they don't really interact with more than like one or two other sort of streamers, and that means that their stream gets like no recognition, nobody looks at them, right? They're like fucking 10-20 viewer Andes most nights, and that's so sad, but and
so
of course the discourse
people who've gotten just completely and utterly fucked over by happening to piss off one or two people.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I found very recently is you got like there's the low level harassment and shit that you get generally, and that's enough to like put a lot of people off, right? And it really fucked with me for streaming and stuff as well. But if you attract the attention of a couple of like big streamers, Destiny, Vosh, I'm trying to think of like the other ones, but like certainly Destiny or Vosh, and probably more Destiny than Vosh, if you attract their attention and they attack you like personally, rather than saying like, oh, your ideas are shit or whatever, if they try and essentialize you as a bad person, then that's the point at which you're going to get like a shitload of harassment, right? And I know you're friends with Vosh. I'm fucking neutral on him. I think he's a bit of a dickhead sometimes, but he's a person.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that both myself and Vosh can be massive dickheads at times. Obviously, I would like to think that if I ever reach Vosh's size, that my approach to community will reduce the amount of shit that happens. But I will agree with you. I think that Destiny's community is particularly bad in this way. And it's weird.
Super
too.
Toxic, dude.
It's
I have never had harassment on this. I once got. So you know who the base are, right?
I know who the base is. The far right group.
yeah, well, neo-Nazi accelerationist,
right,
international terrorist organization. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the leader of the base, right, started shit talking me on his Telegram. Okay. The fucking leader of an international terrorist organization started shit talking me on his Telegram. I think it was about like a year and 8 months ago or whatever. He made a series of posts. It wasn't that much that he did, but like it was enough to spook the shit out of me, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Because I was like, fuck, man, like, you know, all the neo-Nazi accelerationists like looking on this guy because he's kind of viewed as a bit of an expert on like decentralized accelerationist terrorism. He's he's gone and sought refuge in Russia after all his boys were fucking arrested and shit, but whatever. Anyway, so he's like shit talking me on Telegram. He like screenshotted some of my tweets that were like about him. And I was like, fuck, dude, you know, I was like really expecting some shit to happen. One dude like messaged me and said he was going to rape me with a shotgun.
Jesus Christ.
And a couple of other like people messaged me, but realistically, like it was about, you know, it was basically nothing, right?
Yeah.
There are a few really sketchy Twitter followers because of the stuff I talk about, I basically vet my Twitter followers.
Yeah.
Whenever I get like
Makes
a bunch
sense.
of new followers, I like go through their profiles and stuff, and if I think that they might be sketchy, I just fucking block them, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I got a bunch of like sketchy ass Twitter followers from proper atom muffin types and shit, and a few messages.
Mhm.
But when Destiny got on his stream and said that I was a fucking terrorist, right? Like that was it. Fucking literally for like 3 days solid, I was getting an insane amount of shit, right? And I had to lock down my Twitter account. And when I locked down my Twitter account, they moved to my YouTube and just started fucking posting comments on that. So I like privated all the fucking things on my YouTube. I started getting fucking DMs on Discord, right? So I like changed the settings on my Discord so that I could only get messages from people who shared specific servers with me, right? And I had to keep that lockdown for about a week, right? I like lifted the Discord for a bit, and then I started getting a bunch more messages, and I was like, okay, I'll fucking shut that down again. And it was about a week and a half or something that I ended up having to be like locked down for, because it was just fucking horrible. So I guess my point is, I can get shit talked by like literally the leader of an international neo-Nazi terror organization, and it causes me less trouble and hassle than getting fucking called a terrorist by Destiny, right?
Yep. And that is something that that's something I keep running into, and it's very interesting to me, the association between the former darling of the alt-right, and
Lauren
that exact
fucking
platform.
Southern.
Weird now how on the periphery is this enormous exploding Twitch presence that was only made possible, only boosted because of that same exact group that you know has some of the worst harassment on the internet. It is really ironic that way back in last December, the debate topic, which started all of this shit for me, was me saying that the way that Destiny used Twitter reminded me of Gamergate. And it is. It's the same tactic. It's the same tactic. And there's a reason why the harassment is so intense. And that's because so many of the accusations are moral in nature.
Yeah, and people keep saying that like, oh, we're heading towards another Gamergate. I think that I think they're like frogs in boiling water, okay?
Me too.
I think they don't realize that we're already in like a whole bunch of little Gamergates, right? The bullshit that Doe has got, the horse shit that you constantly get, right? The fucking horse shit that I've got. Like these kinds of fucking situations are just like constantly fucking happening. They're nearly always against like marginalized people, right?
Always. Yep.
Then they're nearly always like fueled and exacerbated by like transmisogyny or some other form of bigotry. I could go all the way back to like the K Swiftly fucking drama, right? Like when things were starting to fucking when things were starting to heat up, right? Things were really starting to heat up in that kind of area. And it's just gradually got worse and worse. And the thing about the frogs in boiling water analogy is actually frogs not dumb enough to stay in boiling water. It's a myth, right?
Yeah,
Whereas like human beings, human beings
some
will sit there until they're
actually puts us at a lower level than animals sometimes. Sometimes animals are smarter than us and they know to get out.
Yeah. But yeah. So, and it's funny that you mentioned Lauren Southern, because obviously I had the thing the other day that was just so fucking stupid. Holy shit. This is what I don't get, right?
Tell me about it.
Is that people can... So I made this tweet, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really fucking basic tweet, okay?
Yep.
It was Twitch loves fascists, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is what I did. With a picture underneath it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you the picture. Maybe you can put the picture on screen. It might be interesting for reference.
Are you DMing it to me? Where are you dropping it?
I think I just did. Did I? Oh, fucking hell, this is weird. Okay, right, I got you. Here.
All right. We'll bring it up.
Here you go. Here's the picture. Here's the picture. Okay. I
deleted
deleted the original tweet because.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Here's the picture, and rather than the picture for reference, it just said Twitch loves fascists. Yeah. Okay. That was it. That was the whole tweet.
We got Brittany Venti on there. Wow. We got fucking Lauren Southern on there. Wow. I would say I think it's pretty fair to call both of those people fascists. I think that's a pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I don't even think that's like maybe if you called them Nazis, you could have said, maybe people could have made like, ooh, that might be a little too. No, fascist, come on, totally. Absolutely.
Fascist, fine. Yeah.
Fascist, totally fair. Yep.
So Lauren Southern gets all butthurt and quote tweets me, right?
Yeah.
This tweet gets like, it was hurtling up towards 1K likes, and I was just like, and a shitload of retweets or whatever. So Lauren Southern gets a hold of it, like retweets it, and does some stupid nonsense fashy shit about how she's offended that I have the F slur in my profile banner. My profile banner, for reference, is the Queer Insurrection and Liberation Alliance in Raqqa in Syria.
So sick.
Raising a queer anarchist flag and an LGBT flag with a sign saying these F slurs kill fascists.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. After having engaged in combat with ISIS. Yeah. So I'm just like, those people are fucking heroes to me, quite frankly. Like
Truly.
Queer people on the front lines against like an insane fascist regime. Anyway, so she gets kind of, she does some sort of underhanded, stupid tweet about, oh, I'm so offended that you have the F slur in your profile banner or whatever, right? Directs a whole load of shit my way. Yeah, performative nonsense. We know she doesn't care, but
obviously.
And Destiny makes a tweet where he's just like, shit, I might even have it. Yeah, look, here you go. Wait, are you blocked by Destiny? You might be blocked by Destiny.
I am, yes.
Okay.
I am at long last, yes.
Give me half a second, I'll snip it. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead,
I'll snip it so you can see it, alright? So... he makes that
tweet,
M.
Right? Noir. In the meantime, while you bring that up, M. Noir, it is true. You could call me Mother Monster. That is true. I am a monster, and I am a at least metaphorical mother. Here we go. Here's the tweet. This is the tweet in question, everybody. Here we go.
So he's quote tweeting the original tweet that I made, right? Which is now deleted, but like I said, is just Twitch loves fascists with that picture of Lauren Southern's panel, right? Which happens to include him.
Just always assumes that it must be him that's getting called that.
Yeah,
of course.
And I'm just like, this is the most disingenuous fucking horseshit, okay? And I've said like, Destiny clearly fucking knows I'm not referring to him, right?
Obviously.
We have this
you've had like really friendly
this whole fucking panel. Yeah. Where I was like calling Vosh out for saying Bush is a fascist, right? And I gave a very fucking clear definition of fascist. Like there's no, like I'm not going to be applying this fucking label to Destiny, even if he is fucking palling around with fascists currently. Like who knows? Maybe later on down the line I'll think it's appropriate to apply it to him. Right now I just think he's an incredibly fucking butthurt. I honestly, I think he's acting apolitically. I think he's just acting out of spite and allying himself with the people that he sees as like least likely to attack him.
Where do you think that trajectory goes, though? See, that to me, the trajectories are obvious. I think that it's going to keep going in this exact same direction
until he gets more and more reactionary. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, you know, there's literally no reason to suggest that I would be referring to Destiny in that fucking image, right? Like, I even quoted him saying, like, can you see anybody else in that image who I might be referring to, Stephen? Like, you fucking idiot. Like,
come in.
And it's this level of like disingenuousness and fucking dishonesty, just in service of like driving harassment towards somebody, and him like essentially, let's be honest, right, like teaming up with Lauren Southern in order to come at me for my criticism of a panel that they were both on, right?
Yeah, a panel that's hosted by a fascist and that is has other fascists on it. Yeah, I don't know about some of the other people. Those look like nobodies who I don't give a shit about, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about anybody else. I don't know even if the I don't know enough about Venti to apply the label of fascist to her. I know she's a fucking horrific racist.
Take a look into that.
But, sure. But Lauren Southern, absolutely fucking weird ass ethno nationalist bollocks, right? I think fascist is a perfectly appropriate label for her.
Yeah, I think so too.
Anyway, so it's like, so so the amount of bullshit I got for that, like instantly, and I'm still getting, and I still get people going, oh, like I heard you had some bullshit on Twitter, and I'm like, yeah, like Destiny thought I was calling him a fascist, or Destiny lied about me calling him a fascist, basically, right? And they're like, oh, well, you could have been clearer. Like, how disingenuous do you have to be to fucking read that into it, right? Like, how fucking internet poison. And I don't know, everybody expects me to just like give a fuck about everybody else's drama. I don't give a fuck about everybody else's drama. I don't care about like whether you hate Vosh or love Vosh or hate DemonMama or love DemonMama. Like,
you should love me. I'm cool as fuck. I care. Well, you should like me.
Yeah.
Jesus. Anyway, you go ahead.
But I mean, the stupid interpersonal dramas and shit. And people always think that I'm like taking somebody's side in some dumb fucking interpersonal drama, when in reality, what I do is I identify like somebody who's being, I think, either receiving unjust criticism, or that the criticism of them is turning into unjustified harassment or whatever. And I'll like speak up on behalf of them, right?
I appreciate that.
Like, yeah,
I think you do a pretty good job at that by and large. Yeah,
that's generally like, if I get involved in any drama, like that's the motivation, and that's like the angle that I come at it from, which is why like I've been on the side of Destiny before, when he's said things that people have like had hyperbolic takes on, that they've like extrapolated more out of it than what he's actually saying, and I'm like, he hasn't actually said this, like what he said was dumb in the first place, but like it's not, he didn't say what you're saying he said, right? Like I've done that for him. You know, me and Doe have had a pretty fractious relationship in the past, but like upon seeing its harassment, like I wanted to try and get involved and help them out in some way. So I spoke to Bad Bunny and helped arrange that the trans charity stream and stuff that happened, and you know, all that sort of stuff. Like, I don't have to have a good relationship with somebody. I don't have to like be on their fucking side or whatever. You know, I don't know. Hopefully me and Doe can like mend shit in future and be okay, because I actually think it's
Doe is
pretty
not
cool.
a grudge holder. I can say that much, for sure.
Well, that's good. But I mean, even if that like never happened, I would still like say exactly the same shit as I've said about the harassment that Doe suffered, and like how fucking far and like just utterly fucking evil it's been. And it's just
been really bad.
Not it as in Doe, it as in the harassment. Yeah. So it's anyway. So I guess I guess like fundamentally what I'm sort of like calling in about it's just that like this place is so fucking toxic, and it's like ground me down into the fucking dirt, right? And I've got to the point where like even the space that I spend probably the most time on, which is like the Prime Kai's panels, right? It's just becoming like far too fucking toxic for me. because they've also invited a whole bunch of like right-wing reactionary pieces of shit into that community. And
it's what happens, right? It's self-reinforcing. Once people get in their foot in the door, well, then you have to start. They legitimize themselves, and this is the whole. Then we get back into the whole platforming problem again.
It's the Nazi bar analogy, okay?
Yeah. Yep. It is the Nazi bar analogy. Something that I think is quite accurate. You get. If you have a place that has 25% Nazis, that place will very quickly become a Nazi place.
Right, yeah, because everybody is not a fucking Nazi leaves. Yeah, they don't want to hang out with the fucking Nazis, and the Nazis are just bringing all their friends in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. And they do move in a very coordinated fashion because they know they're not liked. They know that their opinions are fucking offensive, and so they do that. They take over places and drive them into the ground because of that. Yeah. Yeah.
And they'll start with like just alluding to shit, right? Like it's about like pushing the conversation. Like if you can make it acceptable to sort of like say some mildly transphobic shit about transport or whatever, then it's not as far of a stretch to start asking other questions about like hormone treatments and blah blah blah, and then you can start talking about abusing children, and then you can right.
Then you get panels like that, which happened. No.
You get panels like what? Sorry.
You get panels like the is transgenderism a mental illness, which was the one that
that was a politically provoked one.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
But it was streamed onto Twitch. Yeah, it was politically provoked. Lauren Southern attempted it and streamed onto Twitch and
politically provoked. Politically provoked is a channel that should have been fucking deplatformed as soon as it came onto the scene. Like there were like warning signs from the fucking start as soon as we identified that like the community was full of fucking groypers and shit.
Yep.
Like there should have been a concerted effort from like lefty and probably even liberal like YouTube to like deplatform this channel, right?
Yeah, the politically provoked hates my guts. I went on their show once, pretty early on before like all of the Discord stuff came out, and I was just like, I didn't even know much about them. I was just like, oh, they've had a couple. They sent me a list of people who'd been on their show, and I was like, all right, yeah, I'll check this out. Then I ended up going up against Big Papa Fascist, which was a hilarious joke of a debate, and then shortly after that, all of the
he's
Nazi
a joke
stuff.
of a person. He keeps trying to bait me into coming onto his channel because he's heard me talk shit about politically provoked and stuff. He's unhinged, dude.
Yeah.
He's so fucking unhinged. He thinks
not
that,
dangerous,
like,
just stupid and annoying and malignant. Yeah.
He thinks that I'm part of some broad conspiracy to make him and politically provoked like get in arguments with each other and fight each other. And I honestly don't care about the interpersonal drama between the fash. I want them both off the fucking platform.
Oh yeah, they hate each other.
I want
for
them
some
both
reason.
fucking deplatformed.
Right-wing infighting. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't care about their stupid fucking infighting. I genuinely couldn't care less. But he thinks it's part of some like Twitch Illuminati conspiracy theory to get them fighting. It's very weird.
It is
very fucking weird.
It's very weird and it's very obsessive. And I have a couple of people who are in that vein of like the Big Papa Fascists, people who are obsessed about me and are convinced that like I've got some sort of plan or something, and it's just like I mean I barely fucking plan my streams. Like let's dial it back here.
The worst thing about the Big Papa Fascist thing, right? Do you remember the? Do you know about like the fucking drama with Queen Alexa or whatever? The worst thing about that is that it's like it's a trans woman and a non-binary person who like leaked that shit to Big Papa Fascist. Both ostensibly leftists, both part of the I'd say leftists, left wing, right? Both ostensibly kind of left wing, liberal or whatever. Both part of like the proper debatoid sphere. Like I know who they are, but I'm not fucking saying it right now because I don't want to. But whatever, right? And it's when you normalize the presence of people who are that fucked in this space, you get people thinking that it's okay, we can form relationships with these people, we can like trust these people. And the person who like did the main leak to Big Papa Fascists was speaking to me and said like I trusted him to like not say anything about it until we had more information, and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot.
Why would
you're an actual fucking idiot.
Ever trust a fascist like that? I just don't understand. I mean, some people are just very naive, and they have, but that is like really stupid. Never trust.
It's incredibly stupid. But the whole reason it happens is because we like normalize having like cordial fucking relationships with these people, and saying that like, yeah, actually it's acceptable to kind of hear them out, and they're just like people with different opinions than us. They're not just people with different opinions than us. They are people who want to hurt / exterminate us.
They're ideologically opposed to ever seeing. They don't believe that debate does that. They are just trying to get a platform for their idea so they can hook in more extremists. They're not there to engage in a fair or good faith exchange of ideas. They're not there to learn. They're not there to even. They're not playing the same game as you. And people need to realize that and recognize that like there are just core ideological differences between somebody who's willing to identify with being a fascist and somebody who is a debate streamer on the internet. You have a completely different worldview to those people, and that is not a compatible worldview, especially if you're a marginalized person who is targeted by such these regimes, which is most marginalized people. So I tend to agree with you. Yeah, I tend to agree that the best response is to treat these people with complete enmity. And I recognize that a lot of people don't like that idea. A lot of people, that feels bad or icky to a lot of people. You know, this like, oh, you should, because it can sound dehumanizing. And to a certain degree, it kind of is, and to a certain level of saying like, yeah, no. But if somebody identifies openly with being a fascist, knowing the history of fascism, the politics of fascism, and they're going to identify, you're not going to find common ground with that person. You can't.
I'm sorry, you want to call it like dehumanizing or whatever? Like genocide is fucking inhuman.
Yes, it is. It is.
Like,
yes.
I'm sorry. Like I don't care. You are genuinely of a like lower moral standing if you're engaged in like attempting to bring something like that about.
I agree. Yep.
What the fuck do you want me to say? Like, this isn't saying they're not human beings. Of course they're human beings, and I'm always saying shit like, coercive thought control and thought reform work on human psychology, and none of us are superhuman, right? Like the idea that pretty much anybody under the right circumstances can be sucked into this bullshit. Sure, yeah, they are. They're just human beings. They're just people. But like at the same time, I think we have to recognize that like certain people are so fucking dangerous and want such horrific things that like you can't treat them like you would just somebody you have a mild disagreement with.
You can't. No, you literally can't. They're not the same. Yeah, and I recognize that like some people will use that justification to dehumanize all kinds of people, but like that's just incorrect. And you should be able to tell the difference between when somebody is saying, hey, like, oh, I'm just going to dehumanize all positions separate than myself, and another person going, guys, like, we should not be spending time debating the validity of genocide. I believe that we should all be on the same page about that. And if you're not,
I look at it. Sorry,
then,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, and if you're not, then that's just it. We don't share goals. If you can't,
I don't even know what dehumanizing means in that context, right? Like, I don't think it's dehumanizing. I think it's like, people don't see the fucking danger. They don't see what's being advocated for, right? Like a much clearer picture is like, well, obviously you shouldn't go around shooting people that you disagree with, right? Obviously you shouldn't do that. However, right? If somebody has such significant disagreements with civilized society that they pick up an assault rifle and walk into a shopping center and start firing off rounds, then maybe you do have to shoot that person, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I think there's
and that's
this is
not
the political violence
dehumanizing.
discussion. Yeah.
That's
It's demands of the context of the situation. Yeah. No,
and
I'm
that's
in
just
agreement
how I
with
view
you.
fascists in these kinds of communities, right? Like,
I think we should
they're coming
fight
in
them very
here
hard.
armed with the will to do harm to marginalized people,
and they do, as we've seen. They go in and they think it's okay to dox and to swarm and to send hate and to ruin the lives of. They believe that's okay, and they're all right with that. They play games and they go, "Oh, I don't believe in that," but they do, and we can see.
And then and if it happens to be a marginalized person that the liberals hate, the liberals will fucking give them their blessing and even join in.
Yep.
That's the other thing that's fucking disgusting.
Well, it depends on the liberal, but yeah, there are certain factions of liberalism that are more than happy. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm
protecting this.
I'm just like, what do we even do at this point, DemonMama? Like, this is why I'm so fucking Demon.
Yeah. I mean, I have some ideas. I think that like the fundamental struggle hasn't changed, right? Like this is the same struggle that has been going on, and there are ebbs and flows in the success and failure of certain spaces and certain projects, but that doesn't change the core struggle, which is we adapt, we learn new techniques. As far as what I think, what I'm doing is I'm saying, no, you know what? Like, I'm not going to like try and clean this like bog. I'm going to make my own space that is going to be, I'm going to build it with my allies. I'm going to try and make a space where people can come hang out in this space instead and get their start over here instead of having to ever wade into that disgusting swamp. And if that swamp wants to boil and whatever, contain it. That's it. Just contain it. And it is, to a certain degree, self-containing. Obviously, there's room for people who are already on the right being radicalized in those spaces and stuff. But the reality is that, like, a lot of people have the experience. A lot of people outside of Twitch politics have the experience of finding Twitch politics insufferable or impossible to engage with. And I don't think that a space collapsing in on itself is necessarily, like, a sign of failure. It's just that, I mean, maybe it's a form of failure. Maybe it's like, okay, we couldn't the circumstance of this space made it so it was unfixable. But that doesn't mean we can't build again. That doesn't mean we can't build new things. That doesn't mean that we can't just say, wait a minute, maybe we didn't need that space to begin with and we can build something new. And so, my server is, I've been taking a concerted effort of trying to be like, okay, here's how we're going to use this as a potential jumping board for other people. Hannah Reloaded with the incredible raid. Welcome, all of the Hannah Reloaded fans. You are, pardon me, Vivian, I'm going to do this welcome in. Welcome to the Raiders. Welcome. Come get comfortable. We are in the middle of the 15K celebration call-in stream. So if you've ever wanted to ask questions to me, get in my Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama. The mods are watching. Let them know you want to come on and talk. We'll get you in the queue. We're going to be going as long as my body can physically let me, however long that is, or however short that is. If I pass out from exhaustion, then that's the end of it, okay? I'm going to stop when I get too tired or if I feel sick or whatever, okay? Yo, Boy Meets Mini with the $25. Thank you so very much. And thank you for supporting the mods. Thank you very, very much.
And I love Hannah. I've been watching Hannah since the fucking Bible Reloaded days. Like, literally, probably nearly a decade that I've been, as long as they've been doing stuff like Hannah and Jake, I've been like, they've been in my
periphery.
They've been in my view, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'll check in on them occasionally and stuff. But man, that was the best theme song on YouTube. I'm sorry. The Bible Reloaded theme song was just
good shit.
Absolutely mind-blowing.
Banger.
Great shit.
Yeah, much love for Hannah here, and hopefully we'll be talking with Hannah in the future. Thank you all for the raid. Please come over to the website and hang out with us, DemonMama.com/live. You can sign in with your Twitch. It's super cozy. You get all the emotes for free, which is super fun because we have really fun emotes, including holiday emotes, which is exciting, okay? Really exciting. So yeah, come on over. Thank you for the raid. Very happy to have you. Get comfy. It's going to be a really fun day. So... all right. Well, Vivian, it was wonderful talking with you. I do gotta invite some other people on here, and I gotta step away to use the restroom real quick. Did you want to drop any last memes? And we'll talk this weekend, of course, together.
Well, I guess I'd just say, like, I think the reason I'm finding it so fucking difficult at the moment and it's getting crushing is not just because the harassment has sort of like increased substantially recently, thanks to like Destiny getting involved and stuff. But it's also because I think, you've managed to survive through it because you're like a relatively decent sized streamer. You have a good support network within the community. And I just haven't really had any of those things. And yeah, I don't know. It's getting really difficult for me. I have this desire to just step away from the fucking platform entirely.
Which is a valid choice.
But I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking do that. I'm not going to fucking let them win. Fuck them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep. I have shit to say about cults, about extremism, about radicalization, about all the things that I have this fucking niche, and I'm very, very fucking good at, right? And I'm not gonna let them fucking chase me off. So I've got to find some other way of operating.
Well,
anyway,
we will talk about that and to its fullest this weekend together, and we'll see if we can brainstorm some ideas. Okay.
All right. Yeah, much love. Okay.
Much
You have a
love,
good night,
Vivian.
Mama.
Thank you for coming on. All right, bye for now.
Peace.
All right, everybody, I need to step away for the bathroom. Don't bring any new guests in quite yet. Let me just go hit the restroom real quick, and then we will continue. Those of you who are here, please consider pressing the like button on my YouTube video. It's super easy, youtube.com/c/DemonMama. The likes really help. They really boost this thing so we can get lots of views, get lots of people in here, get lots of fun callers. I will be right back. Just going to go use the restroom real quick, okay? Real quick. Give me just 1 second, okay? I'll be right, I promise I'll be right back. everyone. I have returned. I have returned. I have returned. I am back. I'm back, everyone. Holy shit. No, I actually was not. I got really, during that conversation, I overheated really, really hot. I got really, really overheated and I got a little bit nauseous. So I had to go sit down for a second, take a deep breath. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't realize how hot it got in here. Whew. Hopefully it will pass. It would be really, really shame if, yeah, I know. I was trying not to, but it was just like I didn't realize how hot. Check donos? Okay, I'll check donos real quick. I got to take a breather for a minute here. Whew. It doesn't happen very frequently to me. I usually am pretty good about that, but I really lost track. Yo, tier. Wow, Somniostatic with the $100. Holy shit, let's feed those motherfucking mods. Do not barf. I know, I don't want to barf. I really don't want to. Also, Boy Meets Mini with the $25. Oh my god, thank you so very much. Somniostatic, thank you so much. And Not a Cop with the tier 2 sub. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get sick. Yeah, pull in the next VIP. Yeah, window's open. I did see your $10. I did, Sauberflote. I got it. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so very much. Let's get the next person in here, and I'll try and take it easy for this one. Yeah, Mod's getting some bread. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. You got 2 shoutouts for 25? Oh, maybe I added you twice. Oh, I might have added you twice. Oh, I added you twice. There we go. I'll fix that. No, it wasn't you that stressed me. It was the fact that my window was closed, and I was wearing a hat, and I didn't realize how hot it was getting in the room. It's like 90 degrees in my studio right now. It's all good. Big woolly hat. I was the frog boiling the whole time, and I didn't realize it. It's okay.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Real quick. One moment. Let me just make sure. KataraNä, it is wonderful to hear from you. KataraNä, what are your pronouns?
My pronouns are she, they, and I am trying to use they a little bit more.
Hell yeah. So let's put they, she then this time.
Hey.
Fuck yeah. KataraNä, I think your Twitch is just spelled like your name, right?
With an underscore.
Yeah, at the end, right?
Yes, exactly.
KataraNä _. Excellent. We got you. Welcome to the show. Merry Impmas. I apologize if my energy is slightly lower for the next few minutes. I overheated really bad and got like a little bit of a head rush, and it felt like shit. But I'm recovering.
No, that's 100% fine. I mean, I'm just happy to be here at all. Any amount of energy is a great amount of energy for me.
Aw, thank you. Yeah, these call-in streams are usually pretty chill, but sometimes I bake myself in an oven unintentionally. Anyway, what's up? How are you doing? How's your holidays been?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm actually currently in the middle of a fundraiser, so I thought this was like a really good time to come in.
Definitely a very good time to come in.
Yeah. I'm doing well. I got to spend the holidays with my parents. I haven't spent Christmas with my parents since I was 14 years old.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's been almost 10 years.
That is a long time to not have a family Christmas. Holy shit. I'm glad you got to have a nice Christmas then. Or holiday.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I just wanted to come over and talk a little. I'm very, very amicable. I know most people do come by. They already, I'm very malleable. People come by and usually have something that they want to talk about. I'm always open to anything. I remember one thing that you and I had in common was our fun little anti-queer evangelical upbringing. So that's always, if you ever want to, have a trauma moment with me, I'm here for that. Otherwise, yeah, I guess since we're raising money specifically for people of color so that they cannot be ostracized in the STEM fields, we're raising money for scholarships so that we can get more people of color to go into university for STEM so that more people in the future don't have to be ostracized. I just thought I would come by, and if you want to talk about gender and what's it like just being different in the world, that's cool. If you want to talk about religious upbringing, that's cool. if you want to talk about anything.
Like, I mean, cool. Like I talk about both those things pretty frequently. I mean, as far as my religious upbringing, I grew up in a pretty extreme evangelical cult. Very anti-queer for sure. They didn't even understand like that trans people were a thing or anything along those lines. It was very, very anti-gay. In my home state, they were like single-handedly responsible for delaying the legalization of gay marriage by how massive of a group of zealous voters and activists they were able to get together. So it was a pretty wild life with regard to that, and it absolutely, like in my opinion, was one of the most toxic aspects of my life growing up. Did a lot of damage to my life. Stuff that I'm pretty open about and have challenged on this stream even. I don't know. I don't recall exactly all the details of your background. Do you want to talk about that for a little bit? Do you want to tell everybody?
Of course.
About it? Please.
Yeah, for sure. And it also leads into the whole fundraiser. So how convenient. Yes. So when I was 15 years old, I was removed from my household. My parents were just like, you're a lot. And I think a lot of it came from some of the gender expectations that I had as like, hey, women don't do STEM or math stuff. Women sit there, be pretty. So I kind of made it more of my focus in my early teens to pretend like I didn't know anything. And as a result, my grades like dipped from like a 4.0 to ooh, it doesn't look like she's going to college. I moved to Haiti and I lived with my family members. I went to a missionary school, not like we were learning to be missionaries, but basically it was like a school that was entirely run by Bible Belt American missionaries, and they would find ways to sneak Pray the Gay away into us talking about like economics. I graduated there, and I had like a group of friends that we were all like closeted, that we would just have to like whisper and talk about like can't wait until we get to university. When I got to the time that it was applying for university, I told my family that I wanted to become an astrophysicist, and I was reminded that Black people don't do that. Why are you doing that? If you're so interested in stars, why don't you just do aerospace? Like, did you know that space tourism is a really huge field? Like, you could help build things for like rich people like Bezos. And I was like, wow, that sounds awful. And my household just essentially responded to that like, well, like, what are you gonna do? Like, just be interested in stuff? Like, what are you gonna do with that? I went to school for physics, and I just finished now. I was the only Black. Oh, thank you. I was the only Black woman the entire time, and it fucking sucked. And the entire time that I was in school, I just wanted to work on making sure that that's not something that more people had to go through, because it was just really, really bad. Everybody's very rapey. Everybody like thought it was like free reign to put their hands on me. Nobody respected my boundaries. It was just really awful.
People severely underestimate that, by the way. People think that like because there's been some like media has talked about like women in STEM and stuff and marginalized people in STEM that like it's gotten better. It hasn't. There hasn't even been enough time yet. And the school I went to, which was a major engineering school, is exactly like you're describing it. It is just terrible. The state of like life for women in those programs and for femme people and marginalized people of all stripes is just miserable, just terrible. But there is a huge amount of misogyny and sexism in those spaces that is just completely, it's almost been pushed back under the rug again.
Yeah, during the course of university, it was just so bad how many times I would have to like push against things. The fact, like, I was speaking to my department chair, and I said, we really need to get a Black person to come in at least speak once, and he didn't see the point. Like, he's like, why? And I'm like, because I asked. I mean, has anyone ever asked for anything here? Like, can we like, please just one black person? And he just like didn't really get like why I cared so much. So then I had to like go and run for like student office. Like I had to become like president of campus to finally just get a black person to come and give a talk
Jesus
about
Christ.
some stuff. Yeah. And it was just generally really bad. At some point, I had a student that was really heavily harassing me, and I spoke to my students, my school's like sexual assault resource center, and they said I had to just speak to the department chair to get my final accommodations. And when I came, he like my department chair was like, oh, like just casually like saying like, oh, I hear some girls at school have it like bad. I mean, like at least you haven't received a dick pic, like or like a nude. And I was like, actually, the person that received the nude was me. And he just was like, okay, like he was just kind of like making casual conversation about like other people's like assault issues.
Just literally,
like as if it was just fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. And overall, like university, it was just by the time I like finished, I was just like, please get me out of here. I need to be gone. I hate this place. Like it basically like killed all of my interest in the field by the time I was done, because like I don't know, people like I had a student, like a classmate send me like a message saying like I hope you get like ARPed, and like my school was like, okay. Yeah, it was just
technically, it's so stupid too, because the problem is that like that you get these people who are department heads who have never had to deal with any of it or even have any training on it, and so they do exactly shit like that. It's like, what? Like I've never had to deal with this. Like what the fuck are you dealing with?
Yeah, like just a bunch of like, yeah, and it's overwhelmingly like no one gets any type of like training for like how to deal with other different types of backgrounds, issues. So they just kind of are like, I haven't heard of this happening. Kat, this seems like this happens a lot to you. And I'm like, wow, teacher, the marginalized black woman is the one that's getting most of the issues. Like that's so crazy.
Who could have seen this coming except for like anybody who pays attention or cares? That's the problem. There's like I've encountered that a lot. This was another, again, like at the school I went to, which was I didn't go for engineering. I was there for one of the other schools, but it was the school that I went to was most well known for engineering, and the engineering departments were rife with these kind of problems. And you see that kind of shit where it's like the people in the comfortable positions, it doesn't affect them because they're a old white guy, and they're like, oh, I just don't see it. It's not that big of an issue. I don't think sexual harassment is that big of an issue. It's like, dude, of course it's not you. Of course you're not the target of the sexual harassment. Like, you need to fucking wake up and realize that you're losing wonderful people who otherwise would have loved this space if it wasn't for the horrible treatment they received. And it's interesting to me how the parallels are between streaming spaces and STEM, where it's just like people describe themselves as coming in very passionate and leaving, not because they don't like the topic any less or any more or any less or anything like that, but because the space was so bad, the social aspects of the space is so bad that it strips their passion for whatever they were working on. And I find that just dreadfully disappointing and sad.
It's actually very overwhelmingly true. I guess like I've kind of felt like I never even really have like taken the time. Like right now I didn't go straight to work because I was like, I need time. Like I just need to kind of like go to therapy, like process everything that happened in university, because this has been like overwhelmingly stressful. And like I'm just gonna stream for fun. And I realized like I don't think it doesn't feel like I've ever even extracted myself from the situation, because it seems like every single day, at least in my career as a streamer, I'm still like facing the same type of situation where it's like the same exact thing. So it's like I don't know, I guess I'm just addicted to the STEM feeling of just being
I don't think so. I mean, I think that the real truth is just that these places suck, and that like realistically most of the time everyone plays with kid gloves, because we know that the people who are tossing the money about are hostile to our existence, and not always outwardly, sometimes outwardly, but passively. And it really sucks because the defensiveness you get when you go, hey, like you realize there's like a very obvious double standard in the way that people are treated depending on your status as a marginalized individual. And then there's just endless excuses because, oh no, you're going to upset the people who are currently paying. Oh, we're doing fine. Like, what are you whining about? And there's just a complete lack of compassion and a lack of attempted understanding. And it's very hard to get people to like see it for themselves because they're not going to be the recipient of that because they don't belong to that identity group. And it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, and I guess there's the same weird types of like incentives that we have within the STEM field to just be quiet and just like let it happen. Like, you know, you can secretly like tell the person that's being the a victim of everything, like, hey, I see you, but I'm not really going to do anything. And I don't want to upset any of the mechanisms because it's just, for some reason, there's this weird, like, playground type of thing where we have to always, like, stick behind the bully because what if the bully turns on me and it really doesn't make what, honestly, on paper should be one of the best spaces in the world feel like shit. Like, like everybody here, like, in theory, all agrees on the principles that a lot of us have that we're gonna have a hard time, or that we need to. Yes, I naturally am going to benefit as a result of being like a straight white cis dude, and I should really like use my platform for giving a voice to like these other people. But like instead, everybody's just thinking about their own, even though on paper they know. Like, I have it easier. It's weird.
They pay lip service. You know what I mean? They pay lip service. A lot of people pay lip service to the idea of like, oh yeah, well we know racism exists. We know there's a whole bunch of racist people. We know sexism exists. We know trans misogyny exists. We know transphobia exists. But then when it actually comes to like analyzing that in practice and how it unfolds in the space, there's just nothing but the lip service, because it's easy to say something but hard to do things. You know, it's hard to put your money where your mouth is, and a lot of people don't. You know.
Yes, that also gets me just really confused though, because on paper, we all are supposed to be the people that don't care that much about gathering up wealth and keeping money. So if, like, what's wrong with losing a bit of income to stand up for what you believe? I mean, that's what we're always asking other people to do.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you frame we, right? Because I think that for some people that really is a conflict of their values. I think that a lot of people don't see that as like a conflict with the way they run things. You know, I think there are some ideological and motivational differences. Even if, again, there's a lot of lip service, and this is why I always say that like actions really do speak louder than words. And I watch closely to see how people behave in when they're given an opportunity to speak up for somebody who's been wronged, or when they have a chance to put their reputation behind something that's actually empowering for either individual marginalized people who are doing good work, or even groups as a whole. And I watch closely for that sort of thing, because I think a lot of people really do just pay lip service because they think it's what they're supposed to say, and they don't actually like care. They don't actually care about that issue because it doesn't directly affect them. And that is very unfortunate to me. And yeah, maybe they claim that like, oh yeah, we're all not racist here or whatever, but like, or we're all not transphobes here. But that, if there's no actual, like, if there's no solid grounding, I don't necessarily believe that person until they show that they're actually willing to put it there, especially if there's somebody with a huge platform and a lot of power, because the more power that you receive, the more of a likelihood that you can continue or worsen or end cycles. If you have a lot of power, if you have a lot of say, you have the ability to say, no, we're not doing it this way anymore. And yeah, sometimes it costs money. Sometimes it does cost you something. Sometimes you lose some money for that. But I think that we should do those things when we can, if we can, you know?
For you, I guess, considering like, I honestly, it seems like the more like different types of marginalized statuses that you add on, it makes your time on this platform like worse and worse. And I guess like for you, I notice that it just seems like you are always being kind of in a tirade of hate. I guess what makes you stick around? I mean, I guess there's always other things that you could do. Oh, I don't know actually what makes you interested, and then what makes you stay. But
Like
I mean,
streaming?
yeah.
Yeah, I could talk about that. I mean, there's a couple of things that have made me stick around in streaming. I mean, I really love my community. Like my viewers, my regular viewers are fucking sick. I love them. And they get an undue amount of shit from other communities on, you know, because of the reputation or infamy or whatever that I've gathered. But my community is awesome, and when I stream, like the chat and the people who are commenting on my Discord and who are hanging out are amazing. Not just to me, but to each other, and that is one of the things that makes me keep going. Also, I am a stubborn person in some ways. Like there's a few things. I hate being told what to do. I hate being like feeling like I'm being boxed in or forced to do something that I don't want to do. And so I tend to strike back at that very hard. And I've come over the course of my life to find a certain amount of catharsis in fighting really hard against people who against people who say that I shouldn't be there or whatever. I mean, that's been a story of my life since, you know, basically most of my life, because like I was not, you know, grew up, you know, with ADHD my whole life, undiagnosed for most of my life. You know, I was, you know, pretty weird kid gender wise, for my entire life. And then of course, when I came out as trans, my family was just like, fuck you. So like I've had to do a lot of fighting, and I've come to discover that there's a certain amount of joy that can come from defying people who think they can tell you what to do. But that's obviously not the only fuel, and that would never be able to be the only fuel. I have a lot of support, and also I genuinely love the art of streaming. I take a lot of pleasure in making my stream look, sound, and feel better, and also I just really like making people laugh. Like one of the best, you know, like literally, I just love making people laugh. And sometimes I just like it's really silly, but sometimes my favorite thing to do is just know that I did a good stream, and that later I can go show it to my partners and make them laugh with something that I made on stream. You know, that I can just be like, hey, look what I did today. Like, even if the stream itself was really rough, like I created something that could make somebody laugh that I care about. And, you know, that's a pretty, I don't know, that's a pretty solid motivator for why I stick around. I've definitely had a lot of moments where I've been like, wow, I don't know if this is worth it. You know, this last month has been really hard for me. I've been really, really tired. And that's because I have been in burnout for like a long time. And I know, and I've known that I was in burnout. I know that I was pushing into it, but I didn't really feel like I had much else of an option. I had to just keep finding ways to squeeze out enough inspiration to make another stream or whatever. And you know, I'm trying to slow down a little bit, catch my breath. But it has been hard. There's been a lot of times where I go, just fuck, like I'm at 15K and that's it. These motherfuckers are on my ass constantly. All these channels that like didn't have the meaningless, pointless cancellations that I did, are like thriving like 3 times my size in subs and whatever. But I have an incredibly, though my following is small, my following is incredibly passionate, more than almost anybody's. I have I have people who are very passionate about my community and about my content. And those people, I have a fuckload of really, really creative other artists and other streamers that hang out in my space and do really amazing shit. And that all is very fulfilling. So, you know, yeah.
Even as someone that does not spend a lot of time in other streamers like communities, I could just tell like your announcements page, like the events that you guys host are just, oh, I don't know about all other streamers, but I'm always like so jealous of like, oh, they're doing something every day. And I saw that there was like one that was like a talent show. I was like, this is so cute. Like, ooh, what do I need to do this? And like I've from the last time we spoke, which was a while ago, like over 6 months ago, I did end up getting a couple of your chatters that join my community, and like your chatters are like the nicest people in the entire world.
Imps
like,
always raid with love. It's the unofficial rule number 2, but it is basically rule number 2.
Yeah, I like I really I really admire like your community, and I just generally like I don't know. I think you're stronger than like I think I'll ever be because I like got like one like little, I guess not little, but I got one like controversy and I was like, fuck this. I hate all of you. Like leave me the hell alone. I don't want to talk to anyone. Like I think I'll like but like meanwhile, I guess you kind of have like the same people that like bothered me but are essentially like bothering you 24/7. It's really admirable, and it's really unfortunate that a lot of just a lot of streamers that really like hit on stuff that I think a lot of more of us need to see or just deserve more eyes. I guess I don't know what it is, but it's just we don't get it. Like for some reason, it's like once again, even though it is a progressive space, it's like the white cis guys like are the ones that always have like 18 times the amount of viewers as us, even like if they're reacting to like Pick My Nose compilation, whereas like you could bring on like an activist, have a conversation, like debate like about like fascism with someone that's like actively trying to like denigrate your identity, and people like are just kind of like whatever.
It's very obvious. Like I see it. I see how much content I create and that I'm doing all the things that I'm supposed to do, and it just doesn't happen. It's weird how that goes. And also, you know, it's not that it just doesn't happen. It's that there are people will literally go out of their way to fuck you up, to try and fuck you up. I mean, I have had so many false reports on my channel. So fucking many. There have been so many raids, and these things do sometimes succeed. I got banned for 2 weeks off of Twitch. That hurts me in the algorithm. That hurts my income massively. I lost like half of my paycheck because of that on Twitch. God, it is so fucked up. And yeah, it's just fucked. It just is simple as fucked as shit. And it makes me sad. And I'm hoping that we can try and change that over time. I know that like I will do, you know, for my part, I'm trying to do what I can to try and build spaces. As you noted with my server, we do a lot of events and stuff. Those are mostly for community members and not necessarily, but some of them are for other content creators. We have our stages, which our stages were designed specifically to find like up and coming content creators who are looking to branch out of their, you know, out of their audience and to come and have a like nice, cozy, stream-like environment where they can really connect with a couple of people who are really passionate. And our stages have been really popular. You know, we also have some other community events that are mostly designed for like chatters to make actual friendships and bond with each other. But I think all those things are really important to actually building like a actual community, because there is no actual like Twitch politics community or YouTube politics community. They're called that, but it's really just like a cloud of people that hover near a specific topic, and that's not really a community. I want to build actual communities. I want people to build actual connections to one another, to strengthen one another and stuff like that. And I don't know how much success I'll have. I'm only one Discord and only one content creator, but it's something I really want to do. And I think that it has the potential to open up different avenues. Like I've thought in the past, I've discussed it like the way I look at it is like a theme park, right? So like you have all these people in this space, and maybe you have one really big show that brings lots of people in, but then you start propping up other shows that have different interests, and all of a sudden your theme park doesn't just have a roller coaster. It has a roller coaster, and it has the food stands, and then it has the merry-go-round and the haunted house, and then you have 2 roller coasters, and you build these things up, and more people will come to that place because there's more stuff there for them, and the environment presumably isn't bad. The idea, of course, is that you need to build a good environment there as well as the attractions. But as people work together and build more cool things, those cool things will thrive together. And you know, that's something I'd like to see. I'd like to see more of that approach, like people working together to build a actual community where people will come and they'll go, wow, look at all these cool content creators doing stuff together, making cool shit, making people laugh. You know, not just sort of like, I don't know, getting caught forever in the personal drama of like one individual who's got a god complex or something,
Yeah, and I think that's something that would really be just better in general for a lot of our mental health. I find that for a lot of creators, we spend all of our time on this website. We're just here all the time.
Yep.
And it's really unfortunate when you're spending that time somewhere and it's basically like a hellscape every second of it. Where you always are just fighting with each other or looking at how are you going to go and make a stream about somebody else's demise. And I just I think the idea of just propping up other people, even, and the fact that you're even thinking about the idea of propping up other creators when you were like smaller than some of the people that could prop up other creators, like you still are just, you're doing it just to do it. And I think it's really nice that you're like doing so much, and it really sucks that a lot of people are not going to take any time to really understand like who is DemonMama, because my camp says that I should hate her, so that means I'm gonna hate her, and it's
I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even know if it's just the camp. Like I think sometimes there really is like an attempt to create a like a moral reason to avoid somebody, and that can spread and self-perpetuate. Like there are rumors and stuff about me that are just verifiably false that have become a part of like a thing that's much larger even than my following. And that is really hard to contend with. But we'll see if I can. I think that I probably can. And yeah, it is true. Like something that you mentioned about like boosting up creators and like when I could use a boost myself. I mean, literally multiple people who came on my show as their like first introduction to the space, where I was like, hey, let's get talking. Because I mean, I like to consider myself pretty plugged in to like up and coming people. At least I used to be. I'm maybe not as much in the last few months because I've been just so swamped. But I've always, in the past, I always found it I was very passionate about just spending time, just going and checking out, other people's streams and stuff. And then I've had them on, and some of them have gone and blown up to 12 times my size. And, that can sting a little bit sometimes, but whatever. I also, there's a thing, I don't have a whole lot of clout, but I am famous, maybe for the wrong things. And I think I would rather have fame than clout any day. And in the long run, I think that will pay off. I think that even if you just look at the front page of Twitch politics over the course of this year, the number of times it was my face painted all over that just goes to show you that something that I have the ability to get people to listen to me, and they should, because I say cool things and they hate me because I'm right. That's the simple answer.
Hey, look, if someday it's DemonMama takes over the Twitch politisphere, I think honestly it would be a happier space. Just the fact that anyone could like hop into your Discord and just watch a movie 10 times more than like a lot of other people are doing.
Way cooler.
And
we're all like, and I intend to try and keep those community events going and going and thriving for as long as possible. Still, our community is still comparatively rather small, but we have had a lot of growth. That's another thing too. We've had our Discord on raid mode for most of the calendar year of 2021, which really sucks. That has severely hindered the growth of our Discord. But, we've made do with what we have, and the space that's there is very cozy and pretty good at what it sets out to do. The creative channels are always updating, and that's good. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how long we'll see how much it stacks up and what can happen. But I like to think I have some good ideas, and maybe we'll see some, I tell people, watch this motherfucking space, because it's probably I've got some good ideas, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I know I haven't seen you doing debates much, but nonetheless, I hope to see you more just collaborating with people, because I just kind of miss seeing you around. I know like a lot of the the methods in which I used to see a lot of people was via debates, and I no longer have my debate access like the way I did before. But yeah, it was nice being able to like work with you, and me and Celine started at exactly the same time. So after we like did that panel, the neurodivergent one, and you guys you know, you like put her under the wing. It was so cute, and I was like, oh,
yeah, it's because Celine is. I think really highly of Celine, and you know, Celine's gotten some fucking undue shit this year too. But Celine is so funny and so creative, and yeah. So I mean, that was a great panel. Still one of the best panels. A really, really good topic. People talked really openly and vulnerably, and I've received so many positive feedback on that panel. Even to this day, once in a while, I'll get a comment that says, "Oh, hey, this was really helpful and nice." Yeah, so yeah, it was good. And I don't know. I retired from panels, so I'm not really doing panels anymore. They're not good for my channel. They kill the view count, and there's just way too much chance of them being a stupid shit show. So I'm not really doing that anymore. But debates, yeah, I'm still way open. I'm sure there's going to be some callers tonight as we get into it that are going to be up for debating. So we'll see about that.
Okay, well, if I ever find something that you and I disagree on, I'll hit you up.
Please.
And overall, it was, yeah, and I hope to just be able to work with you more, even if it's not in a hello people, I have a fundraiser capacity. Like, I would love to just talk to you just to talk to you. So
anytime you hit me up, we'll make it happen. Okay.
Okay, perfect. And I guess just to do the shout out, do you mind if I do that here really quickly?
Please do your shout out.
Sick. So hello everybody, my name's KataraNä or KataraNä if you have a really good tongue that can do that stuff. I am a physics graduate. I am a queer black human that's neurodivergent that just finished up my degree. It was really, really hard for me. And I want to make sure that it's not going to be really, really hard for other people in the future, because there's no reason why our classrooms should not be representative of the city that we live in. My city I lived in was 15% black, but it was less than 1% black in the department, and that made it fucking suck. So yeah, I'm doing a fundraiser right now, and if you would like to donate to the fundraiser, feel free to come over to my channel. And if you would like to play Kerbal Space Program, we're going to be having a Kerbal Space Program tournament, and whoever wins gets a 3D printed rocket sent to your house.
That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick.
Yeah. So yeah, if there's any chance that you feel like playing Kerbal Space Program while speaking to people, feel free to let me know, Mama.
Well, maybe. I have never played it, so maybe not this time, but perhaps in the future. I will let somebody else claim the rocket.
Okay, sounds good then. So thank you so much for having me on, and
Absolutely.
just in general, I'm really happy to speak to you again after a while.
Likewise, KataraNä, it's been absolutely wonderful speaking with you. Thank you for coming on. Seriously.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Yay! Talking with them was great. Talking with KataraNä was great. Everybody go follow them, okay? Whew. All right, I'm feeling a little bit better. My stomach has settled out just a tiny bit. Whew. Whew. That heat wave was bad. That was some heat exhaustion going on there. Wow. The nausea was bad. But, Piftle Cakes, thank you so much. Also, I had to shout out a couple more. Hold on. Let me bring this shit up. Hold on. Piftle Cakes with the gifted 3 tier 1 subs. That is fucking sick. Thank you very, very much. Additionally, we had a $15 dono from Stickboy86, a $10 dono from Val9000, and a $5 dono from JessicaMetal. Thank you so very much. T1X3. Thank you so very much. Truly, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, let's bring the next guest in. I'm ready. Let's do another guest. I'm ready for the next guest. Next guest. Hello. Oh my God. Hello. Is this the Bay Area 415? Is that 415, right?
Sense.
Ah, yes. It is the original Bay Area 415. The masked anonymous person. What are your pronouns? Or should I just say Ann/Anon so that nobody knows for sure?
Wait, what?
What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns, Bay Area?
Yeah, my pronouns are Bay and Area.
Bay and Area. Okay, all right, let's do this. Bay/area. All right, excellent. So, welcome, Bay Area 415. How have things been going on the front? Is President Xi preparing to invade us yet? What is the situation?
I've not been in contact with
with President Xi.
I'm too high to pretend to be fucking Bay Area.
You mean wait? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I was under the impression that I was speaking to Bay Area. This is just Constance. Oh.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a complicated story. People get it mixed up. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, they get you mixed up with with Bay Area. Well, it's because you just have your
and I have it's weird. I have like two different like Twitter accounts. I don't get why people get confused.
Yeah, I don't understand either. People just get you confused. I mean, Bay Area 415 is now known as one of the best shit posters on the internet.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. I think it was like you know, at some point, just like decided to like effort post in his DMs. And I think it had an effect on him. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Oh, we got a YouTube dono. Thank you very much, Mother Meerset, for the $5. Thank you very, very much. Hell yeah. And that is a sick dono. Excellent dream. What a perfect dream. All right, Constance, tell me, what's been going on in the world of the bear? What's been up, Constance? Tell me.
Honestly, not that much, but
not that much.
God, been
reading any good theory?
Honestly, like that's probably a good thing because I'm still not sure what the fuck happened like last month or like 2 months ago or just it feels like this year's been like
a blur.
So crazy.
Yeah, it has been. Yep. Yeah, it's been a complete and utter blur. I can't even make sense of this last year, and there are just like areas where I'm like, I don't remember what I was doing. I remember streaming vaguely, but yeah, it's kind of wild. It's been a wild year.
And so you don't remember. You have a lot of spots in your memory, and then the things you do remember are like, how is this real? Like, so. Oh wait, I was about to say the forbidden word, the Hassan word.
Oh, you almost said the C slur.
I was about to say, but I was just
Everybody, can we get some noppers in chat? We need to get noppers so everyone can approve in advance, disapprove of what Constance may say in advance.
No.
Don't trust Constance. Constance is an anti-white individual. He's Quebecois, and they hate white people.
A Becky.
Yeah.
We call them Beckies.
You call them Becky? You call white people Beckies? Or you call Quebecois people Beckies?
The second one, yeah.
Oh, the second one. Look at all look at all the noppers in chat. Everybody knows they're. That's what I have to do. Thanks to your hijinks, Constance, every time I'm in public on Twitter, I have to shake my head disapprovingly so that people know that when they see on my phone that I'm looking at the Bay Area / Constance accounts, that I don't approve of your nonsense.
I'm sure of it.
It's just I disavow.
No, okay, but seriously, So everything's a blur, and the things that are not a blur are surreal, and it makes you feel like you're in like Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yes, I feel like I am in Metal Gear Solid 2 every single day.
Yeah, and it's like you never wake up. You never wake up, and it's like at some point it just like sinks in that the world is like far crazier than like you ever thought it was.
Yeah, and the world is an insane place. Yeah, truly.
It's like you have to like imagine. So me, like last year, I got like dunked and I became like Jokerified, and then this year I got like a triple dunk in like the acid vat or whatever the fuck.
You had a rough year last year.
Yeah, whatever. But this year though is I don't know how you're supposed to like tell someone like like it would have been on the nose to like write half of the stuff that actually happened.
Yeah, it would have. But
like
but we live in a hilarious timeline of nonsense. And the sooner that you realize that life is a giant circus and no one has a clue what the fuck is going on, the better.
A circus? You mean a clown car? Yeah.
Oh, I see. You're getting personal now, Constance. Just because my bedroom has been declared a clown car of transsexuals does not mean that you can just make fun of me about that all the time. Just because my bedroom is overflowing with incredibly attractive transsexuals at any given moment to the point that it's difficult to regulate the temperature in the bedroom does not mean that you can just come on here and make fun of me about it. Actually, you can. And you did. But I have to, again, shake my head in disapproval. That's another thing. I mean, I find it difficult to wake up in the morning because it was very comfortable. But yeah, I would say that's a very recent turn after a year of bullshit, I will say.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's been a year of absolute bullshit. Yeah. Literally trans Tetris. Yeah, more or less. That's accurate. Yeah. Who wakes up in the morning? No one. You just think you wake up. Big dream. Ask the real questions. Find out for yourself. Who pulls the strings of the dreamers? Yodi is the only one who knows? Yeah, true.
I'm holding back my tongue from saying something.
Oh yeah? What is it? What is on your tongue? What do you got on your tongue right now?
This is gonna get clipped, isn't it?
Is it gonna? Whatever. It probably will get clipped. So just be aware that you're about to ruin my or your career or perhaps my stream.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna ruin things. Yeah.
Yeah, bring it.
I mean, I was about to say that I wouldn't find it difficult to wake up in the morning with Doe around, but.
Oh, you wouldn't? Oh, you wouldn't? Why? Why is that?
We're gonna pretend I never said that.
Why is that? Oh, you wouldn't find it difficult to wake up in the morning with Doe around? Well, clearly you don't know how much of a snoozer Doe can actually be. Okay? You don't know, you don't understand the snoozing that can happen.
Wait, snoozing? What kind?
Snoozing. Like hard snoozing. Like heavy snoozing.
Yeah, but like look, in my family there was like let's say I'm not that scared of that, and I have earplugs, so.
No, okay, I see. So it actually would be difficult. You're saying. Yeah. So thank you for validating me that your joke bombed, and it was just reality. You were the one who was being joked on. Yeah, I'm into that snoozussy. Why y'all shading cloud cars?
A snoozussy.
Snoozussy?
Nice. I want a visual representation of a snoozussy now.
You want a visual representation of a snoozussy?
Yeah, get the paint out. Get the MS.
Oh, okay,
paint
yeah.
out.
Here, let me get the paint stream up and running. Oh, you want?
Oh
you
my
want
god!
No, here, all right, fine. You want to paint? All right, fine. No, I'm gonna do it. Here, I'll draw you a snoozussy. This is not illegal on anything. Hold on. Look, here you go. So here's a snoozussy. Here's a normal pussy. Okay? And here I'll illustrate for people so they got an idea of what's going on. Here is where the clit is normally located. Okay? All right? And this is how you know it's a snoozussy, because it has a little hat like this, and which has a little ball on it. You know, like a little, hold on, let's put a little gray.
I'm shaking my head right now.
A little gray ball. And
I'm shaking my head more right now.
Oh, you're shaking it? Well, shake harder.
Shake hard. Oh yeah, shake my moneymaker.
Yeah, shake your moneymaker, Constance. Come on, get shaken. If you are not currently doing the Amogus Sus twerking, then you're not in reality. Okay. And here we have.
You say that, but like
here we have the fat outer lips. And now we have the fat outer lips. You see, and then inside there's the inner lips, and this is the snoozussy. Yeah, and it has a little hat, so you know that it's ready to sleep. Because you know everyone wears their sleep hats, right? Everybody wears their sleep hats, correct?
Yeah. God.
Did that answer your question? Did that answer your question, Constance?
Yes, in ways that I will never recover from, but
good.
You know.
Yeah, you shouldn't. If you don't get the fuzz of the sleeping hat stuck in your teeth every time you go down, you are not enjoying real snoozussy.
Oh.
What? It's
Okay.
true though. Well, it's true. Am I wrong?
I know it's true.
I know it's true. You know it's true. You know I'm speaking the truth.
Yeah. Real recognizes real.
Real recognize exactly, Constance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the validation. All right, so Constance, what else do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about do you care about the little children that starved under communism?
No.
What a surprise. How did I know that you would answer that way?
Because I just think children are annoying.
Of course you do. Of course you think children are annoying.
But
typical commie behavior.
I mean, apparently that's like a lot better of an opinion than like a lot of people on Twitch about children, but
well, we don't want. Let's not get into that, okay? We should, no one should ever use Twitch as a gauge for any issue that has to do with children. That is a very bad idea, especially in the current zeitgeist. I've been. Isn't it funny how the exact same people, like just a few months ago, who were saying that like I supported children dying because I don't support like public schooling, like in the way that it's structured. And those people are now like, nah, literally, we're just going to back up this dude. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Doesn't it make you laugh so hard and not just go, wow, there's no hope for humanity?
So sometimes, but more and more, I don't know how to phrase it, but there's something so immaterial about it, about like all this, but what would be a good, correct way to talk about this?
There isn't.
It's like yeah, it's so like you won't get anything just looking at this kind of like spectacle.
There's only one answer, and that's to become forest pilled.
To become forest pilled?
Yeah, to become lonely cabin in the woods pilled.
So, isn't that like? Is that also kind of like the Vosh pill?
No, the Vosh pill has to do with horse sticks.
Yeah, but like the horse piss and like the estrogen in the forest.
But that's nobody uses that anymore. That's old shit. We got good stuff now. We got the good estrogen now.
Yeah, but what if someone really wants the horse piss estrogen?
Well, if somebody, I guess there's nothing to stop them from taking the horse piss estrogen. But it's just very difficult to refine that way, you know?
Well, maybe the whole refinement process is part of the kink, where you just, I don't know.
Did I invite you here to discuss the horse pill?
I don't know.
Is that what you came? You wanted to?
Okay,
you came here. You came here to talk about the horse pill.
Okay, so what's the forest pill? Okay, for real.
The forest pill. Forest pill is when you go, oh shit, actually the woods are nice, and if we don't like learn to live in the woods pretty decently, we're gonna have a bad life in the near future. So we need to learn how to live nicely and like eat things like berries and have a nice time in the woods without any internet, because there's gonna be lots of people who can't afford the internet, and that's going to be really sad. And we have to learn to share internet and stuff like that. So that's the kind of idea. The forest pill is going, oh, we don't need. It's not about being a primitivist. It's about going, oh shit, we're barreling headfirst into like a quadruplicate economic crash, and people need to learn how to take care of each other and be happy without all of the like myriad pointless things that we have shoved down our throats that we're supposed to buy with our meager paychecks.
Yeah.
I do, gay fish. If ticks weren't a thing, I'd go camping every year. Make it your mission to lower the tick count. Okay? There you go. Yeah, lower that tick count.
Speaking of camping, I don't think I think I've went camping once.
What the fuck?
No, yeah, it's just...
You're in fucking Quebec. You gotta go camping more.
No, I mean, I had old parents and just, yeah. Sort of like...
You gotta go camping. When you come visit in Washington, you're gonna go camping with us, right?
Well, of course.
You'll probably complain the whole time. You'll be like, "Oh, I'm so uncomfortable." That's gonna be you. The ground is so lumpy.
I'll find myself. I'll find a way to make myself comfortable.
Yeah,
I think you can figure that out.
I'll help you. Okay, I'll help you out because you're
sure.
you're lost in the woods, but I lived in the woods my whole life. Camping stream. The camping stream is this summer. Unironically, I'm trying to put together a camping stream. For this summer.
This that would be insane. That would actually be insane.
Well, I'm serious. I'm gonna do it. I've got almost all the pieces I need. It's gonna be absolutely sick. Yeah, the Bane arc, exactly. You have simply adopted the forest. I was born in it, molded by it. That's me. That's me every time people talk about going in the woods. I'm like, bitch.
That's actually great. That's a decent like Bane voice, actually.
For you. Yeah. I didn't get that line. What was the "for you" line? It never made any sense. How was it? What was it? Is it misedited? Is that what it was? Is it all just a misedit?
I don't know. I actually don't know because, Well, do you remember they did like a preview of that of like the whole like plane scene on NYMAX, right? Just that scene, and like the voice was, I think, the actual original voice with the actor like with the mask on. Then they had to redo it after everybody like kind of like laughed at it.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yeah,
I'm sure you can find the original version. You find the original. Okay. So it's possible there's like, it's some of the delivery or I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. So apparently it was supposed to be. It would be extremely painful for you, but then it ended up being "you're a big guy" for you. It was edited weird, so it sounded like "you're a big guy" and Bane says "for you." Okay, I see. Yeah, all right, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. So. Constance, you're going to go camping, and I'll make sure that you don't lay on any rocks or get eaten alive by ants, or and I'll make sure that you have salmon that you can eat since, you know.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, because bears eat salmon.
Actually, I should start eating some salmon to get in the role.
You should. Salmon is very good for you anyway. So, all right, Constance. Any other hot memes you want to share with me? And we gotta get some other people in here.
Oh, hot memes.
Hot and spicy. Give me them. I've seen some of your memeing. It's been pretty goddamn good.
I have some.
I mean, you put a lot of copyrighted stuff in it, so I can't show all your memes on stream. But
yeah, unfortunately. God, Twitter is just like lagging right now for me. I don't know why.
Oh no.
I can. Yeah. Anyways.
Okay.
Well, I guess I have something I want to say.
Hit me.
I'm not good with this, but you know, I just appreciate you a lot as a friend, and you know,
Constance.
Thank you for everything.
Constance, you're welcome. I appreciate you as a friend too.
Yeah.
And as a sick ass dank memer.
Oh.
Yeah, but both.
I try my best.
We made me laugh a lot. you know, I think really highly of you, and you make me laugh all the time, and never stop being the shit poster that you are, because you piss off all the right people, and I love it.
Yeah.
And I love it.
And they always lose.
They always lose.
How many people just like the moment they went for me, they're just like it's a self-defeat every time anybody like takes the bait or tries to fight me.
You think you can step to the Constance? You think you can step to the bear? No. You will lose. You will self-report sussy baka yourself right into the fucking vent. Right?
I still can't believe I had lost hope that Bay Area would ever come back, but it has.
And now it begins. A new game is afoot.
Yeah. Let's see where it goes.
Here's a secret for everyone who's watching right now. Constance constantly messages me saying, "This is my final act and my greatest." And it's never the final act, but it is always the greatest. So,
yeah.
Keep your eyes on the various masks that Constance. You will know him by his mark, is how you will know Constance.
People can start to. Once you learn my signature vibe, you can pick up it's me.
Figure out
without having
Constance.
to ask. Yeah.
Constance. That's what you end up getting all the time.
Yeah, because you can never like track down if it's like my ad or like my profile. You have to have a certain awareness, because it could be that it got banned. It could be that like it's who knows.
You may have shape-shifted to a different shape.
Who knows? Maybe you have other accounts people don't know about.
Yeah, you might have. Who knows? You could be next. Don't piss off the Constance. Never piss off the Constance. He will meme you into the ground. Okay?
Well, a lot of times people just like look for it. So it's like
they do look for it.
Who am I to refuse?
Exactly. Don't never refuse. You should just keep going. May we hunt the wolves and eat their flesh? Why would you eat wolves? Wolves are not nutritious. Also, those are my people you're talking about.
Yeah.
So somebody in chat is saying they want to hunt my people. I see. Do you know I'm part wolf?
Really?
Fuckers. Yeah.
Oh, right. I remember. Yeah.
Part wolf.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a cephalowolf. Exactly.
Wait. So what? So wait. So you're a wolf guarding a doe, and
Yes.
I'm a bear.
Yes.
Huh.
That's correct. Who knew predator and preys could live in harmony, or relative harmony at least, and all that was required was a doe that is an auto cannibal. Thanks, folks. It has been wonderful talking to you, Constance. Yeah, Constance. No, seriously though. Much love to you, and thank you for all the memes. Yeah, well, I will pass all of your love on to all of them as soon as I can. Thank you for coming on, Constance, and let's talk again soon, huh?
Yeah, of course. See y'all.
Bye for now, Constance.
Bye.
Yay! Before you bring on the next guest, I must read this banger tweet. Okay, I will read this banger tweet. Let us read the banger tweet. Hold on. Let's read the banger. What is the banger? Butter dog. Dog with the butter on it. True! True! Frog Whisperer with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for supporting Mod Day. Butter dog. Thank you very, very much. Let's put that in here real quick. 10 T1 subs. Thank you so much, Frog Whisperer. You are amazing. Incredible. Butter dog. Dog with the butter on it. Indeed. Fucking love butter dog. Do we have the butter dog? Can we get the butter dog up here? I want to watch the butter dog. Can we get a butter dog on here? Oh, yeah.
Dog with the butter on him. The dog with the butter. Dog with the butter on him. Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog. Dog with the butter on him. The dog with the butter. Dog with the butter on him. Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog. Dog with the butter on him. The dog with the butter. Dog with the butter.
Sick. 10 hours of butter dog. Can't beat that. Butter dog, dog with the butter. Indeed. Indeed. All right, let's get the next person in here. Come on, let's do it. Next.
Hello.
Hello, the leftist owl. How are you? Welcome to the show at long last. Hold on, let me get you up here. Pronouns?
He, him, they, them.
All right. And your Twitch channel is just the leftist owl, right?
Yeah.
Okay, twitch.tv/leftist owl. Okay, hold on. Let me get your video up. I see you've got video on.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right, let's get you up on here. Hold on. One moment. There we go. Hello, the leftist owl. It is incredible drum set you've got set up there.
Oh,
I'm digging it. Are you gonna drum for us?
I mean, I could if you want me to.
Do you want to give us a sick little beat?
Hold on. I'd have to share this real quick.
That's all right.
I'm gonna hold on.
It might blow out everyone's speakers, so ear explosion warning, whatever. Let's take a look here. So I'm gonna watch this one.
Yeah,
oh, sick.
Watch
Okay.
the stream, and it should you should be able to hear me play.
Okay, I'm gonna watch. Okay, so I see. Ooh. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, I had to boost the audio. Can you hit us with that again one more time? Sorry.
Yeah,
I want to make sure. Yeah. That's sick! Sick! Thank you so much. What a treat.
No,
thank you. Sorry, the first time we could hear it a little bit, but I had to boost the audio because of the stream, the Discord. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome.
No problem.
Musical talent is so wonderful. It is akin to magic. And
I sometimes do drum streams on my stream.
That is so
if you ever want to see me play, you can drop by at some point.
I fucking love music streams. That is so sick. Well, welcome, welcome, Leftist Owl. It is wonderful to have you on. I know I've been rather difficult to pin down lately, but that's why I do these streams every once in a while. So
yes, yeah. Still trying to get you for Voices of Pride, my interview series.
True. Okay. Yes, I will. I am going to be booking out things soon. I won't be as bad about scheduling this year. I'm going to do my best. I've been so bad about scheduling this year. It's been terrible.
It's been a rough year for most people.
Yeah, it's been wild. Hopefully, I mean, I feel like in some ways 2022 is set up to be worse, but I think in other ways not. Like, I don't have any like giant looming drama storms hanging over me that I know of. But anyway, yeah. So, all right, what do you want to talk about? Hit me up with your topics. What do you want to talk about, or you just want to chill?
Well, I've been sort of like questioning, my like how I present myself and like my gender insofar as I identify, and I've been thinking for a while about coming out as MB because there are aspects to masculinity that I gravitate towards, but I don't. I'm not sold on like just identifying as a man and just like because I don't even know what that really means. So I feel like just sort of removing myself from that. Not only feels a little more consistent with what I believe, but more consistent with how I feel about myself, and that I don't really identify with like any like coherent sort of definition of what a man is, and so I just feel like I want to remove myself. But I also have like that a sort of like imposter syndrome because logically I know that I can just be NB and like that can just be me, but there's just like this slight tinge of just like imposter syndrome where it's like, well, would I really be part of the trans community, or like what would like how much in it would I be if I were to come out as MB? And it's always like this weird like just a feeling that I have rather than like any like rational thought.
Yeah. So as Vermin says in chat, I'll highlight this. Vermin says that imposter syndrome gets a lot easier to deal with over time. And I agree with that for sure. Every single person, no matter where they fall on the trans spectrum, every single trans or not or gender nonconforming person deals with that at some point. And that's partially because there is no monolithic single community. There's nobody to like welcome you in immediately and say, or at least there isn't always. I will do that right now. Welcome to gender nonconformity. It's sick and liberating. People get afraid of it, but the truth is that liberating yourself from a binary system is truly freeing. You will mentally feel more capable of expressing yourself more honestly, and you will find yourself approaching your own expression with a, in my experience, a refreshing angle of interpretation that's no longer tied down to like, can I do this or can I do that? It's like, no, like, I do not acknowledge the binary, therefore how I wish to express myself is up to me. And so there isn't really, like, the way I look at it, I don't think that there are perhaps some people, like, I mean, I talked with Brother Malcolm earlier. He and I were talking about different types of transmedicalism that exists in sub-communities of like the larger trans communities, but that is not the majority of people. And your involvement in any community is up to you and which parts of that community you're involved in. There are, of course, parts of the trans community that don't like me or that wouldn't like me or that likely won't like me. But that doesn't really matter because there is no one who gets to decide whether you're a member of that large of a community or that broad of a community. And there are sub-communities that you can find yourself at home with that are more based than some of the like really strict trans med communities that might give you some kind of shit about like, oh, well, maybe you're not doing hormones. That means you're no. A lot of that is very specific to those hyper gatekeepy communities, and the vast majority of people are not like that. So while I can understand some hesitation, I would like to personally encourage you and say that in the end of the day, what decides whether you're non-binary or not is you. Any person can make the decision whether they wish to adhere to a binary or not. That is something all of us can do, and if you don't, then you are a non-binary person, and that is sick and awesome and also very freeing. So I think it's based. I hope that answers the question mostly. If there's anything else at that you wanted to poke at, please tell me. That was a bit rambly.
No, I think that was perfect. I've just been like mulling it over for a couple of months, and I just wanted someone else to talk to about it. I've talked to KataraNä a little bit about it. And she's been pretty supportive and just be like, well, not much has changed for me, so it's like, it's not like it's not always this life altering thing, and you could just sort of do it, and it doesn't have to be like this big thing, this grand reveal or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't really have to be. You're allowed to do. I say this frequently, usually in the context of people who are worried about like what they need to tell their parents or what they need to tell their relatives about their transition. But I think this applies to all people with regard to gender, which is you get to control. It is your right to control how much you let that out to other people and who you let that out to. It is a simple fact that like in an ideal world, it'd be really cool if you could just kind of say that all the time and everything would be good. But like, you don't owe anybody the truth. I still withhold I still withhold the ability for myself to be able to say whatever I want about my gender to anybody if I feel that it's necessary, because I don't owe everyone a deep look into how I express my gender. However, as you know from me, I'm very open and sometimes confrontational about it. But it's up to you. And yeah, for some people, it doesn't change much. When I decided, like, when I realized, like, okay, being non-binary is actually a better way of understanding things for me, it was a very philosophical and it was a very different process than me like realizing I was like that I wanted to transition and that I wanted to take hormones and you know, seek out orchiectomy and stuff like that. Those were two very different things, and that was because of there was a whole bunch of contextual differences. But when I was like, hey, actually, you know what? I don't really know if I care that much about being quote unquote a woman anymore. I don't know that that's really what I care about. That was a very, like, no fanfare, no real major immediate changes, but it changed the way that I approach things internally. And, like, I would describe it as sort of unlocking some things mentally for myself, where it was like, okay, I am going to reframe the way that I look at gender internally, because, you know, for a long time I was in this sort of like, what's the right word? Not compulsive heteronormativity, but like compulsive gender normativity. There was this compulsion of like, okay, well, I have to be binary because that's the only way I can make what I'm trying to do make sense to doctors and cis people. That's the only way I can get them to give me like the hormones that I want to change my body the way that I want. And that was, it was not like I was cynically coming to that. It's just that was the framework that I had. That was the only framework I'd uncovered, was a very binary framework. And then later I came to rethink that and go, no, you know, actually this doesn't really represent the way that I feel about gender, the way that I want to be with gender. And honestly, again, it was very freeing. It was after that point that I realized that, like, yeah, I actually can kind of like lean into being a little more butch. And that's something I could be comfortable with, instead of feeling very like contested about that because of like the binary, the assumptions of the binary that were sort of weighing on my mind. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's one thing that I've really noticed with like conversations around gender, especially in like, you know, supposedly progressive spaces. They still have this very binary way of thinking where they think it's like this inherent thing,
and deeply ingrained.
And it also frustrates me to see people that you know are supposedly philosophy bros sort of just like speaking in ways that make you that belie their assumption that like gender and everything is like inherent or somehow like ingrained in a person, whereas it's more of an emergent characteristic of identity.
Yeah, it is very odd. And I think there's a lot of just like, I think particularly the space that we all kind of exist in right now, that we're all kind of like floating in proximity to at the moment, has become uniquely toxic in this way. Not to say that like being trans has ever had anything but like a storm of toxicity around it because of the way that like our society looks at gender in general. However, right now we're in a weird space where like this formerly like relatively perceived as safe progressive spaces online aren't really that anymore, because of the way the rhetoric has shifted and because of where the like the focus has shifted. Where previously it was just sort of like, oh yeah, not a lot of people were talking about trans stuff all that frequently. Conservatives were always the ones like bringing up issues with it. And so that the progressive like milieu in a lot of these like liberal progressive spaces was kind of just like, yeah, it's just kind of like passive support for trans people. And if you weren't, then you're probably a conservative. And now we see this very weird thing happening where there's like almost an attempt to slice off the queerness and to clean it up, because that's perceived as like a victory that can be gained against the conservatives by saying like, oh, we're going to position ourselves slightly to the left of where the conservative position is, but not much more. That does a lot of harm in my opinion. And I think that, but the reality is I don't think that that's true for all of progressivism. I think that's mostly true for like this particular bubble that everybody's in.
Yeah, definitely. Because I know there's a polyamorous group I go to, and they're very open. Like they're you know, they're always having discussions about like, you know, oppression and stuff like that, and you know, it's full of POC and queer people, and it's always really fun to be there and to be in a space like that.
Yeah, I think that like some of the, and I mean, perhaps we'll see this happen and you know, percolate out into large, like bigger progressive spaces as a result of the way this shit happens on the internet. But I'm hoping that's not the case. there's like a lot of really stupid spitefulness and just really bad arguments that are going around trans stuff right now. And it's really funny because, you know, there's a shocking lack of trans voices being able to make a name for themselves or say anything in response. And instead it's all being more or less litigated out by a lot of cis people. And that's unfortunate. And it leads to somewhat predictable outcomes. Yeah.
Yeah. And it frustrates me because, like, you know, I've started to grow because of my talk with Hans, but like the whole Hans situation, he refuses to listen to any other trans person. Like the only people he wants to talk to are like cis people that have a bigger platform than him, and it's like it's very clear that he's just like chasing clout.
Yeah, I mean that was what I was about to say. The answer is because he's a clout shark who is a massive Destiny simp. And, yeah, he just wants to get in front of everyone. I mean, he said it to Xanderhal, like, right to his face, too, where he was just like, yeah, I'm just trying to use you to get to Vosh. It's like, people should just ignore people like that. It's pathetic. It's not entertaining. It's sad. It's self-destructive. One of the most saddest arcs I've ever seen, personally.
Yeah, I hated him way before that stuff went down, but, like, it really frustrated me for a while because I knew how slimy he was before like it started to like eke out into his public persona, but I'm kind of glad it's out there in the open now and that people can really see him for what he is.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what was up. All I know is that for me, like I don't know a whole lot about Hans as a person. All I know is that like for a while he was running a decent show. I had a lot of nice times on his little panel, and then one day he got really fucking pissed at me. And then the meltdown happened. And I was like, apparently the inciting incident for this meltdown because of the school shit, but I do not understand it, and I still don't. I was baffled. I was in, like, when that was unfolding, I was literally in Canada getting my tongue split, and this dude was just like, I don't know, this dude was just, like, jumping on me about, like, school stuff and making memes about that I felt were pretty shitty, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And then it turned into this whole thing, and, it was very, 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 in my opinion, yeah, as Vermin says, it was very random. To me, I'm sure there's some things I can't see, but from my perspective, it was very, very random and nonsensical. So I don't know. I don't give a shit. I don't engage with that guy anymore. I just ignore him completely, except for to say that I think he's a giant fucking pathetic clout shark who should probably log off and take a break.
Same, to be honest. But yeah, that's just been on my mind lately. Is just like the whole MB stuff and trying to sort of tease out what my real feelings are on gender and how I present and how I identify and stuff like that, and how like even how seriously to take it, because like I still don't mind if people say he or anything, but I also don't mind like they them. So it's yeah.
That's fine. Like, I mean, I am non-binary, and I still generally prefer she, her pronouns, just because I lean femme, and that's just nice to me, and I think that's well within your rights, and if anybody tells you otherwise, they can fuck off. That's my position. I've been pretty vocal about that. Obviously, not everyone agrees, but a lot of people do, and a lot of people, and I think the based people do agree with that position, because people who think about gender for a little bit, if you take some time to actually think about what it is and how it functions, it's pretty obvious that it's completely and utterly arbitrary, and that, honestly, you're not doing anything all that radical by just kind of coming up with a gender and doing it, because that's what everybody else does. Literally, that's what everybody else does. There is no coherent definition of man or woman that anybody can come up with. It is the stupidest shit. Everybody who tries to do it looks like a fool, because 5 seconds later, somebody else will come in and go, that's not what a man is. That's not what a woman is. A woman is when you know how to cook, and a man is when you know how to shoot gun. And then it goes, wait a minute, that's not true, because what about, and then everybody starts fighting again. It's a stupid thing. Yeah. So like, let people be what they want to be. If man works for you, go for it. If him works for you, go for it. It's not that big of a deal, and we shouldn't treat it as so much of a deal, and we shouldn't try to like lock people into really, really stupid rules that are totally hypocritical and are mostly just selectively used to push right-wing agendas.
Yeah, I had a talk recently with Tom Foolery, who tried to like basically say that like gender is inherent or whatever, and like
That's
in that
ridiculous.
there's like male and female brains and stuff like that. And I was just like, well, there's no real, I don't see any like utility in distinguishing between man or woman. Like it doesn't, like why does our language have to have that distinction? It doesn't make any sense. Like what utility is gained from pointing out whether someone is feminine or masculine, whatever that means.
Yeah, that's the problem with this conversation. The conflation of sex and gender is a huge issue because, like, while you could make the argument that there are studyable differences to a certain degree between brains that have been heavily affected by testosterone and brains that have been heavily affected by estrogen, yeah, obviously we know there are differences in structure there. But first of all, we don't know what they mean or how they work. We don't know what any of it means yet. We still haven't figured basically any of that shit out. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything. There's just a huge skip gone that says, well, we know that like if you're born in you're born in a flood of testosterone, that that this is going to influence your brain structure a certain way, and that this is, but we don't know how much that actually affects our behaviors. We don't know how it affects our behaviors. So a lot of conservatives make this jump based on intuition, where it's like, well, yeah, but we know there's differences in the brain, and that means the boys do trucks and girls do sandwiches, that is like how it pans out for them. But that's not what any of it means. And this is why it's so important.
Tom Foolery even tried to say that. He tried to say that, like, you know, being a man somehow makes you more predisposed to liking football and stuff like that. And I'm like, but how do you know that? How do you know that it's due to you being born male?
Right.
Or just socialization, because we just encourage men to like football. Like it doesn't like you honestly, I don't think there is a way to know what is biologically pre-programmed for people's like interests. Like I don't think that's possible.
It's essentially impossible. It is so difficult to do that. And even if you can prove some sort of correlation, even if you could prove some sort of essential correlation that like, okay, yeah, if you are born, if in utero you're exposed, you have, XY chromosomes and you are exposed to a whole bunch of testosterone in the womb, okay, yeah, there's a chance you might like football more. Okay, but there's still fuckloads, millions of dudes who don't give a fucking shit about football. So you haven't actually.
I don't give a shit about football.
Yeah, you haven't given it. I mean, I am XY as far as I know. I haven't actually had a genetic test. It's possible I'm not, but I'm XY and was raised as a boy. And what I can tell you is, while I have never had any sort of interest in football, even when there was a lot of testosterone in my system, I never really liked it. I will tell you that I was literally pressured extensively by my family into doing various sports multiple times under duress. I had to drag myself to football practice, which I despised, because my dad thought that it would build character and it might spark some sort of traditional masculine interest. And I gotta say, I can't help but feel like those social factors might be a little bit more important than whether or not when I was a baby there was testosterone in the womb with me. Yeah. So yeah. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. Tom Fuller really made me mad because he tried to. During the discussion, he was like, you have all these people that are saying stuff about gender and all that don't know what they're talking about, going around and like moralizing against people. That's how you get Nazis. And I was just like, oh, what? So you're trying to say that my behavior is what leads to Nazis? And he's like, yes. And I was like, okay, well then I don't have to take you seriously ever again. And
that's left. Ridiculous. Yeah, if you'd stop being such a fruit, then there would be less Nazis. That's the argument that's being made. That's a stupid argument.
It wasn't that. He was trying to say that like I was like spreading misinformation or whatever about gender, and I was just like,
what misinfo?
Just like, I was just like, what misinfo? Like how do you spread misinfo about gender? Like that doesn't make sense. And it really frustrated me.
Tom Foolery should call in. We could have a talk about it.
And the thing is, like, he treated it as this Sigma moment where I left, and I'm like, no, I left because you were clearly just trying to throw me in with Nazis. Like you were literally just doing that to paint me in the worst light possible.
Yeah, it sounds bad. I wouldn't spend much time. I mean, I probably would have at that point, if that sort of thing happens, I would have started doing the making fun of thing. But regardless, not taking the conversation very seriously at that point is a fair response, in my opinion. That's a very silly opinion.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out of here. Like that's just really dumb. Because like, if it was a conversation about like anything related to Nazis, it's like okay, you can make that argument, but it had nothing to do with it. So it was just like, really, like this is literally the only reason to ever bring this up. Like, yeah, it's so dumb.
That's very obnoxious. Yeah. Well, LeftistOwl, it's been wonderful. We're probably going to bring in some other people here. Is there any other last memes you want to poke at me or whatever?
Go support KataraNä's fundraiser again.
Fuck yeah.
Shout out. Also support me on Twitch and follow. For some reason I shot up from like 400 followers to like 1K like within a few days.
Oh, that's fucking sick. Congratulations.
But I'm not sure if it's bots or not because it hasn't gone down in almost a week. Very strange, but
I don't know. I find Twitch followers Twitch follows to be very difficult to figure out because there's a lot of botting problems and it's very annoying.
Yeah, and that's the thing is because like I didn't really see much change in like my notifications, and it it happened overnight, so I was like I just assumed it was like a bot thing, but they still haven't gone down because usually with those bot things it trickles down over a few days, but it hasn't changed, so I'm just like, well, okay.
Hell yeah. Well, regardless, I'm happy to hear you're making more content. Keep up with us and drop your stream link in the chat, in the website chat, so people can throw you a follow.
Yeah, well, also if you ever want to talk like media analysis stuff, I'm so down. I'm actually trying to get my podcast done regularly each week on like talking about film and stuff like that.
Oh fuck yeah, that'd be sick as fuck. I've been really interested in doing more podcast stuff lately. So if you want to, I got to work out how I'm going to handle scheduling. I may be pulling on a scheduler, which would be sick as fuck. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, let's talk about that in the future, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely. Have you seen Midnight Mass?
I haven't yet, but that's on my watch list. It's very high on my watch list. I've been
really
recommended it a lot. Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, if you wanted to do like a discussion about that, I could probably watch it and prep for that because I've heard it's fucking sick and I really want to see it. So.
Oh yeah, because I've been wanting to talk about that for a while, and especially with me and you, because I know you've grown up in like a very religious household, and I did as well.
Yeah.
And while I didn't suffer as much, like trauma or like abuse as a result of it, it was still frustrating, and it was still, I still had to deal with a few problems. And I feel like we would have similar perspectives on the series and very, very interesting takeaways.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, I of course I'm very critical of Christianity and evangelicalism. I grew up in a particular extreme example, but like the same stuff exists elsewhere, and I'm hardly the only person who's dealt with a lot of the aspects, even though like my particular experience was uniquely extreme. A lot of the same stuff is propagated in other less extreme sects and still does a lot of harm. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody check out twitch.tv/TheLeftistOwl. Thank you so much for coming on, and congratulations, non-binary thriving, okay?
Hell yeah.
All right, bye for now.
See ya.
Yay! That was fun. Why, hello there. Hi. Hi, you coming in to say hi? Say hello, everyone. We got the dough and we got the fawn. Hi. Hi. Oh, your outfit looks so cute. Come here, you. Hi, fawn.
Hi.
All right. What's that? Yeah, I've taken a few bites. I haven't really had enough time. Give me just a second. Wait, what's that? Let's see here. Somniostatic, LeftistOwl mirrors a lot of the way I think about gender stuff. Yeah, that's the more non-binary people in the world, the better. Okay. What cult was I raised up in? I wasn't born in any cult, but I was raised up into the Calvary Chapel sect of non-denominational Christianity. They were like a weird prosperity doctrine church that started in the 80s or in the late 70s and then exploded. And yeah, they're really bad. Yeah. How long is Doe staying with me? Forever. Never, literally cannot leave. You hear that chinking and chain noises? That's the sounds of the actual literal chains that have Doe bound to me. You understand? Yeah. It cannot leave or move ever. What you see now is only the astral projection of the Doe. The real Doe is in the chain room and the Iron Maiden. Because I'm evil and bad.
Yes, you are, Mama.
She's
scary.
Right.
I'm
She's
evil and
right.
bad.
The scariest.
How's the...
So spooky.
Oh, spirit of Doe. How's the Iron Maiden spikes, huh?
Ow.
Yes, see? Proof! The chain room. There is no chain room that you know of. It's in the hidden area. It's in the secret area you have to have the red key to get into, and you don't know where the red key is. Because you didn't press space on all my walls going, ooh, 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 until you found it open up. You literally can count doors, not doors you can't see!
It's a door you can't open. You just have to walk through.
It's hidden behind a bookshelf. No, we've moved the bookshelf. It's somewhere else, and I won't tell you. You'll just have to walk around my apartment looking for walls that have slightly discolored textures and going, ooh, 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 ooh.
Find the secret chain room.
And then one will go,
Find the secret chain room, and there's a health up there and a big shield.
A big shield?
a big shield, the red key, and once you have the red key, then you'll be able to see the door that goes to the chain room. The perfect sound. Thank you. Exactly.
Am I also
Is Faun also projection? No. I just let Faun out of the chain room for a while. For some fresh air.
I don't remember ever being in there.
That's what you think. All right, I'm ready for the next caller. Let's do the next caller. Next caller. I love you. Are you going to give me a kiss?
Yeah.
Whoa, oh shit, everything's blowing up. Ah!
I'm sorry.
Mwah, I love you.
I love you too.
Okay, gotta put the mod day thing back up. Boop. Oh no, Doe okay? Doe is always okay.
I'm okay.
Yeah, see?
Oh.
Why, hello there! Is your username on Discord the name you would like me to list?
Yes, you can just call me Ink or Ink.
Alright. Alright, and what are your pronouns?
I use, he, they, they.
Alright, sick! An excellent combination of pronouns, if I don't say so myself. Welcome to the show, Ink. Wonderful to have you. And what would you like to talk about with me today?
So there's how much do you know about Homestuck?
Oh boy. That seems like a dangerous question to answer, to be completely honest. I know that there are trolls. I know that one of the characters is I think their name is Vriska, and they're mean and bad, and people are mad at them, but also some people really like them. And I know that everyone who likes Homestuck is a genocide denier.
And that their favorite
Okay,
film is
that's basically all you need to know for this. So what I'm here to do is give you a fun little personality quiz that will tell you your fun little extended zodiac sign.
Okay, sick. All right, I am so here for this. Please hit me with the personality. Please hit me with the Homestuck phrenology. I'm so fucking ready. Measure my skull.
There is the class spect quiz and there's the extended zodiac quiz, and I figured we could do both because we have enough time for that.
Sounds great.
Extended zodiac, 12 zodiacs, and then a combination of every single one of them.
Oh, okay.
So
hit me with. I mean, just let's go. Let's start me where it goes.
Okay.
I'll
so when you
follow
have
along
a
as best I can.
problem in your life, do you tend to go with the flow or do you tackle things head on? And if it's a mix,
tackle it
which
head
do you
on.
do more?
I tackle things head on. I'm stupidly forward about solving problems. If something is annoying me, I'm like, I must fix this.
Let's say you have the like airbending, okay?
Okay, yeah.
You have the ability to create and repair with it or change and manipulate things with it. What do you do?
Create and repair or change and manipulate?
Yes.
I feel like that's a distinction without a difference. Create and repair. But isn't repairing a form of manipulation? I guess I'll say, I don't know. That's really difficult. Change? Like change existing things or create new things? Ooh, this is a tough one.
Change existing things.
Okay. I guess I'll do change and manipulate because I'm a demon. So that sounds cool.
So from change and manipulate, the next one is change and manipulate or know and understand.
Oh, or know and understand. I don't give a shit about knowing anything. So, change and manipulate.
Change and manipulate or steal and strip.
Steal and strip? You mean like strip off my clothes?
No, steal, like strip something of its like essence. Or like in the case of air, stripping the air, like the freedom of something.
Oh, that's sick as fuck. I'm taking that one. I will strip others and take
Steal
away
and
their
strip
freedoms.
or use and exploit.
Use and exploit.
And then the last one is use and exploit or destroy and dismantle.
Dismantle.
Okay, so that gives your class as active and destroy and dismantle, which is the prince, princess, or monarch.
Sick. I'm a prince, princess, or monarch. That is very fitting as the queen of hell.
Yes.
Excellent.
So now we get to the fun part, which is I'm going to do the easiest part first, which is Prospit and Durst, which are the two moons in Homestuck.
Okay. What are they called?
And this is Prospit is the yellow one.
Okay.
And Durst is the purple one.
Durst is the purple moon. Okay. All right.
So Prospit is characterized as flexible optimism, reactive and intuitive, rely on emotion and gut instinct, and adaptable.
Okay.
And Durst is skeptic and cynic, tend to be dissatisfied with the world, inflexible and pessimistic, and rely on logic.
I mean, I feel like a hybrid between the two.
Yeah,
I do tend to, I mean, I guess like, I don't know. I rely on intuition frequently in like moments of duress, but I try to spend quite a lot of time preparing myself so that my intuitions in moments of duress is like good and well informed, if that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like I guess like out of those, I would probably have to go with the first option. In general.
Okay, so that's Prospit.
Yeah.
Now we get to the fun part. We get to see what you're the monarch of, which is the aspect.
That sounds sick. Okay. So what am I the aspect?
So these are just more one or the other questions.
Okay, sure.
And then it gets more in depth as it goes.
Ooh, this is fun.
Yeah, they're always so fun to do.
All right.
Knowledge or mystery?
Mystery.
I'm going to circle that so I can actually keep track. Advice or empathy?
Empathy.
Lead or follow?
Lead.
Chaos or order?
Chaos.
Self-identity or logic?
Self-identity, obviously.
Destination or journey?
Journey.
Okay. So that gives us, out of the 12 aspects that there are total, 6 that I can pick from.
Okay.
So I'm going to narrow them down even further.
Okay, sick.
So you have the ability, when someone is feeling down, do you tend to like show them how to feel better or just listen to them vent?
I think I probably lean generally towards the first one. But in the process of the first one, I will employ the second very frequently. I often will, people will frequently come to me and I will listen to what they have to say, and then I'll ask them if they would like me to explain what I think might be helpful. And yeah, so I would say that probably puts me in the first category, because I very rarely don't at least offer my own insights onto their situation. Though I try to be, I try to not like, I don't know, push my opinions on, like push advice on other people.
Interesting. So, would you say you put on different personas in different situations? Or are you more of like I have a one-fits-all personality?
Oh boy, that's really hard. That's a tough question. I would say probably realistically the first one. I wouldn't really say that I think that if people met me, they would probably think I'm very, very similar, to like how I am on stream and stuff like that. But like, of course, like I find myself having to play many roles, you know, when I step on, and that's part of how I imagine and understand myself. Like when I step onto stream, I have certain responsibilities and things I need to do. When I step off stream, I have certain roles and responsibilities I need to do. When I go into, you know, when I'm taking care of like, you know, hospital shit or whatever, or medical shit, I put on a certain, you know, approach. So I guess in a certain way that would like the ability to take on different roles is important to me. Though I don't really know if I would frame it the way this particular question does. That's an interesting question nonetheless.
Okay, so I have 5 left.
Okay.
How do you feel about taking on new projects?
I am pretty much always taking on new projects of some sort or another. I try to constantly be growing my frontiers. I don't like to become stagnant. And the way that my life is just been, you know, frequently undertaking new ventures and learning new skills. So yeah, I'm not particularly reluctant to start new things. I mean, hell, with streaming, I kind of just jumped into it and succeeded in this case, though that hasn't always happened in other ventures.
Okay, cool. So right now I'm kind of leaning towards either chaos, which is I'm either leaning towards rage, heart, or void. Because I don't know if you would be a space player, because space players tend to be very like viscerally cerebral, and like planning things out. Like they're like, yeah, I know the next 30 steps I'm going to take.
I think it depends on the
in
thing.
The moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that I try to live, you know, I try to actively ground myself in the moment. I probably used to be a lot more cerebral and whatever and like try to plot out all the eventualities, but I've shifted over the years and become a little bit more skilled with improvisation and whatever, and so yeah, I don't know, that's a tough one. I don't really think that I'm like I'm not a chess player really. I tend to I do like strategy, and I do like oh, actually, you know what the best way of doing this is like, you know, have you ever heard of like the writer dichotomy between the like architect versus the gardener, where like the architect like sits down and builds a whole world out, and they have
and
all
then the gardener
things...
just kind of lets it grow.
Yeah, the gardener takes seeds. So you have a couple of key aspects, and you drop them into the garden, and you let them sort of flow together in a little bit more of an organic and chaotic fashion. And that's definitely always been more my style. I've never been like, even writing, which I did before I streamed. Most of what I did before I streamed, honestly. I would take the gardener approach much more frequently. I guess it's just like, and that's also the types of even like when I play strategy games, I tend to prefer games that allow me to take more of a gardener approach, where there's lots of dynamic factors, lots of things that can be tossed your way. I like that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Out of the following, which do you think would be the most important to you?
Ooh.
The ability to start new things and start new projects.
Uh-huh.
The ability to tear something down if it's not going well and start over.
Uh-huh.
Or your self-identity.
That's a really tough one. To be able to start new things, to tear things down and start over, or self-identity. I mean, my self-identity is important, but I don't know what aspect this necessarily plays into. Like, for example, if I was to be like slotted into a project where I had to maintain like a singular identity for a long period of time, that would bother me. But also, I don't know that I would feel much liberation from just being able to like control my identity within that space, but then not really like have a material ability to go. So I guess maybe I would say that being able to tear down and start over is pretty important for me, especially given that like how much I've done it in my life. I've talked about this before in the past, but like I've lived all over the country. I've started over 1 million times. So yeah, it's probably pretty important to me. Mm-hmm.
So that makes you a monarch of rage.
Ooh.
And if you look up Prince of Rage, you can see what that outfit looks like.
All right, let's take a look. So Homestuck, Prince of Rage. Let's take a look here. That's sick. That's fitting because the Mama Mold is my icon. Oh, sick. Wait, how do I know which one of these is the real deal?
It'll be kind of pixely.
Oh, pixely. Okay, so it'll be like this. Oh, cute. Hold on, let's open this up. This is so cute. Oh, this is really my vibe. Look, I love purple. Purple is my favorite color. Wow. And looks like there's some other art too. Like, look at this. Oh, where'd it go? Look at this character. Oh, this character's sick. The Prince of Rage. Wow, that's definitely me. Look, even got the devil horns. Wow. All right, sick. That's fucking awesome. I'm satisfied with this answer.
So now we get to your fun little extended zodiac sign.
Ooh, give me the extended one. Let's do it. This is sick.
So what is your regular zodiac sign?
Oh, wait, like the Chinese zodiac, or I think I'm a fire
the
horse.
Greek zodiac.
Oh, okay, so that would be Libra, if I remember correctly.
All right, so Libra, Prospect, Rage, Libicorn.
A Lubicorn? What's that
Libicorn.
mean? Libicorn?
So Libicorn is the signs possessed. The sign of Libicorn is the unique combination of all qualities held by teal signs, Prospect dreamers, and rage bound. So I'll tell you what each of those are. So teal signs. Teal signs are natural charmers. Social and flirtatious, they're great at parties and public speaking events. Even though they aren't afraid to use their many engaging qualities in both personal and business ventures, they have a strong moral sense. Right and wrong are very obvious to a teal sign, and it can frustrate them when others don't see the world the same way they do. Their idealism can make them strong defenders of justice, but it can also result in them being incredibly let down. Their strict adherence to procedure can lead to errors in judgment. They can be gullible and too quick to trust. They have vibrant imaginations, enjoy fiction, role-playing, and often those games will resemble the lives they want to be living. Deep down, they often long for a hero or someone they can idolize and count on, with the smarts and charisma to keep up with them. Unfortunately, they have a tendency to get involved with people who are very obviously wrong for them out of a desire to not be alone. Many teal signs are better off being single, at least until someone really extraordinary comes along.
I think I found an alternative. Solution, which is collect many partners.
True.
Yeah. Maybe I
So
sidestepped
the lunar
that one.
sway is
Oh,
Prospect.
Okay.
Marked by a flexible optimism, the personalities of Prospect dreamers are reactive and intuitive. They naturally exist in the present rather than look to the future or obsess over the past. While making decisions, Prospect dreamers tend to rely on gut instinct and whatever emotions they're experiencing in the moment. This makes them quick to act and reliable in a crisis, but can also make them capricious. They have trouble thinking things through, and their feelings toward specific situations and decisions can change from day to day. They solve problems with creativity rather than cold logic, often seeing multiple options with ease and clarity. Because they generally take things as they come, Prospect dreamers are less rebellious. They're adaptable instead of struggling against authority, which I don't think fits you right there, but
I don't know.
they'll find
I
a way to coexist with it.
I don't expect anything like this to go, but I mean, I will say, at least for a large portion of my life, I wasn't particularly fixated on direct rebellion, more adaptability. And that is, I mean, that changed a lot when I left the church, of course, but which was some time ago now. But yeah, I can see that. I can see it.
The thing is, I think your aspect overrides your lunar sway here.
That makes sense.
So your aspect is rage. Those bound to the aspect of rage are bringers of chaos. They possess great contempt for lies or false ideas, including the stability that false ideas can impart. The true is far more important than the good. They would tear down a system just to destabilize it if by their reckoning it was built on faulty premises. Often, the rage-bound prefer anarchy to any alternate forms of civilization, which they believe to be riddled with lies and foolishness and obedient masses. They are bringers of confusion and doubt that could be frustratingly difficult to convince otherwise when they have attached themselves to an idea. If they sound dangerous, they are. The rage-bound tend to be the most volatile and unpredictable of the aspects. At their best, they are original, revolutionary, and fearless. At their worst, they are cruel, uncompromising, and vicious.
Whew, I'm all those things. At all times. Cruel, uncompromising, vicious, and what was the first part? Based and amazing?
Yeah. Original, revolutionary, and fearless.
Hell yeah. I think I could make those things. I don't know about that. I have a lot of fears, but I do ignore them most of the time.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part of being fearless.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah.
That was fun as hell.
Yeah, if you look up Libicorn, Libi, and then corn on online, you should be able to find what that
symbol
what that
I
looks
got
like.
it right here, I think I got this symbol here. Let me bring it up real quick. Here's the symbol of the Libicorn. That's me right there.
The sign of the dismantler.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I will dismantle everything, including your gender. That's right. You don't. If you like it, you don't get to keep it.
My gender is being dismantled this very
I'm
second.
dismantling it. That's right. All of you in chat are now any all. Take that. Fuck you. Okay, that's not true. I wouldn't do that. That's forcible misgendering. I wouldn't do that. But
My
that's
gender,
sick.
It's being dismantled.
You can't. There's nothing you can do about it. You all are feeling your genders come apart at the seams.
But yeah, that was really fun. I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, I love that shit. That was awesome. That was really fucking fun. Thank you. I don't know enough about Homestuck to know all this stuff, but this seems really fun, and the characters I'm seeing look really cute.
Yeah, Homestuck is a lot of fun. Just don't read the actual Homestuck webcomic. It sucks.
It sucks? Does it?
Yeah, they made 2 epilogues. Both of them sucked, and then they made Homestuck 2, and that sucked. And there's a character, I shit you not, called Yiffany.
Yiffany? Wait, but that's
Yiffany.
Poggers.
She's a dog girl.
She's a dog girl? That's sick! I love dog girls!
Her name is Yiffany.
I love it. I stan Yiffany. Yiffany, queen. Okay?
We all stan Yiffany.
I stan Yiffany, 100%. Listen, I'm partial to dog girls, okay? It's just how it goes. Just watch the Sarah Z video about it. You'll get the gist. Will I? Will I? Should I? I don't think I will. I think it's more fun to be able to enjoy it like this.
But yeah. The only good Homestuck content is the content the fans make themselves, and whatever the music gets put out.
Maybe that's the magic then.
Yeah, that's just because Toby Fox slaps. Yeah, Toby Fox and James Roach are like the 2 main people who do Homestuck. Like the music. James Roach will straight up make a banger song and then name it something insane. Like he named one of the songs an ASCII image of Bowsette.
Oh, I mean, I think that's cool, if not making it impossible to actually search for.
Oh no, it's typed out AN ASCII image of Bowsette.
Oh, that's a great name. Okay, I like that name.
He named one of them. I think I'm just going to name this one something normal. Oh no, beans.
Beans. Beans.
It's just so.
I like Toby
great.
Fox though. I like Toby Fox. I liked Undertale. Sans Undertale was a fantastic game. And the music was good. And I also listened to the album that was made afterwards. It was called oh shit, now I can't. Determination, I think it was what it was called. It was sick as fuck.
If you ever want to listen to the best piece of Homestuck music, you already heard Megalovania.
Of course.
Because who hasn't?
Who hasn't? Blue Eye.
The
What's that?
I'm trying to think. Suburban Jungle is really good.
Suburban?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
SBURB and then AN. Suburban Jungle. It's so good.
All right, I will look
slaps.
this up. When I search this on Google, all I get is racism.
What?
No, never mind. Okay, never mind. That was something else. Here it is. Let's listen to this right now. Hold on. Ooh. This is pretty sick.
And then it gets even better.
This is sick. I can get behind this.
This is from Act 1 of like 6.
So this is all fan-made then? Or something?
This is, I think this was either James Roach or Toby Fox, but this is from the original Homestuck.
Wow. Alright. I don't want to get hit for this if this is copyrighted. I don't know if it is. But that was sick.
Either, but yeah.
That was fucking sick. Thank you for sharing that. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Ink, do you want to hit me with any last memes before we bring on the next guest? That was fucking sick. Thank you for teaching me that I am a spirit of rage. A monarch of rage.
Yes, absolutely. I have no meme other than trans rights. I love frogs. Look up a photo of a white tree frog.
I know what a white tree frog is. I went hunting for them once.
Cute.
They're so cute. I went hunting for them once. It was sick.
They're just, wow, chef's kiss amazing.
They are amazing. Frogs
I wish
are sick.
everybody a great night. Thank you to
Happy
the mods.
Impmas.
And
Thank you.
Happy Impmas.
Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously, it was wonderful. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
That was so much fun. Everyone, if you are here and you're enjoying the show, please like and subscribe. It's very easy to subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/DemonMama, and hit the subscribe button so you get to see all of my other content that isn't call-in streams, but that is equally awesome. If you can believe it, it's Friday once again. All right, everybody. It's not Friday. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Yeah, Impmas forges onwards. It's Wednesday. It's my Thursday. If you're in Thursday or you're in Wednesday, it doesn't matter. It's Friday once again. Everybody's... I'm ready to go. Let's bring another person in. Let's get those likes and subscribes. Smack them. Smash them. Monday. It's still Impmas? Yes, I haven't declared it over, have I? Argo! Welcome, Argo!
Can you hear me all right?
I can. Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on a second. Let me turn you up just a tiny bit here. Pronouns, Argo?
She, they, bugg. Spelled with 2 G's.
All right. Let's see here. All right. Okay. And let me just make sure I got this here. There we are. Okay. Fantastic. Welcome to the show, Argo. It is wonderful to have you on and great to speak with you once again. What can I talk to you about tonight?
I sort of had like a couple things that it's like I could just kind of like say like, hey, these are a couple topics I like to do. Any of them that you want to do, all cool with me. So I could just like list a few, and I guess whatever you think is most interesting, you can do.
Okay. Real quick, I have one small request. Do you think there's any way you could move a little closer to your mic because it dropped down again?
Oh yeah, sure. One moment.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic if we could. Yeah.
Hey, is this any better?
That is much better. Thank you very much. That's
sure.
perfect. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, sick. So, okay, hit me with the topics and we'll go through them. I'll try and choose which one's most interesting if there is one that is most interesting. If not, we'll just grab one at random.
All right. One of them was going to be language in relation to like how it interacts with how people think.
Okay.
So I was going to bring it up because it was like the original thing I wanted to talk to you like way back when I tried to schedule something with you. This was like a long time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My
scheduling this year.
It's no worries. It was just like stuff kept coming up. It happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say like, oh, it could be a cool topic to kind of like talk about like how cults interact with language because they use it in a very interesting way, harmful way, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, that is super interesting. Okay.
So
that's a really
one
interesting topic.
Another one would like potentially be like otherkin issues or like plural issues because I am both otherkin and plural. So, I mean, like, I don't know if you want to kind of like talk about some of the stuff involving that. I mean, that could be really cool.
Yeah, it could be. My only concern with that topic in particular is that we might run out of time because we only have so much time for each call. However, we could have a longer form conversation about it sometime, or you could, if you have like stuff to prime me on it, that might be helpful as well. I just worry that like our like soft 10 to 15 minute like range might not be enough to get through all of the discussion about plural and otherkin. So maybe let's go with the first one for this particular conversation, if that's cool.
Oh, I would think that'd probably be the most complicated one, but yeah, sure.
Maybe, but it is like a singular contained topic we can discuss.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Hit me with it.
So I should probably give a little bit of background. I do have a degree in linguistics, which is super cool. Obviously, I don't have like the most education. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I don't have the like most education because like I could have PhD or something, but like it's like enough to talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
But major interest that I've had was trying to figure out like how language interacts with how we think. Some interesting things to note would be if anyone knows anything about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis or the Hopi time controversy. Don't worry, I'm not getting into like any of like the controversial stuff with that, though I can touch on it if like you're curious.
Okay, I don't know about either of those things off the top of my head, so
it's the reason why a lot of people don't talk about how language interacts with how people think anymore because people used it for racist means back in the day.
Wow, that's really fucked. I mean, it doesn't surprise me though. Yeah.
Yeah, an unfortunate thing with linguistics and as opposed or in addition to a couple other humanities is that people try to use them to be terrible.
Yeah, that's true about a lot of sciences, unfortunately. A lot of people use that sort of shit to be as shitty as they can while getting away with it. Yeah. And under the name of, it's for knowledge or science or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, they're just racist and they wanted excuses to be racist, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. An interesting thing to note is that, so the way people tend to interact with language would be like you grow up speaking a language, right? You can speak more than one. And then like your like native language tends to shape a lot of the way that you think about something. It's not like deterministic in any way, but it can have a huge impact.
Of course.
So like an example of this would be like you can see in a lot of cultures that have like or in a lot of languages that have grammatical gender, you can see that they will tend to associate certain concepts or like talk about certain concepts in more masculine, feminine, or neuter ways, depending on like what kind of grammatical genders their language would have.
Okay. So you're saying that basically the existence of such a linguistic concept leads to sort of like leads to a certain type of characterization that might not otherwise be there in a different language.
Yeah, so one interesting thing that we can take from this is sort of looking at how some people might try to use how people speak to sort of influence how they think about it. This isn't exactly new though, because this was actually like one of the founding ideas behind like Newspeak when Orwell was writing 1984. That was literally the point behind it. So it's just like a really interesting thing that like people will try to manipulate speech to sort of change how people think about certain issues, and a major unfortunate result of this is like how cults will operate.
I mean, that's something I experienced. Like, this is something I've talked about before. Like, for example, until I was in my 20s, I literally just did not have the language to understand, like, being trans. That didn't, like, I didn't have the words for it. I had literally been, like, insulated from such concepts. And so the way I understood it was very different, and it was very shocking to understand these different conceptualizations at that time, because I simply had never come into contact with a lot of the language that is necessary to even discuss these things. So I think that's kind of a part of it. I would assume that's kind of what you're talking about. Like a cult is able to restrict access to certain types, to certain concepts and words that we would otherwise use to be able to talk about and communicate certain concepts or ideas. They can restrict that, or they can eclipse it by having their own sort of internal vocabulary with certain words. Is that along the right right path?
Yeah, definitely, especially since I also sort of experienced something possibly not to the same extent you had, but I remember like I had to go to like this religious school for a large portion of my life. And I remember, like, they basically taught us to think of God as like, oh yeah, haha, he's always watching, always in your thoughts.
Yeah.
If you think something bad, you're going to hell.
Yes.
He's listening. Yep. And it's like that. Like, I'm just gonna tell you, as like a young queer kid, like that really messes with you.
It does, yeah. I mean, I've talked about the sort of internal God panopticon that's created by believing that there is an all-powerful entity that can read all of your thoughts and knows all of your intentions in any moment. It is it will mess with your head so much, and like the amount of guilt and agony that I experienced when I was younger from that sort of thing, I've talked about on the stream and in my private life extensively. Things like, I mean, God, like the amount of guilt that you get from having attraction that you're not supposed to have, like being attracted to someone of the same sex, will haunt you because you know God knows by that. In that worldview, God knows what you did, and there's no way you presumably didn't have any say in it, but it's in your head and God knows it, and it's a sin.
Yeah, especially since like once people can sort of get you into that idea that like God is always watching you, and like that sort of idea, if they're the one that's telling you what God thinks, they can make you do whatever they really want to.
They can decide what it is that God cares about when he's watching you. Yeah.
So they'll use certain things. They'll say like, oh, this is how we're gonna, like, once they have you by that, they can start changing like how people, like, you'll think about certain things. Like they'll talk to you about in certain ways. Like they don't talk about things as being like good or bad. They'll talk about it as like sinful or not sinful. Because if you can try and think of like ways to go, well, wait a second, that's not really like a good, like that's not necessarily a bad thing, why shouldn't I? They'll say, oh well, no, it's sinful, so you shouldn't do it.
And there's multiple layers of this too. Like in the religion that I grew up in, they would talk about worldly knowledge frequently, and worldly knowledge was inherently flawed assumptions that were basically built by mankind as opposed to from God. And anything could be labeled as worldly knowledge, and that would basically undermine its value entirely. Things like psychiatry or psychology or medicine or evolution. These things were worldly knowledge, not just like there contest with the way this knowledge was gathered, or the conclusions that this knowledge came to? But no, it's its own class of sinful worldly knowledge that can be ruled out and completely disregarded, and that seems to be an important part of how the cult maintained control over the ideology, was labeling lots of things as worldly knowledge that you don't even need to think about. You never even need to put those into your head, because it's all flawed from the get-go.
Yeah, so this ties really heavily into like how like language can be used to control people, because like we have this experience with like Christianity as well as like other people being like getting that with other like cults, because they'll sort of be, because like we're talking about it from a very Christian perspective, but there are very other like cult, what's the term for it, like there are other ways of organizing cults, and there are lots of other and it's just like all the ways that they'll manipulate language and all that. It's just
in many ways language is how we think. We use language as a way to build thoughts, or to build certain types of thoughts, many types of thoughts that allow us to piece the world together. And if people are able to capture control of of language, then it can be extremely limiting. That's also why influence is part of my belief as to why we should push the limits of language, which, interestingly ties in with a lot of my gender takes. I think that the way we talk about and think about gender is controlled with an agenda. The binary is built because it supports the status quo, and there are people who benefit from the status quo who are invested in keeping it that way and ensuring that our language doesn't shift, because that could open people up from slipping out from under whatever structure they have.
But language already shifts is like a thing that a lot of people don't understand, because people will set like rules and like style guides and stuff like that, but not realizing those style guides do update quite often,
of course,
to the point where it's like we can even look back like 50 or so years ago, like people spoke differently, different terminology was used. Like I remember like there was a big thing with like how they caught the Unabomber was looking at how he wrote and like figuring out like what kind of like profile he might have based on his specific dialect or way that he specifically spoke.
It can become incredibly it can be incredibly telling, like what influences someone has by the language they use in certain circumstances, and others maybe perhaps not, but in some cases for sure. I think that's like super interesting. Actually, I didn't know that about the Unabomber. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Specifically, it was because he was very insistent on using a certain phrase, quote unquote, correctly, and he believed that other people used it incorrectly. It was having to do with to have your cake and eat it too. It was to eat your cake and have it too. And the reasoning was because if you eat something, you cannot then have it afterward. And it was apparently the original form of the phrase, but language shifted past him, but he kept using it that way.
That's interesting. Damn, what a self-report.
That was one of the ways they were able to pin him.
Damn, what a self-report. Ooh, self-reported by pedantry about cake. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Argo, that's like super interesting. And I would actually love to have, at some point, once I get my scheduling under control, a longer form conversation about these things. But that's like, I'm really happy we got to talk about this. Was there any other things you wanted to add? Please. Yes.
Well, one thing really quickly related to this that I wanted to just blow your mind on right now,
please,
is we actually don't know how to categorize language. Like people will say like, oh, well, don't we have languages, dialects, and stuff? I swear, like you zoom out and it's like, oh yeah, we have like these broad categories that we can assign. I actually tried to do my senior thesis on it. It was so frustrating. Like the more you zoom in on like language, the more you get into like speech groups and all that. It's like like you actually cannot categorize language at like a micro level or like a smaller level. The line between language and dialect is literally non-existent because there's so many outliers.
That's wild. Yeah, language is so chaotic and organic that it is it's fascinating just in that aspect, in how it manages to function while still being so subject to chaos.
Yeah, because a lot of the time, language lines are literally only drawn for through political lines, because you have like Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, like Scandinavian languages, North Germanic, that are very, very similar. There's a high amount of mutual intelligibility there, but then you'll also have stuff like Cantonese, Hakka, Mandarin, or like other things there, where like I don't know if like a lot of areas over there might categorize those as different languages. They might call it different dialects or something. Though you also have stuff like Urdu and Hindi, which like if you actually look at it, there aren't actually that many differences, and a lot of linguists might call them like registers of each other. But like we look back at it, and it's like people generally call them two different languages.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just very interesting. And
so
I
the lines,
thought it was
lines that break down the difference between what is a dialect and what is a a language, like a capital L language, is mostly political, is what you're saying. That it has to do with national boundaries and definitions that can be utilized to leverage power, as opposed to act like any sort of grounded on the structure of the language or origin of the language itself. It's about how can we draw a line around this, is what you're saying basically.
Plus dialect continuums make it like impossible, because it's like A is like B is like C, but A and C are not like each other. So it's like how do you
how do you bridge that? And the answer is that we don't necessarily know, and that there might not be a way directly or a clean way to do it.
Yeah, it's so wild. And the reason I brought it up was because it informs how I think about gender as well.
Yeah,
I thought that'd be a cool parallel to share.
It absolutely is, and that's my angle as well. Like I don't have half the qualification or the reading done on language as you, but that's sort of the way that I look. You know, my understanding of the sort of extreme subjectivity of language and the extreme variance in language also made me think, like, opened me up to thinking about that with regard to gender as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if people don't believe me in this sort of thing, look up when Scots got considered a language.
Yeah. Scots. That's wild.
Yeah, people are like, oh, Scots is just broken English or whatever, and then they realized this rich, like, written history of it and all that, of how it, like, broke off from English and had a lot of other things for a long time. But, like, people didn't recognize it until very recently. It was a huge political thing.
Yeah, it was I seem to recall some of the conversations around this. Basically, Scots being very, very certain actors being incredibly motivated to ensure that it doesn't become a language, because they didn't want to grant it like credence as a language, which to me is remarkably political.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just really want to share this with you because I thought you'd find it interesting. Plus, it's a really cool parallel with gender.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with me. It's been wonderful, and I think that judging by people discussing in chat, I think that other people found this conversation topic very useful as well. So thank you so much, and Mary.
And I'd love to have a longer conversation with you at some point in regards to any of the topics. If you ever want to like hit me up in private or something, like say like, hey, can you like help me out with learning about certain things? Like, no problem. Just like let me know. I can hit you up with some resources and stuff.
Hell yeah, that's super helpful, because I imagine there will be times where this topic will come in where having help on this topic would be very handy, and you've helped me in the past on it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I remember we had a huge conversation about it.
It was quite a while ago, but yeah, it was great. Thank you so much, Argot, and Mary Impmas. Thanks for coming on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Really glad I could be part of the stream.
Likewise. I'm very happy to have you on, and have a wonderful night.
All right, you as well. Have a good one.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Give me just a second here. I am going to go. I'm going to go and use the restroom real quick, and Faun is going to entertain you. Faun tent time. Faun tent and Doe tent. Looks like Doe's here too. So all right, I'm going. Here's the head. I gotta go to the bathroom. It's the it's hour.
It's hour.
It's the it's hour.
It's.
I'm going to the bathroom. You have fun. I'll be back.
Itsmas.
Wait, can I have my phone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. Friends. Yes. Hello. Doe. Faun Doe. Faun Doe. Faun Doe. Faun and Doe. It's the dough, everybody. It's the it's hour.
It's hour. Hello, says the cat.
Hello.
Doe's doing the emoji thing.
Emoji thing.
Doe comfy. It's Doe comfy.
It is Doe comfy. Yes.
I'm always Doe comfy.
Doe comfy. Hope y'all are enjoying your call-in stream, asking goofy questions. I was only paying a little bit of attention, but someone came in and started talking about Homestuck. Pretty cool. Yes, the dog bed is on the floor. It's over there,
Yeah,
just
it's
out
right
of sight.
here, under this table.
Yeah, it's a little cupboard. Yinglet's ready. Oh. I love Yinglets. They're so cute. They're funny. I liked how they're kind of like lizardy and kind of weaselly, but then they have those really thin limbs. They're like stretchy dog limbs, kind of. And they have claws, and they go. They're fun. Oh, and they're big gays. It is, yes, the forest critter mission. The critter mission. Doe's hair is good. Ellie and I cut it.
I really like it.
Yeah. The mama. Stretchy dog limbs. There is a little bit of kobold DNA in them, but they're definitely, well, of course there's different interpretations of kobolds, and I could say that if Yinglets didn't have, they weren't their own thing, and everything wasn't built around them, someone might go, is that a kobold? Yeah, of course. You had kobolds in mind. Swarm of them. A swarm of Yinglets. I make sure that none of them scream. And then it get real messy inside of there. Oh, this is Doe.
Hi, I'm Doe.
Who's Fawn's friend is Doe. Yeah, Doe has been selling in really well.
It's been really good.
Drug shrooms. A dream where we went to go get drug shrooms? Why were they growing in the woods? I don't trust that. I saw that Friday the 13th remake. That dude, he was growing weed in the woods, so the teenagers would come and try to steal his weed, and then he got him. He nabbed him. It is true that Doe is comfy.
That is true.
I mean, to be fair, egomaniac, most things grow in manure. Like, fertilizer is put on everything. So, yeah, probably. The weed cave. Sees the means of getting high.
Poop makes the world go round.
It depends what you mean. They're literally by shrooms. There are mushrooms literally everywhere, all over the place, especially in spring and autumn. I have some really nice pictures of them on my phone that I found, but there were some really big ones, like just outside my house, that I didn't take pictures of while I could because I'm a dummy. But they were very cool. There was like one that was like a disc mushroom, and one that was a cup, and it was weird and spongy. Favorite mustard?
I really like spicy Dijon mustards.
Yeah.
Like, I think those are really good.
I tend to like those. Yellow mustard can be okay sometimes, but it's just like
the only
very
thing
vinegary and doesn't have a lot of like real seasoning to it.
Yeah, the only thing I want like regular mustard on, and I would prefer Dijon, but like the only thing I would eat it on is probably like a hot dog. Like, I don't know what else I would want yellow like regular mustard on. I don't know.
Cancel Obama for having Dijon mustard on his hot dog.
I forgot about that.
What is this? This is in the same genre as freedom fries, isn't it? It's like, oh, yeah. Yellow mustard is American, and you're putting Dijon on there. What? I don't know what country Dijon is from. I poop on it. What the fuck is poop on? Dijon.
Oh my god.
I'm not here for that. I want my ketchup and that's it. There's some people, some people get a hamburger and they just want ketchup and a piece of cheese on it. They don't got nothing else on it. No onions, no lettuce.
Wait, Faun, what's your favorite sauce?
My favorite sauce?
Yeah.
I mean, I really like buffalo sauce.
Yeah.
Buffalo sauce is pretty good, and like horseradish sauce, definitely.
Horseradish is good. Those are good choices.
You knew people named Dijon? That's wild. Wow. Okay, it's not that wild. I guess it does. It's a name. It is a name. I can't say anything. I've had some funny names in my time. I've known some people with some weird freaking names.
I used to know someone named Sock.
Sock.
I liked them a lot. They were cool.
Yeah, that is a good name.
Yeah.
Well, I've known people with like cute pet names and stuff, and people with like kind of odd names. Like I know someone named Worms, and that's a cute name.
Yeah, that's cute.
But then like when I was a teenager, no, not teenager. What am I talking about? When I was in elementary school, I knew twins who were named after two specific presidents, and they were twin girls named after male presidents, and they were cringe presidents, and it was very unfortunate names for them to have. But they were nice. They were good friends. Yeah, most wasabi paste is horseradish, but it's because horseradish is like a root, I think, in the same way that the wasabi stuff is. So they're relatively similar, but of course, wasabi is more expensive usually because horseradish is grown more freely around the place. Yeah. I have had actual wasabi before. It's not like it has an interesting flavor, but it's not like necessary. Yeah, it's not necessary to. Homestuck naming scheme.
Thank you. Hi.
Yeah. You know the command, everybody. Just apply that.
Okay.
There you go. You just okay, Faun okay.
Faun okay.
Do we have a dough okay?
No, we don't have a dough okay
We need a
yet.
dough okay.
I can make a dough okay.
We need a dough okay.
Okay.
Dough okay. All right. I'm apparently going on with Xanderhal next.
Whoa, shit.
With the Xanderfield.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Xanderfield, let's go.
We're gonna go
He
talk
hates
about Xanderfield,
Tuesdays.
perhaps. What's that?
A dough mode? We have a lot of dough modes. We got all
We've
sorts
got
of
tons
dough
of dough
modes.
modes.
Look, we got two that I made. We got dough thoughts and we got dough bad.
Dough bad.
Yeah, I made. Oh,
Yeah, take it.
Dough
I
bad.
haven't been able to eat it, so it's really yummy. So go ahead and grab. It's very drippy, so be careful.
don't bring
Drippy.
up Minecraft or the pills.
Let me in.
What?
I'll bring up both.
Pills?
Yeah, the pills. Hold on, Xanderhal's in here. Now you're talking to Xanderhal. Say hi.
Hi. Now I'm talking to Xanderhal.
Hello.
Hi, I didn't realize you came in here. Hi, I'm Faun. This is I'm
Hi,
Mama's partner. And for some
Hi.
reason I'm still here because
You're
I
still
didn't
here
know that
'cause
you were
were
gonna
having
go.
fun.
Yeah, I
'Cause
was
they
having
love the
fun.
content. That's
Yeah.
why. You're here
Okay.
for the
Well,
fun
nice
time.
to meet
All right,
you.
you ready?
Nice to meet you too. I gotta give you back to the mama now.
Zing zing.
Bye, Xanderfield.
Johnny test whip crack noise. 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 Johnny
Don't
test whip
remind
crack.
me.
Hi,
Don't remind me.
Xanderfield. It's great to talk with you. How are you doing?
It's tough out here. Still waiting
tough
on Hightail.
Still waiting on Hightail? Okay, but how are the jizz pills doing?
I've never just hilarious amounts of cum.
Hilarious amounts of cum?
Hilarious amounts.
Wow. That's incredible. So, like, are you saying, like, when you cum, it blows out the windows of your house? That's what I consider hilarious levels of cum. What the? That's your phone. Oh, my phone was in my pocket.
It's enough that one time I just looked at it for a minute and just could not stop laughing.
Holy fuck.
At how much it was.
But I'm glad to hear that Lonnie is not drowned as of yet.
Not yet.
So, Xanderhal, how have you been?
Well, I had a little bit of a rough time because of YouTube strikes, but I know you've had
YouTube,
issues with
I
very
mean,
similar
love
issues.
YouTube. Love YouTube. We love it here, everybody.
Yeah, Susan Wojcicki, please marry me. Yeah, a little bit of a rough time there, but overall, having a pretty good time. Tomorrow, I'm actually, or not tomorrow, probably Friday now. I'm gonna be going to Big Bear and seeing snow for the first, at least up close, for the first time since I was maybe 12. And I've only seen snow up close and like touched it a few times in my life as a Florida boy, an island boy.
Okay.
I'm pretty hyped for that. That's gonna be on Friday.
Wow. So you're going, wait, sorry, can you say that again, what you're doing? You're going to see snow?
Yeah, up in the mountains in Big Bear, down here in Southern California. And we're going to go snow tubing. I haven't seen snow since I was like 12, so I'm super excited.
Okay, yeah, snow is awesome. I think snow is cool, and snow tubing is incredibly fun. So I hope you have a really good time, because that sounds awesome. There's a little bit of snow here. In fact, there's actually a decent amount of snow where we're at here. I'm happy to hear that you're going to be getting to see some snow. See, I come from Maine, where it's snow most of the year. So, you know, I've never been far from snow most of my life. But I understand the excitement and novelty that comes from not having seen snow in a while. Oh, thank you, Lonnie. Thank you for the congratulations on 15K. Yeah, it's been a slow climb, but we finally made it. Finally made it.
Honestly, DemonMama, I'd take where you're at over growing subs but not having as much of a dedicated fan base any day. Your audience is very dedicated.
They are,
and you have like a very high viewership on your streams, as like per your sub count. Like you're getting like the amount of subs or the amount of viewers in your streams I was getting at 50K, and you're at 15K. So
that's actually wild.
It's definitely a good position to be in.
Sorry, my video crashed there for a second. So did my audio. Jesus.
Damn.
It's not the mic. It's the fucking Elgato. It's not my fault. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty thankful for the intensity of my fan base. That's kind of always been my approach. I've sought to encourage people to really get to know each other, to you know, connect with other people who are associated with the channel and stuff like that, and make friends and whatever. And I think that's paid off really well. I certainly like the more comfy thing. Maybe it'll hamper my growth in the long run, but so far it's ensured that I can keep making the show and have food, which is awesome, and I really appreciate that. And I don't know. One of these is one of ours. Is one of these. This one's really cold, so this one's probably mine.
This one's really cold too.
Oh, okay.
I should probably open your stream so I can see the chat.
Oh yeah, seeing chat is a good idea.
Gives us a lot to bounce off of.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I was just Faun was trying to find the soda, and I couldn't find my soda, and then we both had ice cold sodas that we just pulled in unbeknownst to each other and had laid them in different locations.
Hey everybody!
It's nothing. It's just explaining. Yeah. But yeah. So, yeah, like, fuck, it has been a wild ride in content creation lately, and I gotta say, I haven't been having I feel like YouTube's been having a lot of issues lately. I got a fucking copyright strike on my channel for some stupid bullshit that I've now had to take to like legal shit. I know you got hit with the fucking COVID bullshit.
I got hit with the copyright strike 2 days before Christmas for footage that Cherry used as background footage for a debate. But Cherry had, like 2 weeks after the upload, Cherry had like uploaded just that footage and privated it to see if it would get copyrighted to make sure beforehand, and they striked it 2 weeks later. Cherry's working on getting that resolved, but I still have the copyright strike. Then on Christmas Eve, a video I did reacting to Candace Owens and Donald Trump, like that interview that came out where Trump's like, take the vaccine, it's safe and everything.
Yeah.
I was reacting to that, and YouTube striked it on Christmas Eve. I talked to a live representative in like that live chat feature they added, where you can press that chat box in YouTube Studio and talk to an employer or an employee, and they upheld the strike in the live conversation. Were super dodgy. I was like, what specifically did I say that broke TOS? And they wouldn't tell me. They just said, oh, you violated our TOS about vaccines. I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
And and then like I go to bed, or no, that was not yet. I like later that night, the appeal goes through on the same day, and the video gets unstriked on Christmas Eve, and I'm like super happy. Like, okay, I'm unstriked on Christmas Eve. Cool, okay.
Hell yeah.
So I go to bed, wake up the next morning on Christmas Day. YouTube has restriked the video less than 8 hours after unstriking it, and then just 2 days ago, I think they unstriked it again after
Jesus
the appeal.
Fucking Christ! What a mess.
And we deleted the video.
What a
So, yeah,
disaster.
that was my week.
That's absolutely exhausting and horrifying. Yeah, I got copyright striked on a video I did in June, reacting to a cooking video that like thousands of other people have reacted to, and I got hit with a copyright strike, and it didn't like give me a ban or anything for some reason. I don't know exactly why. But I tried to contact the copyright claimant, and they didn't respond. I tried again, still didn't respond. So now I had to escalate it to like the legal counter strike thing, the counter copyright strike. And it's just a terrible process. And I don't know why we do it like this at all, except for actually I do know the reason. And it's because the MPAA and RIAA have ruined our existence for profit.
True. We need more rights as YouTubers. There's got to be something.
They're literally, it's actually horrible that YouTube has the flourishing of culture on YouTube has been so clamped down on by the unbelievable amount of completely frivolous copyright claims that are always put. Holy shit, Ursula V with the $75 towards the mod team. Ursula V, thank you very, very much. That is going on the list right now. Thank you so much. Holy moly, that's fantastic. Thank you very, very much. Oh, yeah. So
good job, Ursula V.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ursula V. That's super sick. Thank you so much. But yeah,
I
with
see
YouTube,
Lady Kalgana in your chat. We played Sea of Thieves together.
Yeah, we played Sea of Thieves with Lady Kalgana. That was a while ago. We got to do that kind of stuff again. I want to try and get back into the like group gamings on Sundays and stuff, because
I've been playing a bit more Sea of Thieves lately. They've added so much content. It's a little bit overwhelming, but my favorite thing they've added... What are you playing?
Go ahead. You do that first. I didn't realize you were going to explain the stuff. Go for it.
They added a crate to the game. Well, it's always been in the game. It's a crate that can carry any material, and all you have to do is walk up to a barrel and hold E, and it auto-loots everything into the crate. You don't have to manually open each one and click everything in there. So you can just run from crate to crate to crate and load up on an island in like 2 minutes and load it all up on your ship in like 5 seconds and go on your way. It's so fucking dope. I love it so much.
Sick. That sounds really cool. That sounds like a big improvement, because it was super annoying to try and gather treasure independently previously.
Yeah. And you can buy empty crate from the Merchant Alliance, like right at an outpost right as you spawn in. So it's just easy to load up right at the beginning.
That's absolutely sick. Real quick, we just got a 1,000 bit donation by Swordfishy on Twitch. Thank you so much. That's going to the mod team. Thank you very, very much. And Legacy of Boom 56 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Do bits and Twitch count? They're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna be kind about it. Yeah. Yeah. I've been playing, so what I've been playing lately, I have not played Sea of Thieves in a while to be able to enjoy that incredibly good quality of life feature that you just described, but I have been playing Mordhau, and the Horde mode, they did a complete revamp to the like multiplayer Horde mode in Mordhau, and me and Faun and Doe have been playing the fuck out of Mordhau, and it's so much fun. Holy shit, is it fun. It's a ridiculous game, but the horde mode is just so good. We've been playing it like, fuck, we've played like 10 hours in the last few days. It's been so good.
Damn, I haven't played that game before.
You should.
The game I've been playing more of lately is Valheim, because I never really played much of it when it first came out, so I'm finally just going to beat it and do the content. I heard it's in a content drought, but I just want to do what there is to do, and then maybe put that game off for a couple years till it gets inevitably overhauled and filled with more content to do. But it's really fun. Like, building in the
Valheim
game
is
alone
great.
is so great.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. We had, for a while, I was doing call-ins and debates over Valheim, and it was really fun. We had a lot of fun with Valheim. It's a very chill game. I will agree there's probably a little bit of a shortage of endgame content, but early on, yeah, it's not fully finished. Yeah, but it's fun. It's very fun. The building is great. The buildings are sick.
That's why I have to hightail pill all of you. You're definitely playing hightail with me when it
I will
comes
play
out.
hightail. I will play hightail with you when it comes out. I will. It looks great. I have been like unable to even like I played a whole lot of Minecraft this year, and that's been years since I've like played regular Minecraft. I played it this year, and then along comes winter, and I have no time to do anything anymore. Bondrude, best dad with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for the YouTube super chat of $10. Thank you so much for supporting the mod team. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Xanderhal, we stand. True. Thank you.
Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of Zimps here, okay, and they're big
Zimps.
fans of the overlap between the Xanderhal community and the Imps community is wonderful and beautiful, and we support it.
I do. Yeah, there's quite a few. I'm pretty sure everybody in my chat is probably a Zimp at this point. Speaking of which, by the way, my editor wanted me to announce this, but I will be doing a live debate, my first ever live debate in Dallas, Texas, hosted by James from Modern Day Debate in 2 weeks, early January, and I'll be debating. My partner there will be Destiny. I'll be debating alongside Destiny against Ariel Scarcella and someone else who's pretty dumb.
Against Ariel Scarcella?
About the topic. Well, I don't know if I can say the topics, but
you don't gotta say the topics.
Cherry
That's
can
funny
let me
enough.
know. They're gonna be fun topics, and then the other conservative. I'm not exactly worried about me and Destiny's chances to
against
to
Ariel
do pretty
Scarcella.
well.
That's gonna be. I would love to react to that. Oh my god, that is really funny to me.
Yeah, so sad it's in Texas though. They've banned Delta 8 and weed, so there's no can't get high with Destiny and figure out how that goes.
That might be for the best, to be completely honest.
I'd do it if I just to say that I did.
Just to say that you did.
Get absolutely just roasted with Destiny.
Was that? Good luck. That's all I'll say. I got no extra comment, but good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
I think that you going up against Ariel Scarcella will be incredibly cathartic because fuck Ariel Scarcella.
So
in fact,
fun.
I think the first video I ever uploaded to YouTube was me making fun of Ariel Scarcella, who went on to Steven Crowder's show and then immediately bombed, and Steven Crowder didn't even put up the clip on his channel with Ariel Scarcella. It just had Ariel Scarcella post her side of it on her stream. He didn't put his conversation with Ariel Scarcella on his own stream. Totally
funny.
cucked. Just unbelievably cucked.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. The thing that I like, if I'm gonna go for any jabs, which I'm sure I might have to at some point,
yeah,
the line that I've had in my head, I guess, is, well, not all of us can make money fetishizing being a lesbian and clickbait thumbnails made to appeal to horny teenage boys, something along those lines. Because that is what she does. Look at
that
those
is
thumbnails.
what she does. Her
That is
channel
exactly what she
thumbnails
does.
are embarrassing.
It's literally just fetishizing being a lesbian. That's like, and the thumbnails are meant to appeal to like teenage boys. And there's nothing wrong with like being sexual or having. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but you know that it's just because she wants to make money. It's the same reason
course
she's
it is,
grifting for the
obviously.
right. So it's a little bit weird.
Her
in that
content is a rapid oscillation between horny bait videos about she did what to my what? And then with like a horny picture on it, and then the rest is just raw transphobia, like all the time. Oh, and racism, and a whole lot of racism. Fuck Ariel Scarcella. What a malignant piece of shit. Best of luck. I hope you trash her.
She doesn't exactly seem like a good debater. I'm not worried.
No, I don't.
So, like listen, of all the topics there is, like, defend the trans rights topic is the easiest to defend topic. If you it's not hard.
Yeah,
it's not hard. And Ariel Scarcella, true. And Ariel Scarcella is not smart. So I'm not worried. When's the debate? 2 weeks from now in Dallas, Texas. It'll be live streamed.
Stay safe. There's a lot of mask up. 2 mask, 3 mask. Dr. Fauci.
I'm getting my booster first.
Be careful. Sure. That doesn't make you immune though. The booster.
She got COVID.
What's that? The boosters
got COVID at that TPUSA bullshit. I'm getting
for
mask
real?
On. Yeah, she got COVID.
She got COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, to be fair, TPUSA, everybody there is COVID. They are literally walking COVID.
So I'm getting boosted. I'm getting my booster. I'm wearing a mask. I'm playing it safe. I'm bringing a little bottle of hand sanitizer in my pocket.
Yeah, just know that Texas is one of the big hotspots right now, and that Omicron, like the ability for the boosters to actually fight against Omicron is very dubious at the moment. The Germans don't seem to think. The Germans, who've been pretty on point about this whole thing, a lot of the way, don't seem to think that that Omicron is being slowed particularly by the booster shot. So just be really careful while you're there, okay? That's me talking to you as a friend.
Oh, I will be. Oh, by the way, okay, Cherex dropped it. Trans rights and critical race theory are the topics.
Ooh!
So,
that's gonna be really easy. That's gonna be easy as fuck. Just so you know, oh my god, you gotta go go watch Ariel Scarcella's video about critical race theory. It is the funniest shit. It is so dumb. She's literally stumbling over her own words in the entire video. We reviewed it on my channel a while ago. It was really fucking funny.
Oh, I'm going to be reviewing a lot of the content of my opponents on the coming up to the debate. Just a little bit of research time for sure. I'm definitely going to make the best of this opportunity.
Please.
Especially considering the fact that no doubt, because Destiny is going to be on there, a lot of people are going to see it. And I mean,
get them riled up in advance.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really funny if I ended up debating Destiny on stage about something. That would be interesting, because like the only way I see that happening is if during the trans topic, it goes over to neopronouns and xenogenders, and it's like, well,
all right,
here
we'll
we
have
go.
a talk about that. I'll give you some answers. I'll give you some
3v1
answers.
time.
Yeah, I'll give you some answers. I'll give you some hacks to that conversation. Okay, I'll tell you how to get under the skin. Okay,
I mean,
there you go.
I feel like I feel like the best argument, at least this is my thought process and has always been my thought process when it comes to this, is that every single, and I might have said this on your stream before, or no, I think I've said this on Lumi's stream. I don't know if I've said this on yours. This is my thought process. So you look back at every movement where the LGBT community has tried to increase their standing in society, get rights, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
You go back to Stonewall, you see that like gay and lesbian people like kind of ostracized trans people, even though trans people were the ones who started the movement. Go forward a little bit, you see that the trans movement has kind of like, you know, to a degree with true scums and trans meds, kind of they ostracize non-binary people.
Yeah, there's always a
non-binary
movement
people
within
are okay
everyone,
to shit on. And now non-binary people are getting a lot more accepted, and now it's xenogenders and neopronouns that are being ostracized. And I don't want to look back in 20 years and be one of those people that spoke out hard against xenopronouns or xenogenders and neopronouns and all of that, and be one of those assholes whose opinion ages terribly because I had a reactionary, unthought out opinion that I jumped to because I thought, but this group is just too radical and too weird for us to include in this movie. I don't want to fall into that trap, and that's my thought process.
I think that's a really rational thought process. I mean, and if you want to learn more about that specifically, you can look at the difference between you know, the Stonewall uprisings following and like the response of like the Madison Society, which was their position was basically an assimilationist position where they believed very much in like, no, we're not going to talk about trans issues. We're going to focus on trying to get gay marriage. And this was back during Stonewall. there was indeed, as you said, movements within the movement that were trying to slice off the too extreme. But it's always ridiculous because what they're trying to slice off is something that's not causing any harm, and that they're only making it easier for themselves by defensively chopping off someone they believe is too extreme. But the extremeness is never properly outlined. The harm is never designated, and no one ever actually takes the time. They just get stigmatized because you can, because it's easy to pick somebody who's harder to understand than yourself and say they're the bad ones. Don't hate me, hate them. So yeah, I think you're on the right path with that sort of thing. I think you have a good rationale there for being critical of people who approach from that sort of approach of like, oh, too extreme, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and it is naturally, it's a reactionary position. It's you've seen something like, okay, I like non-binary for a lot of people is essentially functions as a third gender. Especially if you're not trans or if you're cis like I am. Like when you think about it, like functionally, it seems like non-binary is kind of a third gender. And so when you have trans women, trans men, and non-binary people, that's fairly easy, I think, for most progressive people to latch on to.
Yeah.
Wasn't the case for non-binary people that long ago. But neopronouns and xenogenders, they seem so foreign and alien. I mean, the term xeno is literally in there.
Yeah.
It seems so foreign to a lot of these people that they're having I won't say natural because I don't want to imply that it's a good thing, but this reactionary fear of the unknown that's immediately causing them to have a sort of hesitance to accept a certain identity. The problem is, I don't think that people on the left should be making it their business whether or not someone's identity is valid. Frankly, I mean, I don't know why many of these people won't even take the position of the types that we think, oh, well, you're kind of there, of like, sure, I'll use someone's neopronouns if they ask me to, but I don't think it's about, like, they won't even go that far, many people on the left, which makes it clear to me that they're having a reactionary sort of, I'm high right now, I can't think of the word that I'm trying to use.
No, I know what you're saying. It's a knee-jerk, it is a reactionary response. It's a knee-jerk reactionary response that says, like, well, I mean, and it clicks together when you think about the context that a lot of people grow up in, right? Like in America, we're taught to like in America, we're bathed in racism and sexism and misogyny on a constant basis. Honestly, our culture is so full of it. It's bad. And so as a result, like, there's this defensiveness that pervades all of our conversations. And it is a reactionary tendency to say, oh shit, this is going to rock the boat and make things be really bad. But you have to remember that, like, that is, like you've said in the past, that's true about everything. You could say that about anyone. And interestingly, it's just kind of, I guess the way that I would put it is that at this particular juncture, it's just very interesting, and there's a unique dynamic that appears, which is that, like, people, you would think that once the concept of being non-binary was accepted, or to some degree, that people would go, oh yeah, that makes sense, that there are a whole bunch of people who do not like graft themselves onto the binary at all. But I think part of what has happened is that there's like a failure to understand what being non-binary actually means. You know, I don't personally identify with like the xenogender or and I don't use any neopronouns, but I am non-binary, and I don't view that as a third option. I view myself as existing in the exact same way as somebody who uses neopronouns or somebody who is xenogender would exist. We exist in the same space, a non-binary space. And so I don't really see a distinction between those, but some people do. And I do think it's because of this weird, like, logical fault that or failure to understand what it means to be non-binary. And I hope that can be changed. And I think you're doing a at least from what I've seen of what you've said, like, Doe and I we watched your conversation with Hans, and we were really impressed with what you were. Yeah, look, there's Doe right there.
I thought you did sick. You were really good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You did really well. And there were a couple of spots where I feel like you got a little hung up, but like I don't think it was your fault. Like I don't think it was really your fault. Like
Conversation got hung
it was fucking dumb. Yeah, like the part about the woke Blanchardism, like I don't know how I would respond to that. Don't laugh in the background now.
I just kind of like ignored that one because I was like, I'm gonna that's a
like it's such a fundamental misunderstanding of Blanchard or like Blanchardism, which isn't even really like a thing that people say. Nobody says like Blanchardism. People say Blanchardian sometimes in like really niche conversations. I have no idea where this guy picked it up, but that was one of the weirdest things I've ever heard in a conversation. And every person I've talked about that conversation with has been like, what the fuck was with the woke Blanchardism thing? And it's like, it doesn't make sense. It comes from a genuine, complete misunderstanding of who Blanchard was, what he did to trans people, and like also just totally weaponizes it for the stupidest reason ever. Like trying to claim that like you're anti non-binary people functionally. You're anti non-binary people because you don't want to give in to Ray Blanchard's theory of the dichotomy of trans people. What? It's nonsense, literal nonsense. So, yeah, I can't really fault you for like struggling with that particular one. I will say though, for the record, with you here and with all of these people as my witness, fuck Hans and fuck the way he treated you. He straight up fucking just came on and was like, yeah, I'm going to use you to get to Vosh. I'm glad it didn't work. And also I'm glad you fucking clapped him because he looked like an idiot. So, yeah.
I think I did pretty well. I'm trying not to get into too much drama, like personal drama with like other streamers and stuff like that. Like my current goal is to broaden into a somebody who can cover drama pretty reliably. Like people can be like, okay, I mean, I'm left leaning. There's drama happening right now. I want to go to Zan to make sure I'm not getting like a right wing biased, you know, perspective on whatever drama is going on. That's like the direction I'm going in right now.
You gotta sit down and have a conversation with Chud Logic.
Yeah, Chud Logic's been covering drama a lot too. Yeah,
Chud Logic's been on the drama, like the political. Yeah. Now Chud does focus on smaller drama. You know, that's kind of his wheelhouse. Is he goes and finds all the niche drama of like, you know, furry Nazi rant sonas fighting each other and stuff like that, which is really funny and awesome content. But yeah, you should have a sit down with Chud Logic. Seriously, I love Chud. Like Chud and I are like friends offline. Like, well, I mean, guess not offline because he lives in the UK, but out of the Twitch space, we play games and stuff together occasionally.
Off-stream.
And off stream stuff. And yeah, the Drama United Nations. Yeah, there you go. Seriously, invite Chud on. You two would have a fucking blast. And maybe you could ask him to bring you some peak small right wing YouTube drama, which he always has the deets on that shit. Chud's hilarious. Yeah, I agree, Lonnie.
Gotta find some of that. Yeah, Chud Logic's a cool guy. He I talked to him back when that one drama happened where he got accused of grooming a 30-year-old.
Yeah. Oh God, that was so stupid. That was one of the stupidest things.
That was when I talked to him for a bit, and we had a fun conversation following that drama, and that was a good time. That was one of the most cringiest. That was genuinely just shameful. Just that entire drama.
It was
I have not been on Chud Night, Windleby.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been a long time. Well, you did have that one debate with Corvidae or whatever on Chud's channel, right?
Yeah, I don't think that counts as Chud. That was.
It wasn't Chud Night. No, Chud Night hasn't been going for a long time.
Yeah. The Corvidae debate, awesome. I'd say, the Corvidae debate is probably my worst debate. And it's sad too because it was kind of born out of like a misunderstanding between me and Chud Logic that we since kind of like talked about, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man, I didn't know." Yeah. But for I guess a very brief summary, YouTuber named Corvidae makes political content, left wing, all that. Called me out on Twitter and called me ableist in one tweet, and then went on a really long rant about me having a sex cult as well as being a transphobe. And that was really, really crazy. And eventually I managed to get Chud Logic to agree to host a debate between me and Corvidae. And Corvidae agreed to it as well. And right before said debate, Corvidae goes to Chud Logic, and this is before I put my video out debunking the sex cult drama. I still had screenshots and everything, and I pretty strongly debunked it, but I hadn't put out that video yet, and Chud Logic wasn't aware of the evidence that was out. And Corvidae went to Chud Logic and said, no talking about, I don't want the topic of the sex cult stuff to be talked about, out of respect for the victim. Poorly aged quote. And so Chud Logic, right before the debate, bans that topic, which was like 90% of what Corvidae had tweeted about me, and it was all unhinged. And we're only able to talk about the ableism topic. So it just ended up being like an hour and a half of Corvidae lecturing me about ableism, and then people got really mad at me. And then eventually me and Chud Logic talked about it, and he apologized for banning that topic and didn't realize that the evidence was out, and was very clearly Corvidae acting in bad faith to try to ban a topic that they were going to get destroyed on. So that was fun. Chud Logic's a good guy.
Yeah, I like Chud Logic a lot, and I think you two would have a great conversation. By the way, I think we're supposed to bring Cherry on. Cherry, are you gonna come on? Cherry, are you coming on?
In here.
Cherry, get on here.
Cherry's
Get the fuck on
Cherry's
here.
in the waiting room.
Here we go. Cherry's in. Cherry, you're in.
Hello.
Hi. Pronouns?
Zan was going to be here with us, but that's Pod.
Wait, Zan is here.
I am here, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So now everyone's here. The gang's all here. Hello, Cherry.
All right.
Welcome.
Zan and I can confront you together on your atrocious takes.
Wait, what?
Confront me. Confront me. Bring it. I've been waiting for a debate all night. No blood. There's been no blood so far. It's all been cozy bullshit. Where's the blood?
All right, everybody. So DemonMama's been running away from me since October on this one, and I'm here to finally have you all here on her platform.
Captive audience.
We're here to confront you on your bedtime discourse take.
My bedtime
Do you remember the
discourse
bedtime
take? What was my bedtime discourse take?
You said you don't think bedtime should be abolished.
I did?
Yeah, back in October.
I don't think I said that.
Wait, are you in favor of abolishing bedtime?
I am in favor of abolishing bedtimes.
Wait, why?
Wait, actually?
Yeah. The state should never be allowed to enforce anyone's bedtime.
What about parents?
Parents? Fuck parents. They're just little states.
But shouldn't kids have to go to bed at a decent hour for their brain development?
I mean, depends, right? Right, it depends, right? Like I don't know. The idea of abolishing bedtimes is a meme in and of itself, because it's not how abolishment works. What the fuck?
I know, it's a meme.
Like,
the entire topic.
It is a meme, but no. Okay, the entire topic is entirely meme. People say it to be agitating and to get people talking about stuff like this. Here, let me give you an example. When I was young, when I was 9 to 13, my parents used to make me go to bed at like 9 p.m. and I would not sleep. I could not sleep. I could not fall asleep at that time. And so I would ask them all the time, can I please stay up and do something until I get tired? And they would say no. And so I would go into my room, and they would close the door, and I would immediately turn on my little Game Boy light, and I wouldn't have my Game Boy because I wasn't allowed, but I would turn the little Game Boy light on, and I would read books all night until I passed out. And to me, I was like, well, I could just be doing this in a more comfortable setting, not feeling like I'm sneaking around, but I can't sleep. I can't fucking sleep. And that was just random chance. And so I think the conversation is more like, hey, a lot of parents ignore their children's needs and never actually have conversations where the child has input on anything. It's not to say that kids can make all decisions by themselves without any guidance whatsoever. It's just that a lot of times parents don't take a role of being a guide or a teacher or a parent, and instead they become like a household dictator. And that can be really hurtful to kids, especially if you just happen to be a kid who wants to go to, like, whose body tells them to go to bed slightly later. And yeah, so I mean, that's the obviously everything's a meme, but like I think there's I like, if we're gonna go with the meme, yeah, I'm on the abolish bedtimes part, which is that, like, hey, parents, maybe those bedtimes should be like guidelines as opposed to strict rules.
Yeah, I guess the main worry is that, like, maybe this is just my case, and I completely agree that, like, parents need to, instead of authoritatively making demands, perhaps making explanations for, and a lot of parents be like, I don't need to explain shit to my kid, but it's like, no, you should probably explain why the rules that you give your kids exist, right? You should probably explain that, like, the reason why your toddler, to your, like, 4 or 5-year-old, you can't put the fork into the electrical socket, not because I'm mean and I'm saying no, don't do it, because you'll die if you do it. You'll get electrocuted, and that would be really bad. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel
think
like
there are differences between, like, an imminent threat, right? Like hey,
well,
oh my God,
like
stop.
An example.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a, okay, so this is where we get into the unironic portion of this conversation, which is where when I hear, first of all, when I hear Americans talk about being a parent, it makes me want to Roblox, because most Americans' approach to parenthood is literally slave ownership. They're like, oh yeah, hell yeah, I don't got to do the dishes anymore. I can tell my kids do whatever. And here's a line that maybe a bunch of people in my chat are going to cringe instantly. I brought you into this world and I can take you back out. The most abusive line that every American parent loves to say.
My mom loves saying that.
Yeah, your mom loved it. Yeah, exactly. So did mine. It's fucked. It's a fucked thing to say. It's a fucked thing to say to your kid all the time. Even if it's said moderately playfully, it's still as psychotic as shit that you would ever say that. And my parents said that to me all the fucking time, and I found it really upsetting, and I didn't like it. Yo, Raptie, thank you so much. I gotta put a tier 4 on the list. We got a T4. Wow, that's the first tier 4 of the night. Thank you so much.
Yo.
And yeah, so to continue off of that idea, like I think that there's a lot of very bad ways that people think about and talk about parenting and the way that they talk about children. And this is there's another thing too. This gets worse when you get like irony bro debate people who are like, oh yeah, fucking stupid kids. Yeah, and they're thinking they're really, really funny and like and they think they're being cool. But the truth is that, like, a lot of people in this space literally think that all children are fucking stupid. And yes, children are kind of stupid, but they're not like, that doesn't mean you look at them with sneering cruelty. Like, that's such a thing. It's such a thing that happens of, like, small-minded people who think that they can, like, they see the opportunity. God, like, I feel like this is conversations I haven't had since, like, high school. But, like, in high school, it's just like, fuck, my parents are such fucking assholes, and they take every opportunity to enforce arbitrary rules on me just because they can, because they think I'm an idiot at all times. But the truth is that a lot of people are like that, especially in America. A lot of parents really do just go like, yeah, well, I can do it, so why not? It's the meter maid thing. You know what I mean? Like, you get a modicum of power and you run fucking crazy with it. There's a lot of parents in America that are like that, and elsewhere, but especially in America. And I don't know. It's like, it's I don't know. It's so frustrating to me. And I don't know. Like, I was the oldest kid in my family. Like, I spent a lot of time desperately attempting to, like, fulfill a parental role for when my parents weren't there. And it's fucking hard. And, like, a lot of people underestimate that. And I think that their approach is basically, yeah, my kid is stupid, so I can tell them to do whatever I want. And then they fall back on, like, yeah, what? So you just think my kid should just get flattened by a car? It's like, no, dude. But, like, not like the bedtime, or like when you do your homework, or like how much time that your kid gets to have to explore the things they like or spend time with their friends. That's not the same thing as being hit by a car. It's not the same type of danger. It's not the same type of problem. So you can't really fall back on that. And then they usually just go, yeah, well, I brought him into the world so I can take him back out. That sort of shit. And it's terrible. So, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you.
You've swayed me. I think there is merit in parents being able to understand when like a child just doesn't recognize when something like what's best for them. Like there are cases where that happens. I do agree that like parents do typically act as sort of like dictators that power trip, having, you know, like anybody can be a parent. Literally anybody can be. Not everyone can be necessarily, but anyone can be. And that more or less means that you can get power trippy, narcissistic people that end up having children and end up doing that kind of stuff. I think,
and also though, that not to sound like fucking Mr. Karl Marx here, but the the nuclear family structure, the bourgeois family structure, does contribute to this, right? Because the bourgeois family structure of like one man, one woman, kids, and in an isolated house unit, there is no counter to the ultimate societal power that is placed on the father of the household, and there's very little. If the father abdicates the societally given duty of being the leader of the house, which our society does bias in that way, then there's nothing to stop the mother of the household from being a tyrant as well. There's no checks. And in other sort of family structures or in societies where extended family is more like involved in your life and more accepted societally as a part of your life, I should point out that like in America, there's not a whole lot of like room for like a lot of the weird parts of our society are explicitly set to like parents and guardians. Like there's no option to have a grandparent or an uncle sign you out of school or whatever. In our society, that's not considered normal. So like these paths aren't made, the space isn't made for it. But in societies where extended families are, there are checks to that power. So if your dad's an asshole, maybe you spend more time over at your uncle's house and your uncle's like, listen, like your dad's being an asshole. Like you can come over here and work on your art or whatever. You know what I mean? That doesn't really exist to the same degree here, or at least it does to a lesser degree in a lot of cases. And I think that like that tyrant effect is magnified by having nobody who can check the power, you know?
Yeah. No, you're completely right. I think that there would be a lot that we would gain as a society from being more like we used to be back in the older days, where families lived closer together, larger families and communities. Like it takes a village to raise a child.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's ever going to be any going back to that, not unless we're all living in the VR world at some point and our minds have been uploaded to the metaverse, you know?
I don't know. I actually think it's possible. Like, I don't know that it will be in under ideal circumstances, like, but I do think that like more communal living situations are going to be a reality of the coming like future. The economy, COVID, house prices, property prices. Nobody gets to have their own apartment anymore. Nobody gets to have their own house anymore. So people are going to live together, and a lot of those people are going to be family. So we might see that kind of return by accident, and maybe we can make the most of that. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What other topics? Do you have?
I
any
got
topics,
another.
Jerry?
Wait, I got a topic to
Oh,
bring
okay.
up.
Cherry's
Actually.
got another one. All right, Cherry, bring it up.
Okay.
Bring it.
It's actually perfect. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's actually perfect because I have you both here. I was really curious to hear DemonMama's take on this because I've talked to Xander about this privately before. DemonMama, what's your stance on gambling?
Gambling?
Like the legality of it, and just
I mean, I don't give a shit. Like legality means nothing to me because all kinds of horrible things. You know, Money Tree is legal in America. That shit's fucked. Like payday loans are legal in America. I think gambling is fucked as can be. It is one of the most disgustingly manipulative industries on the entire planet. I don't think there's anything like inherently wrong with the act of making a gamble or gambling individually, but like systematized and industrialized gambling is so disgusting to me. It is so fucked. I think the best way for me, I'm gonna be a little bit of an anecdote Andrea here for a second. But when I lived in West Virginia, West Virginia has this really weird law where you're not allowed to have like gambling machines outside of a casino. However, there is this weird exception to the rule, which is called a hotspot. And worst name that you could possibly imagine, but that's what they're called in West Virginia. And so all over the state, there are these little things that'll be like hotspot casino, blah blah blah. And what they are, they are almost always like a little office space that has been crammed full with cheap alcohol and a couple of slot machines or blackjack, poker machines, and people go in there and ruin their lives. And they're all over the place because turns out it's really cheap to get a loan to open a money printing facility that preys on the poor and the addicted. And the reality is that every single gambling, like every casino, utilizes so many manipulative tactics that if you were to actually look into it, which I have, by the way, I used to write about casinos. I went and did a whole fucking Vegas tour where I tried to catch all the things they were doing. The amount of shit that they do is ridiculous. Like to the point of like in Vegas, they deliberately remove all the windows from the casino floor so that you don't know what time it is. You lose track of time. It disorients you. Oh, yeah. And then they pump
oxygen
ozone
into, yep.
Not just oxygen, they pump ozone in because the smell of ozone gives you wakes you up a little bit. Ozone is toxic in high amounts, but in very small amounts it's not, and it has a very distinct smell that wakes your body up. So you get put into basically every Vegas casino is a particular type of like sensory control tank where your body is convinced that you have more energy than you do. You can't see the time, and you're constantly berated by free watered down alcoholic beverages that are all designed to ply you into literally throwing money into a machine that has almost no chance of giving you anything back. That's my opinion on gambling.
I agree, but I will. I have one hot take.
Oh boy!
I personally enjoy watching they probably shouldn't be allowed, but I do personally enjoy watching gambling streams on Twitch. I do find them entertaining.
Oh, you mean like poker or blackjack or whatever?
Like slots,
slots.
like the train wreck slots, exposed.
Oh yeah, train wrecks.
I do like watching the slots streams. I don't like gambling. I went to a casino not too long ago with my mom and my girlfriend, and I wanted to leave before, I wasn't even gambling my own money, and I wanted to leave because I wasn't having fun. But I do like watching gambling, mostly because I can just see the highlights of when they win, and then see the crazy reaction, and then go on with my day.
Yeah,
I just find that fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to
just
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you, or is it okay if I say something?
I was just gonna say, like, as far as like gambling streams on Twitch, like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I really find it extremely fucked that like there is a knowledge or a knowing attempt to buy casinos to promote this to children, and these people know that their audiences have lots of children in it, and that these children are going to see all the fun slots, and there's a very good chance that they will want to go do that at an actual casino. And then once they're there, all of the addiction mechanics that are there in person, and that's what they are. All casinos are layered addiction mechanics, even though they say they're not supposed to do that because the law says they have to. The truth is that is the fundamental. The whole process is designed around fostering addiction. Yeah, I don't know. It feels very bad to me.
I do understand and completely agree with you. I guess what I wanted to bring up and discuss a bit, because I know Xander and I have talked about it before, and I'm going to phrase this very carefully just so you know what I mean, because I completely agree with you. The way gambling is currently is absolutely disgusting and horribly exploitative. I guess what I just feel sometimes is, and you can tell me if you disagree or haven't seen this before, I feel like I see a lot of leftists completely against gambling, even as a concept, and I guess that's where I disagree, because I do think it's possible to have it in an ethical sense. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like I don't know. I think it's like an incredibly open, or what should I say? It's a very broad human thing. We like to make wagers about things. We like to do a little bit of a gamble here and there. And risk taking is like a part of, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with a lot of the games. Card games are fun as fuck. I fucking love card games. I fucking love blackjack even. I just think that, like, there's a far cry between the act of doing a gamble and gambling, as in the gambling industry, the gambling business.
Yeah.
And I am very, very against the gambling industry. Whereas I'm not, like, I don't care if people gamble or do a bet here or there or whatever. Yeah, like penny poker. There's all kinds of fun things like that aren't like designed to be incredibly addictive, that are more just to be having fun. I mean, yeah. I think some people take a really moralistic approach towards it, and then therefore they're unable to, like, recognize nuance. But I think that a lot of people, when they talk about gambling, they don't really think about the individual act. They're just thinking about, like, the business, because it's so ubiquitous. Yeah.
Really quick. Someone donated $20, so I'm gonna have to wake the stream up really quick. Brace yourself. Hell yeah. Oh, it landed right in the confetti pile too. Perfect.
Oh,
thank you for the donation. I got some of those confetti poppers for Christmas.
Thank you, Rezazustra, for
you got poppers?
for pure subs.
Have fun.
Yeah, I got you pull the string and they go boop and they shoot the
string
stuff. And I also got
That's
a bunch
a
of
tampon, not a popper.
I got a bunch of snap and pops too. The ones you throw, the little paper thingies, you throw them on the ground and they pop. I can do this right here, actually.
Oh, I love those things. Bruh. Everyone's mad at me in chat now.
Who's in here?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna drop this.
I guess the last thing we should bring up while we're here, I assume you want to bring in the next guest soon.
I got it, yeah.
This one's for Xander. DemonMama and I have to have an intervention with you. You gotta stop taking cum pills, Xander. Everyone's concerned about you.
I'm never stopping taking lock and load. I'm never going back.
I will warn you. I will warn you that the lecithin, that shit can build up in your body and make you feel really nauseous every time you take it. So just be a little careful, take some time, cycle off of it a little bit. Yeah. But other than that, honestly, they're pretty fair. They're pretty whatever. I'm glad you're enjoying your extreme cum loads. I'm sure I can imagine. Nice. Listen, let's just be real. Some people love lots of cum, and some people love producing lots of cum, and they like to smoosh it around and touch it and lick it and whatever. So cool. You know what? I'm not gonna judge.
Wait, Lonnie says in chat, I wonder why Xander keeps puking. Is this true? Do you keep puking from the
weed? No, weed. It's weed.
No.
I green out a lot, okay?
Really? You green out a lot? Bruh.
Yeah, a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. I've thrown up I started smoking weed about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, and I've thrown up from smoking weed probably around 12 times.
Holy fuck, dude. Wait, you mostly vape it, don't you?
Mostly, but most of the times I throw up is when I smoke it.
Weird.
Yeah, the smoke.
All right.
Just
when you come and visit, I'll take you on a little journey, and we'll figure out what your limits are, what your strains are. Just trust MxVivianWulf. I'll guide you through the weed verse, okay? I'll make sure you don't got the sickies anymore. That's unfortunate. You should not be vomiting that much.
This is why Zan called you a certified MILF.
True. That is true. Yeah. I honestly, who else would be better to do the I don't know if it would be a good idea to give Xanderhal a dab off the
Nothing smoked. I only do vapes. Like if dry herb vapes, concentrate vapes, stuff like that.
Edibles?
Smoking anything. Edibles I've not tried yet. I promised Vosh and Vermin I would not try edibles till I hang out with them.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, I see. You're going to give Vosh your edible virginity? Fine.
We made that agreement like back in 2019.
Okay. Dumb.
It was like back in March 2019 or some shit.
You're going to
like
trust
that.
Voosh? You're going to trust Voosh with your weed? Okay, but honestly, unironically though, Vermin is actually like... Vermin's got good weed taste, by the way.
Yeah, they're the one that made me make that promise. Yeah.
Yeah. Vermin Vermin came over and brought some fucking sick ass weed, and we smoked the fuck out of that shit, and it was great.
Oh yeah,
unfortunately, but it was
you
good.
cut out perfectly when you said "fuck," so it's like it censored it for the algorithm. Great.
That's how I do. That's how I do.
One dab would literally make you literally fucking die, Xanderhal.
Probably.
Okay,
yeah.
2 weeks ago
wait,
that would not have been the case because my tolerance was nuts. I was not able to get high from my concentrate pen anymore. That's a strong concentrate pen.
So
but
let me
I
tell
took
you 2
2
things.
weeks off from smoking, and my tolerance went away. It is gone right now.
You can reset your tolerance to weed so easily. It's super easy to reset your tolerance to weed. However, couple things. First of all, there was an incredible post once. I don't remember who posted it, but it was a poster that posted it. The post said, the inventor of weed vapes, and then it just has like a colon, and then he says, what if you could have all of the worst parts about smoking weed, and it would only get you high for 5 minutes, and you get a headache, but it's the easiest thing to do in the world. Easiest, so easy. That is vaping. Vaping is the worst way to enjoy weed at the moment. Now, maybe in the future that will change, but vaping is by far the worst way of enjoying weed, except dabs, which are a form of vaping. You see, with a dab, you take a blowtorch and you heat up a piece of glass to an incredible height, and then you drop this little gooey dab into it, and the dab, it immediately vaporizes, and you suck it in, and you get crazy fucking high. Insanity level high. Really easy.
It's a bit like smoking DMT. Yeah. I'm aware.
Okay, it's not like
well, I mean,
exactly
it's that you're
like
vaporizing it with high heat, not necessarily
that
burning
part
it.
is correct.
Dabs are good.
Yeah, Doe is addicted to the dabs. Doe has a marijuana addiction to the dabs.
My uncle does dabs and
dab
and
addiction.
That's wrong. I do not.
They do hit hard. I will be doing a dab after this.
It's pre up there, but I don't know.
Wait, do you want a cookie?
Do I want a cookie now?
Yeah.
Do you really think I'm going to be done? Wait, am I really on 6 hours?
Yeah.
I've been going for 6 hours? What the fuck? I've been going for 7 hours? What the absolute fuck? Yeah, I'll eat a cookie now.
Hell yeah.
Give me
I'm wrapping up at 5.
Yeah, I'll get you a cookie.
Give me a fucking cookie. All right, I'm eating a cookie. Doe made the most incredible edibles, and Doe and Izzy worked together on them. And
once I get on Adderall, I'm gonna go hard.
We used mayo. We used mayo in them.
We used mayo, and they're weird.
They're good though.
Really weird. They taste good, but they're really weird.
Yeah.
They didn't flatten.
Yeah.
I don't know. We fucked up a lot. It was something.
Okay, so we got to bring on Raptie. So any last memes, you two?
My chat's gonna blowtorch my balls if I don't do a Darman segment tonight, so I gotta dip out.
Okay.
Final memes.
Any final memes?
Look up Hightail. Get hyped for the game. They're based. It's gonna be like everything you wish Minecraft. Everything Minecraft should have been from the beginning is what Hightail's gonna be. The people creating it are based. They're pro-trans, pro-BLM, and everything. Left-leaning, and way better than Minecraft. Pog.
Yep. All right, Hightail. Yeah. Okay. Here we go again. Lonnie, it was wonderful to have you. Cherry, it was wonderful to have you. Zan, it's always wonderful to have you. Make sure you see if these nuts fit in your mouth. Get the fuck out of here. Have a great night.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Oh, thank you. Good cookie. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I love you.
I love you.
Of course, Cherry. You're awesome. These cookies are very round. They're also very delicious and moist. And they taste like weed, which I like. Raptie is next. And then we can have Carrot on, I guess. Or something. Raptie!
Hi.
Hi, Raptie!
Hi.
Oh, do you want to be on... do you want video, or... do you have video?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, because I can't see your video right yet. It's not showing... it looks like the virtual cam isn't pulling.
And while I'm doing this, my pronouns are, well...
She, her?
None.
Right?
And,
None?
or her, if need be. Yeah, I generally prefer... I actually prefer no pronouns if possible, but because it's difficult, I go with her if need be.
Raptie. All I can do is say Raptie. There you go. Welcome to the show, Raptie.
Yes, but you can use she, her because it's annoying. Is the video showing up on your stream?
Not yet. Hold on, let me see. Okay, now I can. All right.
Yeah, just been
oh my
working
God.
on some art actually.
Oh, we're gonna put on the Yinglet art. Here we go. Hold on. The Yinglets.
Actually, in fact.
Oh.
Here
That's
we
me.
go.
That's my Yinglet.
This actually.
Look, it's me.
Yep.
That's me. I'm a Yinglet. Oh my gosh. Look at how cute I am.
It's going to be going on a mug, so I'm pretty excited. Yeah, just kind of. Val ended up doing their. Okay, actually, should introduce myself. Yeah, again, I'm Raptie. I am the colorist for a webcomic known as The Out of Placers, which is where Yinglets come from.
It's awesome.
And
sick ass comic, by the way. Everyone should go read Out of Placers. It's super good. I read it in 2 days. It is so fucking awesome. Anyway.
Oh, thank you. It's Val Sally is the creator. He's a really good friend. I've been coloring for him for about 3 years now. It's a very queer friendly comic.
Very
I
gay.
think either reading it either turns people trans, or just it's like a trans magnet.
I think it is, yeah.
It's the audience for it. It's not just like furries. It appeals to everybody. We have fans from mid-teens all the way up to the 70s. Their 70s. It's pretty legit. But yeah, no, I'm just saying hi, chatting. Want to know what you had questions. I had a list of things to talk about. But I don't think this list is actually very practical. So,
well, I mean, I can only talk for so long, but if you want to pick some of them, like, holy shit,
yeah,
we could talk about basically any of them. Like,
Aardvarks is on there, but we're not going to get
Aardvark. I mean, your Sniff Snoff Aardvark video was incredibly popular.
Aardvarks are. I'll just say this: Aardvarks are the absolute best animal.
They're pretty sick.
Anybody, you guys gotta look them up on YouTube because they're great.
They are great. Real quick, everybody, go read Out of Placers. It's amazing. Seriously. Raptie here does the color work for it, and it's a great comic. It has a lot of gay, a lot of queer, a lot of trans themes. But it's still a safe for work comic by and large, I think. Yeah, there's references to, there's lots of references to fucking, but there's no actual like fucking in the thing, or at least not much.
It doesn't actually ever get explicit.
Yeah.
It's their art style starts off a little bit rough, but it gets a lot better. The main thing with it is that the writer Val is a writer first and an artist second.
Yep, and it shows. It's awesome.
Oh god, it shows.
The writing is so good. The dialogue is so good.
I think it's one of the things that also this thing, the community is incredible.
Yes, they are. I hear I saw there was a bunch of Yinglet fans thirsting over my Yinglet. By the way, for those of you who don't know, this Yinglet, this is the one that you're seeing. The big one on the screen is the one that will be going on my unique Yinglet mug. That's the Mama Yingified Mama. And then there is also, I have a cameo character, which is, do you have that one? Can you show that one or no?
I can pull that on. Yep, yeah.
Okay, we'll show you the cameo character. I have a reference character. There you go. Look, I'm a guard. I'm a beautiful big guard.
You'll be coming up, and actually you're going to have some dialogue lines too, so.
And I'm going to have dialogue lines. That's super exciting. But look, the color is all matched to my character, Alysra.
Yes. Val was the one who actually chose the specific color pattern for
good.
This one. He's big. Poke is his dad, by the way. For those because
Poke is a big boy who's really cute, and everybody loves to snuggle him, and he takes care of all the food. And so he gets lots of pussy because everybody wants extra food.
Pretty much, he's pretty great. Actually, there's one other.
Yeah, you can show him, right?
Thing. Yes. I just wanted to take this off screen because I need to go to a not safe for work website where I keep all of the comic archive easily accessible through Fur.
Oh, I don't know what I don't know. I've never heard of this website ever.
Yeah, nobody.
I've never heard of Furaffinity.
Furaffinity or S621 is another. No.
Is this to
you see, so let's see. There's a poke one, and then there was another one I was going to pull up. Oh,
no deviant
shoot,
artists.
right.
Yeah, don't no. A deviant art unironically doesn't exist though, because fuck that website.
Yeah, fuck deviant
Yeah,
art.
fuck that website. They steal art. They're fucking art stealers.
Oh god, there's a lot of archives. Oh, the other thing is this. This comic is very character focused.
Yes.
One thing, if people are not just wanting inglets, we do have big, strong cinnamon roll monster ladies. I mean, this is Isher.
Isher's a cutie pie.
She's very tall and she doesn't like her appearance, and she wishes she was small and feminine, which I'm sure resonates with a lot of people.
Yeah, but she's big and feminine. She's great. Maybe she'll become small someday.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe she'll come confident. But here, let me pull up here. I'll show this one. You can just go. I'm not good at reading.
Thump.
One of my
There's
friends
Poke.
Yeah,
That's my character's dad right there. This guy.
Try to get the good rum reps. Yep. He's helping. Ooh.
He's teaching him how to make good food. Look at he's such a big boy.
This one's being grub, stupids, and then Poke
grub
sits on him. You got such a justice today. I'm scared and feel bad. Pat, don't feel bad.
Everybody likes Poke. See, everyone likes Poke. Poke is a good boy, and is my dad officially.
Mm-hmm.
Since I don't have, canonically, and now in the real world, I do declare Poke is my actual dad.
He's the father I think we all wish we had.
True.
Like the ultimate in cinnamon rolliness.
I am so beyond excited I'm so beyond excited to have a mug of this. Like I usually drink out of these mason jars, but when I have a mug I really like, I am more than happy.
It is. This is
Makes me
actually
pleased.
Something I'm really excited to work on because it's a collaboration. I mean, you guys, I mean, Imps and you have all been incredible. They've helped a lot.
Oh yeah, and y'all should join the can you plug the Discord too so the Imps can go find out all of the amazing fan art and stuff?
Yeah, discord.gg/oops. I'll link that as well.
Yeah, okay, so if you end up liking the comic, the Discord is super awesome. I hang out in the Discord occasionally, and it's super fun. There are lots of fun people and tons of fan art. Like, fuckloads of fan art. So consider joining that if you're looking for a fun, very lots of furries there. Very, very cute, very, very loving community. So if that's up your alley, go for it.
Also, I also started a channel on there called Gender Talkings, which is devoted to, because I wanted a safe space for people who are not, for people who are trans to talk about things and queer, but for people to ask questions, and not be judged, because I think, a lot of people have been, by those, by those on the left who are a bit woke scoldy, that's led to a lot of people being afraid to ask questions and to learn more. So we've got a whole space dedicated to that.
I think that's super sick, honestly. Because it is true.
and
Some people do feel very nervous to ask any questions, even good faith questions, because they're afraid of getting, roasted or whatever.
Yeah, we blame Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter's
Twitter's
bad.
Yeah, it's a mess. But my whole personal philosophy, this is on the list thing, is to just like to help people as much as possible. I think that everybody has the capacity for assisting, like even in a small way. It doesn't matter who you are. Everybody always has that power. It's one of the reasons I'm identify as anarcho-communist is because being ANCOM is all about taking those direct action means of improving people's lives, and
not waiting and standing by and hoping that some other force will come and fix it. It's saying, no, I'm going to take some responsibility and help the people who need to be helped.
Exactly the way I kind of explained it to people, and this sometimes makes I guess statists is the term, I don't know, angry, is that I'm like, well, we kind of sidestep the socialist stage because we're like, we don't need to go to socialism first. We can just make things better now, and also eventually, things will be to the point where we want it to be. But there's like this utopian future, but it is really about improving existence now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people get fixated on discussing, utopian ideals or whatever in both directions. People are like, well, what's your ideal, blah, blah. And then it's like, okay, but none of that's not really, it's kind of, I don't know. It always feels like a sidestep to me from talking about what should we be working on now, and what are our goals? How can we liberate ourselves now? How can we help liberate one another right now, the people who are living, and how can we set it up so that the people who come after us can do the same, perhaps have an easier time of it. And I don't know, sometimes it feels like people just are, I don't know, maybe they're more interested in building their movement or whatever. I think some people get really hung up on that sort of thing, but it can become a distraction from like actually helping people who need help.
I think personally it comes down to people, ultimately people, I believe, fear a loss of agency more than anything, because people they'll starve themselves in order to gain agency, in order to gain control. You'll do whatever it takes. So by not necessarily participating, it keeps them from failing, which helps them retain that sense of agency. But I myself, real quick, I want to make clear, I come from a very religious, traumatized background. I'm not religious anymore, but I have realized that something that a lot of people on the left, and I'm not saying that this is something that everybody needs to do, of course, but one of the avenues we have for making change is like, through talking to people through their churches, not to hate churches or anything, but like local communities, and trying to say, hey, because churches are a lot of places where social proof, and ideals get spread around, and that's how a lot of the civil rights stuff happened. It was the hard work of a lot of people, but when you think about it, Martin Luther King Jr. was a reverend.
Yeah,
and
exactly. And I think you're onto something with that, and that's something that I've, even from the beginning of my show until now, have changed my approach, in how I handle discussing religion and stuff like that, because I do think there's maybe it's bad layover habits from like the lay Reddit atheist era of just like, no, all religions are stupid, but there's a failure to acknowledge why people are drawn to churches and what function those churches fulfill in people's lives. And I think that a lot of lefty types, especially online, who come from, again, like from this YouTube, atheism background, fail to actually acknowledge what are the material things that this church is providing to people. And, some of those things aren't all bad. You know what I mean? Like, some of the things that people get from church are really, really important and really valuable to them. And sometimes, in the case of like my church that I grew up in, this very toxic cult, in my case, like that was knowledge, they were aware of that, and also they were aware of that, and then they also weaponized that. They knew what social control they had over people. They knew why people were there, and they used that to make their own position stronger and to entrench people further into the cult.
One of the biggest injustices done to the United States was with and this is actually what I'm about to say is covered in a book called The Power Worshippers by Catherine Stewart, I believe.
Okay.
But it was 40 years ago. Paul Weyrich and Jerry Falwell and a couple of people decided, because they saw that the world was becoming progressive, more progressive and everything, and they were terrified. So they just they took. Sorry, rephrasing this. They essentially took the entire South, united Catholics and Protestants, and pushed abortion to do so, which corrupted the entire religious right into what it is today. Like before then, the Southern Baptists were actually pro-choice. Like they were fairly feminist, which blows my mind.
Yeah, it's wild to think about that. There was liberation. There was Christianity that was liberation focused at one point in the past. It's been completely swept away in. I mean, I will acknowledge that I do believe that Christianity is particularly vulnerable to, like structurally in the way that the religion is structured. Like I think it's very vulnerable and is built on some, pretty weird and bad beliefs and stuff like that in some cases.
Oh, absolutely.
However, the fact that like the one that won out, that there was at one point a period of time where this particular strain was not the only strain, nor was it even the dominant strain.
Something that I've also learned is, and it's changed how I look at the religious right, not the leaders, but some of the less leader things, is finding out about Ralph Drollinger, who is I call the dangerous man in the world. The guy was the Bible studies leader for the Trump administration cabinet, and he was the person responsible for all of Trump's cabinet position picks. And you guys can go look at this. You can Google him. He also has a website at capmin.org, Capital Ministries, and they're Christian nationalist. So they're not actually Christian, and their mission is to infiltrate every level of government. And they've actually been pretty successful about this with people who believe what they believe.
Right.
And even through all countries, essentially, and use that to control stuff. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it genuinely is not.
No, this has been there's been a concerted effort by Christians. And like, if you, again, it does, to some people who are not familiar with this, it can sound somewhat conspiratorial. But again, this was this sort of thing that was discussed regularly in the cult I grew up in. They were very, very politically motivated, and they're not ashamed of it. They will talk about it openly in many cases. It's just that some individuals have had a lot more success. I mean, something we've talked about on this stream on multiple occasions is the National Prayer Breakfast, which was, the Falwells were super, super involved in the creation of that, as well as Billy Graham and a number of other really, really, really conservative, really right-wing individuals who basically got their foot in the door of the White House and held on really hard and have wedged their way in even more to be able to influence politics from a perspective that is openly what some people would call dominionist, some people would call it Christian nationalist, some people would call it theocratic. I think all of those are applicable to some degree or another. Oh yeah, there's a video. Yep.
Yeah, if I can, it's 3 minutes long. Is it all right if I play it real quick?
Yeah, do you want me just to, I don't know if the audio will play. You want to
Oh, that is true.
I don't know if the audio will play through easily, but if you send me the link, I can put the link up and we can watch it together. I'll just put it up over here. Hold on.
I'll just put this in chat real quick. This, I was talking to people about it, and it wasn't until I showed them this video that they really kind of think. But yeah, I'll
all right, I'm going to put it on the stream right now for everybody.
It's been called the most evangelical cabinet in history. Men and women who don't mince words when it comes to where they stand on God and the Bible.
These are godly individuals.
Oh, wait, actually, this might be the wrong video.
God has risen to a position.
Oh, this is Capital Ministries? This is the one about Capital Ministries.
Oh, yeah, this is the right one. Okay, sorry.
A prominence in our culture.
All handpicked by President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence.
I don't think Donald Trump's figured out that he chained himself to the Apostle Paul.
Ralph Drollinger is a former NBA playing giant of a man with an even bigger calling. He founded Capital Ministries with the idea that if you change the hearts of lawmakers, then their Christian worldview will guide them to make good policies. He's started Bible studies in 40 state capitals, teaches weekly studies in the U.S. House and Senate, and now leads about a dozen members of President Trump's cabinet in weekly studies of the Bible. Health Secretary Tom Price, Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, and CIA Director Mike Pompeo.
Mike Pompeo, who's a Christian dominionist, by the way, for everyone who had any doubt about it. Same thing goes for William Barr, by the way. Bill Barr is like an open person, like he's an open Christian dominionist. Basically, he believes that the United States is and should be a Christian nation run by Christians for Christianity. That's what dominionism is.
Are just a few of the regulars.
It's the best Bible study I've ever taught in my life. They are so teachable, they're so noble, they're so learned.
Has this been done before in a cabinet
I don't
formally?
think there's been a cabinet Bible study in America in at least 100 years.
America's top cop, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, also attends.
Like Jeff Sessions, he'll go out the same day I teach him something and I'll see him do it on camera. And I just think, man, these guys are faithful, available, and teachable, and they're at Bible study every week they're in town.
President Trump is invited to attend the Bible studies too. Each week he receives a copy of Drollinger's teachings, and when he can, Vice President Mike Pence will join the study. In Pence, Drollinger sees similarities to Joseph, Mordecai, and Daniel from the Bible, all men who rose to the number 2 position in governments at different times in history.
Mike Pence has respect for the office. He dresses right, like it says Joseph, cleaned himself up before he went to stand before the Pharaoh. Mike Pence has uncompromising biblical tenacity, and yet a loving tone about him that's not just a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And then fourthly, he brings real value to the head of the nation.
Like others, Drollinger often compares President Trump to biblical strongman Samson.
I just praise God for them, and I praise God for Mike Pence, who I think, with Donald Trump, chose great people to lead our nation.
Jennifer Wishon, CBN News, the White House.
Remember how we put fucking Samson in like a fucking F-tier fuckability? Remember that? Just saying, I was right. I was motherfucking right. Samson sucks. Loser. Loser energy. Got smushed by the temple that he broke down. Loser. You're a loser. Samson was a loser. You want a little dirt bottle?
You can see the contempt in his voice too when he's like, because he considers himself to be Paul.
Yeah, of course.
Or Drollinger, and it's like, it's terrifying. Yeah, making disciples of Jesus Christ in the political arena throughout the world. It's all about control.
Yeah.
The
Rick Perry is the testimonial there. Jesus fucking Christ.
What disappoints me in a way is that because I know it's very important that we focus our battles correctly, but I see Christian nationalism being ignored as a threat. The way I see it is that they use fascism as a shield in a way. Because unlike fascism, Christian nationalism is not only extremely monarchic, but they are very organized, and they have their stuff together. They know what they're doing. And
yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Christianity has been around for fucking 2,000 years. So,
yeah, and it's like it's important that we go after Biden. That we hold him to account. But I think just the fact that a lot of lefties don't know, like Drollinger, for example, he had a conference. Essentially, it was in the Inland Empire in California, because of course it was. With a bunch of agribusiness people. And so because when the guy, according to Christian nationalism, ultimately the only people who end up going to heaven are those who have a lot of power. Everybody else is literally a slave. So you have these corporations who, eat everything he says up. So this guy is like at the nexus of the church, of the state, and of capitalism. He is the anti-anarchist in a way.
Yeah. Quite literally. Yeah. The Christian nationalist worldview is so deeply hierarchical. I think people forget how fucking agonizing it is for a culture to be chained to Christianity of all fucking religions. By the way, thank you very much, Impo Red Skull. Impo Red Skull, what a sick name, with the $20 YouTube chat rules. True, YouTube chat does rule, and that's $20 for the mods. So fuck yeah, and thank you very, very much, Impo Red Skull. Deeply appreciate you.
And just as a heads up, I also do some streaming myself. I'm on Picarto because I do a lot of NSF art or NSFW artwork, but it's just
Picarto. That's right, everybody. The NSFW art. This is your opportunity. We don't get to talk about this stuff very frequently. But if you like that shit, go on over to Picarto and follow Raptie.
Picarto.tv/Raptie. I'm a Raptie. I'm a furry porn artist as well as a
your art is awesome, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Faun just said yeah, by the way.
And
Doe says yeah too.
I'm blushing. Thank you. When I'm on my stream, I talk about this kind of thing. Like I do art, and I talk about everything from mental health, like ADHD therapy, like. For example, like how with people in the United States, a lot of people, for example, don't realize they may qualify for Medicaid, which will get them free health care, especially with trans stuff. Or if you're disabled, you can generally apply for a disability payments, although you need to use an attorney to do so. The attorneys don't need to get paid up front. They take money out of your back pay. I myself took about 2 years of fighting, but I got approved. So I'm making... just like I'm not bragging, but this is just an example of what a lot of you guys could get. Is I'm getting $1,500 a month, which is okay, but I got a $50,000 back payment check.
That's wild.
Which, and I basically am getting paid every month without having to work.
And yet you do create, nonetheless.
Yes, it's almost like Kropotkin was extraordinarily correct on a lot of the things that he says. Guy, I love him. He was
Kropotkin means fuck yeah.
Yeah, the guy was a transhumanist. He was a feminist. Like my favorite thing was probably in The Conquest of Bread when he did the all caps yelling at Marx about the value thing of labor, I think, and then or the discussion he has about how because there's always the fear with communism about like, oh, you're going to take away and redistribute things from people. And he was like, no. Why would we take 10 coats? Was it off the shoulders of some fat bourgeois? But, nobody would want those coats anyways, kind of thing. Yeah. Like, not fat shaming, but just like some wealthy person who's got all this. Like, no, we don't want your coats. We want stuff that are.
It's useful that we need to live. Yeah.
Yeah. People need to read Conquest of Bread more.
I know. I have to read more. I struggled. I struggle. I struggle with reading, really? But I will. And I agree with you, Alora. Alora from chat says we desperately need SSI reform in the sense of basically buffing it. Yeah, completely. Oh, God. Disabled people can't. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's wrong.
SSI sucks. SSDI, on the other hand, is based because with SSDI you had to have worked at some point. But that's a lot easier to get SSI. It doesn't have, like, you can actually have a job still and get SSDI. It doesn't do the thing where it checks how much money you have in your account. It doesn't do all the nonsense that SSI has.
Oh, that's good.
It's much better. And what else? Because we're winding down on the conversation. Portland is the best city in the world. As far as I'm concerned, everybody needs to move here. It's great.
Portland does have some very attractive features. I do like Seattle at the moment, but we'll probably be sticking here at least for a while. But yeah,
our sports soccer team is literally like all Antifa. Not the team, but like the fans are all Antifa.
The Timberwolves.
Yeah, the Timbers.
The Timbers, yeah.
Yeah, they're like they run the fans will run out the was it the Iron Front flag, the 3 arrows?
Yeah, 3 arrows
during
yeah.
games. Let's see, we have great trouble. Our public transit here is incredible. The infrastructure for public transit, and we have Oregon has done possibly what I believe to be the most progressive thing of any place other than Portugal, which is we decriminalized drugs.
Yeah, that's fucking
Not a lot of people talk
fantastic.
about. Yeah, it effectively, in a lot of ways, takes some of the biggest steps to ending the war on drugs. With decriminalization, you remove a lot of the police incentivization for being as violent. We're actually having to retrain our police as a result.
Yeah.
It ends up eventually ending, like down the road, it'll end up making up a lot of the gap from black families and such because of the prosecution rates and everything.
Yeah.
Right now,
drug decriminalization is insanely important. People really underestimate how much of a valuable political struggle that is.
We defunded the police. We basically, doing that essentially defunded the police. It fixed bail. It fixed the prison system. It essentially did a lot. And I think if all of us push for drug decriminalization, it's a much more palatable thing to get across than saying abolish the police.
Yeah.
And it does
It's a roundabout way of undercutting the cops. But it works. Yeah. Well, Raptie, it's been fucking awesome having you on. I do need to bring on some other callers.
Yep.
Especially because I didn't realize I've been going for 7.5 hours already. And I'm going to keep going until I run out of energy. But Raptie, thank you so much for coming on. You're amazing.
My pleasure.
Your art is amazing. Thank you for sharing the preview with us. And everyone go check out Raptie on Picardo, and also go check out Oops, Out of Placers. Fantastic fucking comic. Okay.
And one last meme, of course, is that I love all of you guys. You're a wonderful community, queer rights across the board, and I hope you guys all have a great evening.
Queer liberation, indeed. Have a wonderful night, and Merry Impmas.
Merry Impmas as well.
Bye, Raptie.
Bye.
Raptie is so great. Raptie and I chit-chat pretty frequently, which is sick. All right. Hold on a second. So here's let's bring on the next community member. Let's do a community member next, if possible. Not a friend or content creator. Let's do a community member next. Oh, there we go. Well, we got our next community member. Welcome, Polytakos. Polytakos, what are your pronouns?
Hello, my pronouns are they, them, any, all.
All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. One second, let me just adjust the audio here just a tiny bit. All right, how are you doing? Merry Impmas.
Merry Impmas to you as well, and Merry Impmas to chat. I'm going to first of all do the meme I haven't heard yet. Long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah, well, I love that line, by the way. I'm happy to have you call in. I do indeed know of you from the chat.
Also, I'm going to do the thing that you always do in other streams, which is, hey, imps, we're going to need you to reach into your pockets, and we're going to need you to donate some money to the mods, because they are awesome, and they absolutely deserve it, and they've been killing it over in the Discord. So, yeah, get out and go donate.
Yes! Thank you, Polytakos. That's fucking sick. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate that. Hopefully we'll get some more people tossing some money the way of these mods. These mods have been working hard to get this all together.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so the thing I wanted to talk about tonight,
let's do it.
It's not quite as serious as our last topic, but hopefully just as interesting.
Okay.
I want to talk about professional wrestling.
Ooh. Cool. All right. I like professional wrestling. So let's talk about it.
First question is I've been wondering this for a long time, because I am a giant wrestling mark. It's basically my favorite form of entertainment. And and I'm a big nerd, so I know way too much about it. I'm just curious. Do you watch wrestling now? Are you a fan? How much of a fan are you doing, Mama? Do you watch currently? Did you watch back in the day?
Okay, so I have been on and off, into and out of wrestling for quite a long time. Let's see. Earlier this year, I was watching a bunch of New Japan with my friend and lead mod and roommate Silent. We were watching New Japan Pro Wrestling. Yeah, it was sick as fuck. Silent, by the way, Silent is like turbo wrestling fan. So way more of a wrestling fan even than me. I would consider myself a not amazingly knowledgeable fan. I love wrestling. I love the lore. I kind of have the basic bitch. I love The Undertaker. The Undertaker's my man. Coolest, idolize, fucking sick ass motherfucker. Love him. And
well, The Undertaker was a necromantic wizard. Yeah. So how can you not love that?
How can you not? Yeah, exactly. Like literally just the best. Unfortunately, also had a period as a biker, which is not nearly as cool. My favorite wrestler from New Japan professional wrestling is I'm blanking on his name. The guy with the money. He brings the money. The money comes down. The coins.
Okada.
Yeah, Okada. Yep, that's him. That's my man. Always root for him.
Best big match wrestler in the world. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, so good. His intro's so sick.
Yeah. No, the pageantry of the entrances in New Japan are like one of the reasons to get into it. That actually tickles me to know that you're a New Japan fan. That's my favorite promotion. Actually, that's kind of awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I love New Japan. I watched like a fuckload of New Japan earlier this year. All of my hobbies and like outer ring interests, things that I like to enjoy like on a more casual level, have been completely obliterated this year in favor of making this stream happen. So I have like a few games that I play because like that's the only way I stay sane, and then there's like basically nothing else, and then everything else is like stream in life.
So here in like 2 weeks, New Japan is having their biggest show of the year. It's their WrestleMania. It's called Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah, Wrestle
Kingdom.
And
if I could be, I actually subscribe to New Japan their service, so
yeah, we did
I
for
could
a
be
while
persuaded to stream that. I could be persuaded to stream that on Discord if the imps would be interested.
Yeah, please. And try. Please talk to Silent about it. Because I know Silent would be down for that sort of thing, and I would love to be a part of that. That would be super fun.
That's absolutely amazing. Okay, second thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't have time to actually get into this, but I just want to put this bug in everybody's ear. Okay. I think wrestling is very, very interesting because it gives an opportunity to explore gender in a very, very interesting way because the characters are so varied. So wrestlers explore their femininity or their masculinity in very different ways. We can celebrate. If people think that wrestling celebrates homogenous bodies, but in fact, when you actually look at it, we have several different types of bodies that are celebrated in wrestling.
Like
and,
a lot.
That's a conversation that I literally wrote in my college thesis with big quotey fingers. That's not we didn't actually have to write a thesis, but that's what I wrote the thing on. So that's what I'm really interested in, and I could go for hours talking about that, and I don't want to leave everybody behind me without a chance to talk. Very last thing I want to do is I want to evangelize a wrestling promotion that the imps may not know about.
Okay.
And that is Enjoy Wrestling. Enjoy. Yeah, and here's their link to their YouTube.
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. Yeah, I've actually watched a little bit of their stuff on my stream, just because it's, they have it on their YouTube, and they are pro queer, pro trans professional wrestling.
That's so sick.
So they basically go out of their way. They do they do, the big things like, I don't know, employing queer and trans people. That's one thing that they do. But also they do like little things like include wrestlers pronouns in their
sick.
entrance
That's a nice
bios
touch.
and things like that. Yeah, it's really cool. So definitely go check them out. Everybody should go sub to that channel and watch as much Enjoy Wrestling as possible. I would love to grow the queer wrestling fan community as big as humanly possible, so we can just completely take over. Yeah, and that's what I wanted to come on and talk about.
I mean, that's fucking sick. Like so when I was really young, when I was a lot younger, I really struggled to get into wrestling because of various reasons. But when I was in college, I had a really close friend who was so into WWE wrestling, and they took the time to teach me and like to take me through some of the lore and show me some of the cool stuff, and I ended up getting really into it. And then there was a period of time where I didn't really follow it that much, or kind of like you know, I've never really had a whole lot of time to follow it as like closely, so I'm not like the most knowledgeable, but I really like it. And then when I started streaming, a couple of people, particularly Dylan Burns, interestingly, Dylan and I were pretty close for a while, and we used to watch a lot of wrestling, and we watched a whole bunch of wrestling documentaries, and it was really fucking nice, and I learned a whole lot. And then I learned about New Jack, who I think is a fucking wild dude. One of super fascinating. Passed away this year. Really sad. Yeah. Absolute legend. Totally insane. But also just an absolute legend of a human being. And like that was awesome. I got a bunch of, like, I watched a bunch of, like, I learned a whole fuckload about the Iron Sheik, and then went and watched the documentary, which was fucking sad, but also really interesting. And I got into a whole bunch of the wrestling lore. And then, you know, the last few months, I haven't really had much time to do anything, so I haven't really been up on it. But I don't know. I think wrestling is way cooler than people give it credit for. Also, the parallels between the talent side of things in wrestling and streaming, there is so many parallels, it is shocking. It is the same
so glad
industry.
you said that.
It's the same fucking industry. It is the same grift. And we're all getting fucked by it, and we should learn from the wrestlers.
Yep. It's because they always, the old meme of how you make a good wrestling character is you just take your personality and you turn up the volume.
Yeah.
And that's literally how you become a successful streamer.
Yeah.
That's literally how you do
true.
that. You just take your personality, you just be you louder. And that's and there's also the backbiting that happens, and the
clout drunkenness.
Yeah, the clout drunkenness, absolutely. And also, like, streamers need to learn how to start a program with one another the right way.
Seriously,
like y'all need to learn, like in general, streamers, all of us need to learn how to, like, because you contact a person first and you say, hey, I'm not crossing any lines, right? And then you start a program and you have some fun, you know, like that's how it's done, or whatever.
There is so little there is so little communication between streamers as to how things are going to be done, and it only the deeper you look into how every streaming event that you've ever heard of is organized, the more you go, oh my god, it is all tied together with bubblegum and paper clips, and standing at the top of it is some fucking asshole who's making money off of everyone else, and everyone goes home without a fucking penny in their pocket except for the dude at the top. It is so fucked.
Exactly. That's why I didn't shout out AEW in my little thing if everybody should go watch. Although everybody should go follow Nyla Rose on Twitter.
Ooh, Nyla Rose.
She is the first African American champion in AEW, the first Native American champion in AEW, and also the first trans champion in AEW.
Holy shit,
so
that's fucking poggers right there.
That's us biracial kids can, like, we can knock out, you know, a few boxes at once.
That's amazing. That's fucking incredible. Go follow. Oh wait, what was? Sorry, Nyla Rose. I was fucking blank on the last name.
Nyla
Rose. By the way, Silent says, "Good night, Impamaniacs and jabroni marks without a life that don't know it's a work when you work a work and you work yourself into a shoot marks." There you go.
Silent is officially one of my favorite people of all time. Because
Yeah,
of
you and Silent need to
comment.
chit chat because let me tell you,
Oh.
Silent's lore knowledge of WWE is and not just WWE but wrestling in general is genuinely inspiring. Like unironically, like I have had
fucking
hours-long conversations with Silent about wrestling, and they're just
Let's
amazing.
go.
So.
Let's
yeah.
go.
Also,
Oh, that's
Silent
awesome.
was the one who helped me workshop my the fucking hippy dippy promo where I did the
Mhm.
math.
Yep.
That's the Steiner math, like that
Steiner
shit.
math, yeah.
That,
That's a good
that
callback.
yeah. We put that we worked that out together. That was like we sat down and we were like, how are we gonna do this? Like, okay, here's some ideas, and then I was like, okay, what if I do this? What if I make this change with this? And it was fun as fuck. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Awesome. That's so great. Okay. That's
Well-
all I pretty much wanted to come on and do. You mind if I do some final memes, some final shout outs?
Yeah, do some shout outs for yourself, please.
Okay, cool. Polytakos, just as it appears on screen, I'm on Twitch and Twitter. I tweet about the wrestling, and I try to watch matches as much as I can, but I've just been like hanging out and talking to people on my Twitch stream recently. But I'm a huge wrestling mark and a leftist, and would appreciate your follow. And yeah, that's all I have.
Polytakos, thank you so much for coming on. Merry Impmas, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
You have a wonderful night too. Thank you for existing.
I do my best.
DemonMama is an extremely apt name because you are the mother to many streamer styles, whether or not they want to fucking admit it. Okay.
True, fucking true though.
Merry Impmas, everybody.
Merry Impmas, and thank you so much for coming on.
Bye.
Bye. That was a great. That was a hype ass conversation. Ah, the combos today have been so fucking good. It's so fucking good. All right, 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm almost ready, but I really need to pee first. So let me go pee, and then we'll do another one. Okay? If you are here and you haven't liked the stream or subscribed to my fucking YouTube channel, do it! And I'll be right back. Have fun. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Jesus Christ. Hello. Seska with the $10. Thank you so much. One time I ate a piece of a Gutenberg Bible. LG Star says, I really wanted to thank you for being you on stream. You helped me discover I was trans and non-binary. I feel more like myself and less of an imposter playing a quote-unquote man every day. That's fucking poggers, LG Star! Never. Life is too short to not live as yourself, okay? Dead serious. Life is way too fucking short for that shit, okay? Let's get the next person in here. Let's bring the next one in. Come on in. Whoever's next. Or a Yinglet, which could be yourself.
Oop, let me mute your streams just a second. Sorry.
Hey, Devious.
Hey, hello.
Hi. It's great to hear from you again. Pronouns.
Great to hear from you too. She, her.
Alrighty. Hell yeah.
I've been slowly moving far and farther left to the trans thing.
Yes. You join us. Join us.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
the trans agenda has
15K.
claimed you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, so it's a little late, but I do have 2 topics. I wanted you to choose one of them because one of them is more positive and the other's more negative, but I've not heard literally anybody talk about it.
All right, hit me with them.
One of the topics is more about the tabletop community and with the new season of Critical Role, if you watch that literally.
I haven't. No, I don't watch Critical Role. I'm familiar with Critical Role, but I don't watch them.
Well, you don't have to be familiar with with it to know about the topic. Basically, with the new popularity of D&D and stuff, there's a lot of new people coming into it, and it's become a much better community, especially with Wizards of the Coast and people changing some stuff about the actual D&D settings and everything to make it more inclusive.
Didn't they like reduced race? They like got rid of racial bonuses, and they got rid of like weird gender essentialist weird shit that was in the text. Didn't they? Am I misremembering?
Oh yeah, and you're right, and it pissed a lot of people off for whatever inane reason. Not like you can't make your own story when it comes to these things.
Yeah, they just were like, we want to get rid of like these weird racially essentialist bonuses that are like, I don't know. Like to me, honestly, the worst part of the racial essentialism was never in the stats, but was always in the writing of the races. Like it's really hard. It's really hard. Some of the old D&D stuff is really racially, really like racially essentialist, but I am glad ultimately. I don't like racial stat bonuses outside of very limited things, like say if you have like an alien race that's like 9 feet tall, them having a strength bonus makes a lot of sense to me in that particular case, because the extremity is part of their
yeah, like in 5e, the Dragonborn have the ability to breathe fire.
Right, exactly. Like there are some things that make a lot of sense, but like shit like the weird intelligence modifiers and charisma modifiers is incredibly fucked in my opinion, and I also think it's just bad writing. But yeah.
The other topic was as COVID goes on and a lot more, I'd say, foreign things start coming into America because COVID's kind of dampening down a lot of American productivity when it comes to entertainment and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
A lot of people are going towards more foreign things. Like, for example, I'm not that into them, but my mom's absolutely crazy about BTS.
Okay,
and they've gotten a lot of rewards, and they've also gotten into a couple movies, including the new Avengers one, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Or maybe it was Guardians of the Galaxy. I forget which. But the topic related to that is not a lot of people talks about how bad racism towards Asians have become.
It's really fucking bad. It is really fucking bad. And I agree. And I am probably even guilty of this myself in not talking about it enough amidst all of this, but it's really fucking bad.
The absolute worst fucking things you can say about it. Like, I'm sure people have heard this joke many times and maybe even not even thought twice about it of one nuke wasn't enough or 2 nukes weren't enough.
It's incredibly fucked.
Yeah.
And it is the anti-Asian sentiment is so bad in the United States. It is so bad in the United States right now. And it honestly makes me, there's a lot of things that make me doom right now, but that's one of the things where I'm just like, wow, we really have learned nothing as a nation or as a people. That's why I make jokes, I say, like that one tweet that everybody got mad at me by saying that like Americans are the most like pathetic and broken and cowed quote unquote people on the planet. And that's because I have no respect for whatever conglomerate America has tried to declare itself and our ability to learn anything collectively. We're like not even like fucking 50 years. What? 50? No, we're more than 50 years. We're like what? 24, 60 plus, so approximately 60, 70 years out from the internment camps, the Japanese internment camps, and like no one. This is not everybody. We learn about this shit even in school, and people don't fucking remember it. They don't fucking care. It's pathetic. So,
yeah, my grandparents and my father actually only avoided being put into an Asian internment camp because they looked white enough not to be.
White passing, yep.
Yeah, they lied about being Asian.
Yeah. Which, given what we know happened, was a wise choice.
Yeah, and that's one of the major things.
Dark and unnecessary, but nonetheless wise choice.
Yeah, and one of the things that pisses me off most is people still like when they were talking about like the ICE containment camps for the people crossing the border and stuff. They're just like people were calling them concentration camps and stuff. And yes, that is right.
They are.
And
yes.
They're saying that eventually talking about like the German concentration camps and the Japanese concentration camps. But there was this weird moment where a lot of people were saying that because the Japanese concentration camps weren't death camps, they were somehow like not a factor or something like that.
They're not a concentration camp? Yeah, I heard people downplaying that. That's what we call genocide denial. Downplaying a genocide is a form of genocide denial, a very serious form. And that's genocide. That is taking people, uprooting them from a location, relocating them somewhere else, forcing them. That is a genocide. That meets the quality. That is a core component of genocide. So yeah. And if anybody doesn't believe me, why don't you go look up some other genocides, like the Bosnian genocide, which was mostly displacing forcibly people, although there was a lot of killing as well. People downplay this shit because it eases their conscience.
I also think there's this weird thing of a lot of the Asian stereotypes are like weirdly, I don't want to say positive, but they're like a lot of like the Asians are great at math. The Asians are smarter than people. They run a bunch of companies and stuff. And so I feel like when it comes to Americans, saying that kind of horrible shit of just like one nuke or like two nukes were not enough, which yes, it is a joke. I've heard it many times myself.
It's fucked up.
Or saying like all of Japan is just pedophiles and that kind of stuff. I feel like they think that's better because we have a bunch of positive stereotypes about us.
Well, and it's funny. It is the model. A lot of people in chat are saying the model minority thing. And the model minority thing is definitely a part of it, but there's also just like racists always do this. There are always in their essentialization, there are always quote unquote positives, and that doesn't change that it's racism. Like, for example, there are a lot of stereotypes about black people, and not all of them are negative ones. Like, for example, how many racists have you heard be like, wow, black people are really good at sports, or black people are really strong. Oh, yeah. They're stronger. Like, or we know about what's it about the threatening to masculinity that black people are really sexually virile.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Once you go black, you never go back. That
yes, all racism does that. There is no, yes, the model minority thing is a factor, but there's also just, there we go. The Jews are good with money. All those sorts of things. Racism never is always everything bad. It's that they're always portrayed as like, they take a stat that might be mildly true and they turn it into a thing like, Jewish people are more intelligent because they have a plot to take over the world, blah, blah, blah. It's shit like that. It's all still a part of the same essentializing racism. And that's why like benign racism doesn't really mean anything. It's not actually a positive. It doesn't actually do anything good. It just further plays into the same essentialization. Yeah. Yep.
Definitely. I definitely agree. And I'm not trying to say like it wasn't there weren't positive stereotypes of the others. just going by my own experience, because I'm pretty white passing when it comes to a lot of things, but anytime I ever bring up actual Asian heritage or anything, there's always these two really weird groups. And it's like really weird on the opposite extremes. Because since I have Japanese ancestry, I am either that person who does really crazy things and is a pedophile because I am Japanese, or my country is a model thing and every white nationalist should look towards it, and America should just become a ethno-state like Japan. And it's really weird.
It is really weird, isn't it? That's the derangement of like the racist worldview. It's so fictionalized, and they do this all the time. Look at how frequently, and it's funny that you mentioned the whole ethno-state thing, because Nazis do this with Israel. They do the same exact thing. They're like, look, Israel's doing a good job with this ethno-state shit. They do the same it's so deranged. It's such a demented worldview. And I'm really happy that you brought that up, because that is an incredibly good point. What people need to pay attention is that benign racism is still racism, and it is the other side of the fucking blade of just plain racism, okay? It's a double-edged blade. The weird benign or benevolent or whatever that shit is, that isn't actually saying anything good about that race. It is white supremacists and racists trying to pit races against each other by saying, yes, the conniving insert race versus the lowly insert race. And then they switch it around and the same shit has happened because it's a demented worldview that isn't rational. It's not... It's internally rational. They have their own internal logic for it, but it doesn't actually map with reality. It doesn't even map with even a cartoonified version of reality. It's hyper simplified to make the world white people are the heirs of the planet and everybody else isn't, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They'll come up with any justification that pushes that worldview.
Like, really funnily enough, it almost goes to, like, they play with the world like it's old-fashioned D&D stats. Oh, the black people have lesser intelligence, but they have greater strength and charisma.
Literally, yes! We've brought it all back around together. But like we said in the beginning, it's just two sides of the same sword. Racism is racism, okay? No, it's not. You're not being complimentary. You know what? There's a parallel even to gender here, where it's like, oh yeah, like there's like, oh yeah, the trans women are stronger and they can endure more shit. No, that's fucking bullshit. You're just making that up to use that to further justify the idea that trans women are lying and are secretly strong men. It's not a compliment. It's not even a backhanded compliment. It's just the other side of racism that sounds slightly nicer because it's framed as a positive.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. DeviousChillster, thank you so much for... That's the username you prefer to go by on stream, right, still?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for calling in. And was there any other topics you wanted to hit on?
No, we hit on them, basically.
Well, it is, as always, incredibly wonderful to talk to you. This is the second or... Wait, is this the... No, there wouldn't have been a third Christmas tree. So you were here on the last New Year's one with Vadim, right?
Yeah, I was basically here since the beginning.
You have been here since the beginning. DeviousChillster, OG community member, for sure. For sure. Thank you so much for coming on. And Merry Impmas.
You too. Once again, congrats on 15K, and I'll let the next person come on.
Good night.
Night.
Yeah, Vadim hasn't showed up this time, but maybe Vadim's just busy. I didn't really invite anybody, so it was all just whoever wanted to show up. Yep, I'm ready for the next one. Let's bring the next person on. That was a really nice conversation. Talking with Devious was really nice. She's great. She's fucking great.
Hello?
Hello, JessicaMetal! How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you holding up?
I'm doing good. Honestly, I've kind of got a second wind, and that feels really good.
Okay,
I don't know how long it'll
great.
last, but yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't have anything like deep or whatever. I just kind of
It's all
wanted
right.
to banter with you a little bit and
Oh, you wanted to
come
bant.
in.
I see. You're gonna
Yeah,
test
and,
my bantery.
A little
Why,
bit of
hello.
banter and come in, kiss the ring.
Oh,
you know?
good. Kiss. Kiss. You come here to kiss my ring. Doe, have you brought
Yeah.
me the one?
Well, see, I have like an ulterior motive
One
here.
moment.
I was
one
hoping.
moment. I sense a request. Yes.
Not a request. Do you want the first hit of the bong?
Aw.
No, because I won't be able to keep doing stream.
Okay.
But thank you. I appreciate that. They came to offer me weed. How kind. Look at these critters. They're so kind. Say hi to
Also-
JessicaMetal.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi, Doe. Hi, Faun. And also, Trans Deer.
Trans Deer. Yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. Thank you. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be done when I'm done.
Okay.
Love you. Bants. Yes. Apologies for the interruption there. Bants. Yes.
No, that's fine. Like I said, I came in to do the kiss the ring thing a little bit. I have an ulterior motive. I was hoping if I like kiss the ring enough, like I'd get like a little bit more of a cut out of the mod day.
Oh,
but, you
you're
know.
looking for more
But
money.
we'll
It's
see
money.
how
You
that
need
works
money.
out. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
And then also, I guess the closest thing to a serious thing is I feel really bad for a lot of the imps that have been waiting a super long time. So I'm hoping, I wanted to intercede on the behalf of the community that we could consider maybe doing another mod day, because nobody can expect you to go for. I know you have the power of Hellfire, but nobody can expect you to go for like 20 hours trying
Another
to get
mod
to
day or another call-in? Which
another
one?
call-in.
That was a sly little slippy there. I see.
Oh, okay. See, there you
Trying
go.
to get a second day
the
of pay.
capitalist Sigma grind mindset.
Yeah. Listen, now that was slick. That was slick. Now that I can respect. That was some slick negotiating there. But yeah, I've been thinking about that this whole time. I've been thinking about doing just extending the call-ins to Friday as well. It's been so fucking long. But there's a problem though, which is that like, listen, I did a mod day on my first call-ins, and if I do another day of call-ins, am I going to get donations? Are you guys going to pay me, or am I just going to be left with the short end of the stick? Is that how that's going to work? That's not a
I think
question
if
for
we
you
do another
necessarily.
call in, I would be okay with you getting paid, because I believe that I'm an animal fan myself, and I believe the critters in your house deserve like food and like treats and
exactly.
and of course weed. Like everyone wants to get their pet's eye. So
literally, how the fuck are you supposed to survive in a pandemic without weed? It is like, I unironically think that it should be considered a need at this point. Is there anyone?
Absolutely.
How are people alive? I mean, is this why states that don't have legal weed are just like way worse than COVID, because everyone's just killing each other and going out? It's like, what the fuck?
Honest to God, I feel
Yeah,
like
but wait,
most
Rhodes,
of
you're small. No offense, I don't mean to pull age rank here, Rhodes, but you're young. You don't have the pains of being fucking old like me. Jesus. Smole.
Yeah,
Smoles.
But I think, honest to God, a lot of the people that are like losing their shit and like trying to fucking be like go to Applebee's without a mask and be like freedom and all that shit. I feel like a lot of that would cut down if we just gave them weed.
Right?
Like,
they wouldn't care. They would order delivery pizza in their house, and it would be 20 times better than Applebee's, and they would not go outside. I truly believe that. If we ended the war on drugs tomorrow, COVID would probably end in like 2 weeks.
Probably. Like these people have to have something to care about because of the whole alienation and Marxian and all that stuff. But honest to God, I just feel like a lot of people have a lot of pent up anger and frustration with the system.
Yeah.
And I feel like if they just smoked a little weed and just like, I swear to God, like DoorDash stocks would go, or Grubhub or whatever, their stocks would just go through the roof.
Right.
And
then all their workers would strike, and then it would get unionized, and then we would have an actual union-run food delivery company that is spread across the entire United States, because all of the Grubhub and DoorDash people would grab their CEOs by the balls and say, you pay us, or we're never, or the entire weed-smoking United States of America is not getting their snacks, and there will be riots in the streets. See? This is how we win.
I mean, yeah, basically, like, and then, you know, like, I feel like a lot of, God, this last month with COVID has been fucking rough.
Did you see the numbers from earlier in the stream when I was doing the brief doomer segment before we got into all this? Did you see the fucking numbers?
I did, like,
nightmarish.
I posted this in the chat, but like, I sat down, I live with my cousin and my uncle, and I talked to my cousin, and she was like, you know, just like in the last month, more people that I know in real life have either gotten really super sick or even died than in the previous year and a half. Like 5 people close to her. And in my case, here's an example of why you should never be a work cuck. My sister loves her boss and works really hard. And despite being a conservative, she took COVID very seriously. Yeah. She got vaccinated. She got her kids vaccinated. Everybody did masking and social distancing and everything.
Yep.
And her fucking boss was an anti-masker and got sick with COVID and exposed her and her whole family.
It is so motherfucking sick. And
then I got scared because of the fact that I went to visit on Thanksgiving, and like, I could have been exposed to it if they had it and brought it to my family. And there was a period after Thanksgiving where all of us in the house were sick for like a week or two. None of us know if we actually had it or not.
That's terrifying and scary. And oh my God, how do I even approach this? So there is, at the beginning of this whole pandemic nonsense, okay, all the way back in 2020, I remember listening to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Pause it, you know? Good boy Sam Cedar. And there was a moment where he shared an anecdote from the influenza epidemic of the early 1900s. And what he said was, it was an excerpt from some newspaper where they said first everybody had heard that there were people getting it. Then everybody knew someone who had had it. Then everyone knew someone who had died from it. And that was the anecdote that was shared in a newspaper during the time of this flu pandemic. And COVID is very similar to the flu. The flu is not normally a deadly illness, but if you have a bad case and you can't be treated, it can become a deadly illness. And if everybody is sick and you keep getting it, it can become bad really bad, really fast. And I can't help but feel like that is the place where that's an experience a lot of people are having now, because it's certainly true. At first, I didn't know anybody who had it. I'd heard a lot about it, and then all of a sudden, I know multiple people who've had it now. And thankfully, I'm not at the point where I know anybody who's died from it, and I hope I don't get to that point. But with these numbers, it's very scary to me. And if I'm real, 100% real about it, I know a lot of fucking people who live in with roommates, who live with family, a lot of people who live in dense areas, and that is a scary thing. The idea that if any one of my housemates gets sick, that all of us could get sick, and any one of us could have a secret little dynamite in there that would send us to the hospital, which are overwhelmed. That is fucking terrifying. That's just fucking terrifying to me.
Yeah, like, I'm very staunchly anti-authoritarian, but I'm kind of getting with Vosh on this. Like, it's some, which, by the way, that is the magic word to just make everyone in the online left super pissed off and gnashing and wailing of teeth and angry chittering and shit. That is the magic word. But yeah, I'm kind of getting on board with him being more authoritarian about this, simply because the liberal approach to this has been, we'll go on like a medium lockdown, numbers will go down, and then it's like, well, business interests and capital interests are like, get back to work, human capital.
Yeah, have you seen the fucking CDC ad from today?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's fucking bullshit. It's got like a picture of someone in like a generic like a service worker uniform, like a blue shirt with khakis and a black belt, like, you know, Best Buy kind of looking thing. And then they've got a mask on. They were like, I got my booster, so that it's like, I got my booster, I can show up for my shift. What about you? And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That is the most tone deaf, ridiculous, and yet also so accurate. And I'm just like, thank you, CDC. Thank you for playing into my radical leftist hands by displaying that you have no fucking connection to any of the people anywhere in this country. It is, it is ridiculous. So
yeah.
But
getting to what I was saying, basically, I don't know how true this is, but like, I heard Hassan say this on stream that in the past, like, because people will be like, you know, if you do all these draconian lockdowns and shit like that, it'll set a dangerous precedent. And Hassan was like, what the fuck are you talking about? In the past, when we had plagues, the police would literally show up in your house, handcuff you, and force you to be inoculated.
Yeah,
like,
I think that, okay, so I got a lot of thoughts about this. Plagues, fires, there's all kinds of genuine crises in the world, right? And a lot of times crises can be sprung upon to seize power. In fact, frequently they are. But that doesn't change the fact that something could be a crisis, a genuine crisis. And there are all kinds of things you might do out of a perceived need in a crisis. And some of those things might be rather authoritarian. And I don't know that that's like, I don't know. Like, I guess it's not, for me, it's not so much a matter of whether that's the right or wrong thing to do, but what is most likely to happen. And I don't think we're going to see anything like that. I don't think it's not in the interest of I don't know, like, if we had a body that was capable of flexing that particular type of authoritarianism, then they would have been able to stop this easier with authoritarian measures that are much more palatable at an earlier point, but they didn't. And now it's to the point where I don't think there is a body that can do anything about this. I think that it's going to come down to, you know, people looking at the situation going, oh my God, this thing is a force of nature that's out of control. How do we take care of the people that we find important? And who are those people? How do we actually care for them in a time like this? Because I don't think the Biden White House is in a position where there's anything they can actually do about it at this point. I think they're completely paralyzed and they know it. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe they could write a thing and have the military go and forcibly inoculate people. But why wouldn't they have done that at the first spike when there was already lots of people? I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, I struggle with Hassan's take a little bit because, like, I guess I am kind of leaning more towards the authoritarian side, just because of the fact that our half-ass attempt at lockdown, all it does is allows this disease and plague to just mutate off of people over stupid culture war bullshit to eventually where no matter what we do, no matter what booster or vaccine we come up with, there's just going to be a new strain that spreads more and kills more. Yeah. And it's going to happen faster than we can deal with it. And that's why I'm like, fuck, we need to get on this now, because, like, never mind climate change, we might just fucking die of this shit before anything else.
But I mean, yeah, but I mean, I guess it's like, okay, so you advocate for a like authoritarian response to COVID. Well, I don't know. I feel like we already had a certain type of authoritarian response, right? Like there were all these mandates put out, but there were also implicit mandates. Like, for example, because businesses aren't being told to shut down, workers have to go to work or you die. Because landlords were it was determined that, like, no, the government is not going to step in and assist with rent outside of a very, very limited branch of eviction protections. Well, that means that the government has functionally chosen landlords and said, no, renters have to go out and work to get their rent, which means they need to go out and get the virus. I feel like in a certain way, we already have experienced the authoritarian timeline. And like the authoritarianism just happened to be the businesses who were the authoritarians. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Basically capitalism was the authoritarianism.
One moment. I apologize to interrupt, but I just need to do a very quick welcome in. Thank you, Riverboat Jack. Welcome to all the Riverboaters. All the Riverboat Jack fans, come on in and get comfortable. We are in hour 8.5 of our amazing 15K celebration call-in stream. We have quite a list, so we're not accepting new call-ins at this point. However, we are having some very, very interesting assorted conversations that I think you'll quite enjoy. If you're here and you don't follow me on Twitch, smack the follow button. If you don't follow my amazing YouTube channel where we put up like super awesome edited content, go to youtube.com/c/DemonMama and please smack that motherfucking subscribe button because I promise you, you won't regret it. You will not regret it, okay? It is fucking awesome, all right? And one last little thing, DemonMama.com/live is the website where you see this chat. So if you want to come be in the chat and get the free emotes, DemonMama.com/live. Thank you. Much love. Thank you very much, Riverboat Jack. Happy to see y'all here. Now,
Okay. So
wait,
just
so
wanted
after
to say-
Jessica and the next one, no extra convos. Wait, no. I'm going to keep taking calls until I get too tired, and I don't know how the mods are organizing it right now. I'm just taking calls. So talk to the mods. There's a whole process in line. Be patient, please, because I'm been going for 8.5 hours. So chill the fuck out, everybody. All right? Much love. Thank you very much for the anonymous 5 gifted tier 1 subs on Twitch. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. All right, Jessica, let us resume.
So I just wanted to welcome in the people from Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack is based as shit. So
true.
Would that make
Riverboat Jack
would
is
that make
based as
them
shit.
Rimps?
Are we gonna call? No, that sounds bad. I don't like that at all. Oof. Let's workshop that one. Maybe
Workshop that.
Jack Imps.
Jimps?
No. Ooh. Oh, these are bad.
Imps? Oh, there's nothing. Bimp?
Bimp. That's cute. A boat imp. A bimp. I like that.
Okay. I agree with DeviousChillster. Jimp does kind of sound like
It
a
does.
slur.
It sounds like a slur.
It does. I feel
Bimps.
like you would get TOS for that, I'm sure.
Well, now I'm going to get TOS for it, so.
So I wanted to move on from the coda because that was way more deep and doomer than I had ever planned.
Sorry.
Like
I'm on hour 8.5. You're gonna get some of the doomer out of me. I'm getting tired.
That's fine. It was a good combo on our topic there. I did want to say again, thank you so much for your sweet message for Lady Kilgana. I made sure she. Now I took a clip of it and I sent it to her, and apparently that whole VOD got like struck by CBS.
The VOD got destroyed. It should be.
It's back. It's back now.
Yes, it should
she
be
got
back
to see
up.
it.
Yeah. Okay, go.
I'm just curious. Like, was it the cooking with Jack?
No, it was not the cooking with Jack that got it struck. It was fuck, what was it? Somebody sent a meme that had something in it, and I watched it, and it was enough to get it smacked. I don't remember what it was. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it was the David Lynch thing. That's what it was. When I watched the David Lynch rant, apparently that fucking fucked up audio, that crumbly bullshit, is a rip from a DVD, and they claimed it. Get real. You think, oh my God, I could have, it was terrible. Oh my God. My head started hurting, and I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's gotta be the end of this Friday.
Well, see, apparently people have never truly experienced this stream from a fucking DVD.
Yeah, they've never. You're gonna try to tell me you're gonna enjoy this stream from a fucking DVD? Get real. Get real.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So Lady Kildana is doing better, and
good.
She
Great
was
to
in
hear.
chat. She was in chat earlier, talking and saying hi to everybody, and of
Zan
course, like
called her out.
Her energy coming out of it was, "I lived, bitch."
Good. Keep living. Rule number 1, do not fucking die, okay? You got this shit. I know it's fucked, but guess what? We live in a fucked world, and it's up to us to unfuck it. There you go. Bam.
Bam. Done. And one last thing. I know I haven't really been super active talking to people and everybody in the Discord, and I blame Vosh for this, because I am a whore for Diablo 2, and watching him murder cows got me back into like that. And so I've been doing that a lot. And I was wondering if you would ever consider possibly playing a little bit that on stream, because basically they're treating it as like a living game. They're getting ready to do a whole new ladder with new rune words and all kinds of other stuff.
For real.
They're changing it so that like people will actually use more than Act 2 mercenaries. Like you can use all of them now. All kinds of cool stuff is coming down the pipeline here pretty soon. They're going to have a PTR for it and everything.
There's a problem though.
There's
a dark problem. Okay.
What's the dark problem?
It's a Blizzard fucking game, and if I touch a Blizzard game, I will become sad. The sadness, the wound of sadness deep within me will reopen, and I will cry about my lost love for the World of Warcraft universe and the Hearthstone game and the Heroes of the Storm, the best MOBA that they fucking killed. Holy shit, Humphead Sassy with the $50. Very tired, but I appreciate the hell out of this community, and the mod team deserves every penny of this. I literally don't know what I'd be doing with this without this community. Y'all are a part of my life now. Happy to have built a sense of community online as a form of strange futuristic miracle, and thank you very much for your $50, which will go straight into the pockets of the mod team. Thank you very much, Humphead Sassy. Wait, Project Diablo 2 is free. Is that what you were talking about? Project Diablo 2? No, you're talking about the remake, right?
I'm talking about I'm talking about Diablo 2 Resurrected, the remake, but there are mods that are free and have regular ladders, resets, and stuff like that. Currently, because they changed the TCP IP settings and everything, the new Resurrected can't have mods, because during alpha they found a lot of people found backdoors into their fucking website. So
real quick, Seska, play critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV online. We would welcome you with open arms. Ah, you mean you would welcome me back with open arms? Because I already played critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial, which no longer exists, leading up to the beginning of the Heavensward expansion. I did already do that. I became an excellent scholar, a very tiny little potato, in fact, who I love and adore, but have not played in a long time, because that game eats the fuck out of your time, and I don't have any time. So there we go.
Yeah, so I understand, but as a person that literally stopped having anything to do with Blizzard after the shit with it was like 5 years ago with Diablo 3, because I participated in a community PTR with that, and we were all talking about how the set dungeons and shit were broken, garbage, and even the best players in the world could not beat them because it was impossible. And they just was like, fuck you, we're doing it anyways. And then it led to a whole backlash of everyone complaining how they could not complete these things. And after that, I was like, they don't listen to their community. They don't give a shit. Fuck them. The only thing that could ever get me to want to give any money to Blizzard is Diablo 2. Because that was my childhood. I remember in high school, my friend gave me a copy of Diablo 1. I played the shit out of it. Yeah. And then he hits me up and he's like, they came out with a number 2. And I was like, and then I traded a copy of Duke Nukem 3D for it.
Whoa, shit, that's a fucking good thing to trade. That game's got tits in it. You traded Duke Nukem 3D? Damn. I mean, to be fair, Diablo 2 is poggers. I think that's actually a fair trade. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the tits.
Yeah, so I traded that.
No, they don't. There's no actual tits in D2. There is, and Dariel's tits that do look good, but she has golden pasties on her nipples. Trust me, I know. A giant demon girl with golden pasties over her nipples. It's got horny, but Duke Nukem has actual tits in it. Yeah.
Well, see, in this remake,
they don't. No. Gayfesh. That means you played with the parental filter on. If they had pasties, you were playing with the parental filter on. No, I don't think so. All right, this is becoming a dispute via chat. Are people liking this? Are people watching for this? They are. Oh my god, a lot of people are watching for this. Why? I mean, please subscribe. Keep watching. I don't know why, but keep watching.
Okay, I'm learning that there's a lot of coomers in chat that want to get off video game tips.
Obviously. Did you forget where you are? You're in hell. There's a lot of coomers in chat. Of course there's a lot of fucking coomers in chat. Anyway.
Okay, I am pro post horny on main, but even when I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? That's when you've gone too far.
Okay. Is that where we are right now? They have pasties.
I think that's about
real?
where we're getting. Okay, they're trying to jerk it to the pasties in Duke Nukem 3D. I'm sorry.
They are?
That's desperation. That's desperation.
Okay, but do you not remember the past and all of the desperation that existed?
True.
Anyway. Okay, so I had to remember. Well, hold on. Let's get to the bottom of this. So what you want me to do is download and play on stream Diablo 2 Resurrections or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I'm just pitching it. It's possible if you wanted to. And for everyone angry about all the shit that Blizzard did, I would simply point them to your arguments of Chick-fil-A.
But no, okay, this is gonna be the hottest take I've ever. This is. Are you ready for my hottest fast food take?
Okay, get super spicy. Let's do it.
I think that Blizzard is worse than Chick-fil-A. In almost every measurable way. Yes, Chick-fil-A does indeed donate to anti LGBT charities of dubious efficiency and success. However, Blizzard basically managed to build a sexual harassment pyramid in what fucking Anaheim, California. And all of their games have over time degenerated into gambling addiction simulators for children and highly exploitative loot box machines. Is it Irvine, California? Why did I think Anaheim? Who's in Anaheim? The Cosby Room. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got black-pilled on Blizzard, hardcore. And I was already pretty black-pilled on Blizzard. It's wow, And the thing is, they did have some great things, but Chick-fil-A's sandwiches are still good. WoW is not good. Fucking Warcraft 3 Reforged, not good. Heroes of the Storm got killed by Blizzard. Hearthstone blows.
I would not touch anything but Diablo 2. Honest to God, I did get, the original StarCraft, and still haven't even
that's
touched
another one.
it.
Oh, my
because-
heart. I'm gonna cry. You're gonna make me cry on stream about my stupid children video games.
I know,
StarCraft. Look how they massacred my boy. Look at how they fucking massacred my StarCraft. Look at
Right?
StarCraft 2. It's disgusting. It's an atrocity. It's a slap in the face.
I only ever fuck with them because I had that same childhood, Mama. Like I grew up on these games with friends, and it was like at one point it felt like Blizzard could do no wrong, and then they did all the wrong, and they like speed ran that shit 100% completionist.
I mean, to be fair, no, there isn't really any other way around it. You're right. Yeah.
So
maybe,
but
you know, maybe Diablo 2 is good, and maybe the people who worked on Diablo 2 really put their hearts into it.
They
And
did. I know for a fact they did because they did a. They actually there's a Diablo 2 speedrunner by the name of Mr. Llama SC that I watched. He's like my #1 non-political person to watch, and he basically became like the face of Diablo 2 because he was the only one of the very few people keeping the game going for all of these years, for the last 5 or 6 years. And the team in charge of the Resurrected actually sat down and did an interview with him talking about all the things they wanted to change, all the things that they refused to touch because they didn't want to change the experience too much.
Yeah.
And like this team, it does sound like they care. Now, it could be that it's a PR thing. I don't know. You know what I mean? We're touch and go so far. But I like their approach to what they're doing, their approach to how they're handling this particular game with this particular team. Like, but for like Bobby Kotick and all that stuff, they can just listen. I was gonna say they can go to hell, but like I'm sure you don't want them in your home anywhere near your home.
I would evict them from hell. They can go to the fucking wastes outside of hell, the really shitty place.
You know what?
Just garbage.
All these shit people, exile them to Coconut Island. They can suck dick for coconuts for the rest of their lives.
We have confirmation. Star TMHC says there is a sprite in Diablo 2 Act 3 that wanders around with tits out, no pasties. Wow. That means definitively we can confirm you made a very good trade by trading Duke Nukem 3D away for Diablo 2. That was a hella good trade. I was underestimating the value, but we now have confirmed. The tits pushing over.
Everybody was jerking it to Andario. They were.
No denying that. No denying that at all.
I'm pretty sure she has 2 sets of tits, so
I think that's probably accurate. There is one thing I have to say though, okay? This goes to the cred of Duke Nukem 3D, which was bold move having slime cocoons with women in bondage that you can rescue by tearing open the cocoon, and the lady goes like, "Oh, thank you, Duke." Fucking nice touch. Nice motherfucking touch. Okay, so honorable mention to Duke Nukem for having slime
one
egg
up on that.
bondage. Yeah.
One up to that.
Okay.
There's a part in Duke Nukem where you can actually go to a strip club. You can go up to a stripper in a strip club and hand them a $5 bill and say, "Shake it, baby."
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, shake it, baby. Here we go. Here's all the stuff. Yeah. No, I mean, correct. Yeah, that is true. I'm glad that we're being favorable to Duke Nukem 3D, which is an absolutely poggers game. I don't care what anyone says. It was a pog-ass game. Also, when you're a kid, Duke Nukem 3D isn't funny. It's terrifying. Okay? Yeah. Wait a minute. What's bullshit?
Nothing.
What's bullshit?
It was an accident. It was part of an unfinished. Yeah.
What was the message?
Nothing.
What was the message, Doe? Doe, what was the message? Were you gonna say Duke Nukem 3D is bullshit?
It's writhing.
This is a massive unexpected turn of events. I am sick to my stomach with rage.
The Doe had a bad take. One bad take. One bad take.
Yeah, but you know what it's like? You know when it's like the what's the saying? The the shootingest stars fall the hardest. Is that what they say? Everybody Doe's takes have been on a high level, and to have a take like it's bullshit here is just, it's like a crash.
I consider Doe to be like next level knowledge on two things near and dear to my heart, which is anarchism, and Lord of the Rings.
And Lord of the Rings. I thought you were gonna say gender, but damn, nice. Fuck gender. Fuck that shit. Lord of the Rings is way cooler than gender.
Listen,
right?
everybody learned that they were bisexual just by watching Lord of the Rings. Okay,
I mean,
they fell in love with everybody.
No, I don't think it's that people found out they were bisexual. I think Lord of the Rings makes you bisexual, or at least something close to it. I think that's accurate, right? Everything is too sexy in Lord of the Rings, and they all know it. All of the characters in Lord of the Rings know they're sexy, and they're taunting you from the pages. Am I wrong?
No. I think ultimately people they see like Aragorn, like Viggo Mortensen did a wonderful job, absolute hunk of a man. And then you had Galadriel, Cate Blanchett doing a great job there.
Christ, I know.
And let's not forget like low key femboy coded Legolas.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously, the dwarf thing, I feel like is like low key coded trans mask.
100. Yep. And also, there's another thing too, which is this is the one redeeming factor of the Hobbit movies, and I'm blanking on the fucking dude's name. I know that Doe's gonna know it. What's the guy? Mirkwood King. Is that him? The sexy asshole.
Thranduil?
Yeah.
Yeah, King Thranduil
of the... What a sick ass... What a shame that performance and that character and that actor had to be put in that fucking shit-ass movie.
If you read the book, he is way nicer.
Yeah, he's way
nicer. They did him dirty.
They made him really evil, and yeah, you get a little bit of a sinister vibe from him in the books, but only because it's like that type of like fairy tale thing where fairies are always a little bit scary. You know what I mean? They're always spooky because they're supposed to be. They're creepy fae creatures. And so you get that from the elves, but they're not like malicious or evil. They're just a little creepy, right?
It was
a good movie. No, I cannot abide this. I will end the stream. I will end the stream and never stream again if my chat is just going to come out and try and stand those shit-ass Hobbit movies so fucking bad. They were atrocious. The third one was so offensively bad. I've never ranted about this on stream, have I? I've ranted into the ears of many people's in my life. Have I? I must have. I must have yelled about this. The Hobbit movies are trash. Trash. And the third one is the worst of all. A true sin. World of Warcraft cinematics look better than the battle scenes in that fucking keep. All right. I just like
when that one character gets like catapulted into the troll's mouth because of his love of gold.
Oh yeah. Wait, was it a troll or a dragon?
It was a troll.
Was it a troll? Oh yeah, the guy, the character who has the like, haha, funny cross-dresser like 4 times the joke that's in there. Yeah. When I'm like, wow, like okay, and then like, there's that. Oh my god, I'm vomiting in my mouth from the fucking the Legolas dancing on the falling bricks. That is a real fucking.
That was some Prince of Persia shit right there.
That was it's because Prince of Persia sells it to you. If you play Prince of Persia, you're like, oh, that's sick as fuck. In this, it was literally, you know what it reminded me of? Thinking of it now, it reminds me of the end of that Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland, the weird CGI jig that they made the Mad Hatter do. Remember that? That's it. That was the same vibe. Exact same uncanny valley, embarrassing. Like, you want to laugh, but you also want to hide your face away in shame. That's how bad it is. Yep.
All right, Mama. Well, it's already 11:30, so I don't want to keep you up too late. And I want to give
come on. This has been a sick-ass conversation. Don't you worry. If you got to go, you got to go, all right?
No, like I don't have to go. I want to be fair to everybody else is all.
Fair enough. Listen, hold on. Let me just make a statement real quick. Fair to everyone else. You guys, I'm giving you the content. You can be patient. You're in the comfort of your own home, and we have a nice organized system that my mods have worked a whole bunch. Calm the fuck down, all right? I'm gonna have a fun conversation because you're all having fun watching. And guess what? The 10 of you in line aren't as important as the fucking 400 of you or whatever that are watching, okay? Chill out. It's all good. Thank you, JessicaMetal, and have a wonderful night.
Absolutely. And, let me do some final memes, spicy final memes here.
Please.
Trans rights, trans thriving, NB rights, NB thriving, Doe rights, and Doe thriving.
Rights. No, Doe does not get rights.
But
Doe can thrive, yes, but no rights.
Mama said no.
No Doe rights. Right, all the rest, yes, but not Doe. Doe does not get rights.
Okay.
Doe will thrive without rights.
Rights aren't real.
And trains rights, trains thriving. One day we'll find the red key and figure out what the hell it is you're really doing to these critters.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck finding the red key. You will not be able to walk around my apartment saying oof until you find the secret door. It won't happen.
Okay, Mama, have a good one. And,
Good night,
and happy 15K.
Much love and Merry Impmas.
Merry Impmas.
Okay, that was so pog. That was so pog. Okay, first of all, we just got a big dono. 1 second. Hold on. We just got a couple big donos. Okay, first of all, Bondrud, best dad, becoming a member for 7 months as a chonky imp. Thank you so very much. The Lord of the Rings movies used Massive, a software designed to simulate large-scale armies and battles made specifically for Lord of the Rings for its armies. It's super cool. That's fucking awesome. And I vaguely remember that from the giant $50 bullshit making of the Lord of the Rings super compendium that I bought when I was a kid. That's fucking sick. Ooh. Oh, that's fine. I will show that off. Thank you. I'll show that off soon. Viria H, $5. Confessed to my crush tonight, and wow, and now we're dating. Thank you to my fellow imps for the encouragement earlier tonight. Now here's a little something for the mood. Holy shit, Viria H, that is awesome. I am happy the Impmas vibes helped encourage you, and that is the sickest shit ever. Best of luck, and much love and good vibes to you. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much. Now, hold on. There's another one that I missed here, which is, one moment. Let me refresh this. I missed a dono somewhere, which I need to grab. Give me a second here. Somewhere here. Hey, where was it? Was it through Twitch, maybe? Was it Twitch? Nope, it wasn't Twitch. Okay, I'm missing it then. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. I'm sorry, I know. Everything's slow. Wah. Shut the fuck up. I'm boomering out because there's too many tabs open. Nope, I just misread. Okay, that's all good then. Next! Let's do the next. Let's get another person in here. How did a deer get into my apartment? Left the front door open with some seeds on the floor and it came in.
Hello.
Ziggy! Oh my god! How are you?
I am doing very well. I'm tired, but I'm powering through because you are powering through.
Well, thank you. That's really, really kind. You're making this possible, so thank you so much. Seriously.
Happy to help.
Yeah.
I wanted to check the stamina levels. How are we feeling?
How am I feeling?
We energized.
Honestly, yeah, I'm doing all right. I probably should stop relatively soon, but I don't know. That last conversation was so much fun.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll throw a couple more. I'll throw one more at you, and then we'll see how you're feeling.
Okay, yeah, let's do one more, and then from there, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Easy. All right.
All right.
Mother of demons, how are you on this fine
Hello.
Tuesday?
Hi, how are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing very well. Thank you.
That's good to hear. 1 second. Let me just boost your audio just a tiny,
I will
tiny
go
bit.
by he, they.
He, they? All right, perfect. Hell yeah. Joining the fucking non-binary crew. Hell fucking yeah. All right. Sick. All right, so welcome. Thank you for coming on our awesome call-in stream. And what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about climate change and your some of your takes on climate change, mostly your prescriptions on like community advocacy and community well, how did someone put it? Like sharing like resources with each other with the community. And it's like, yeah. So I was wondering, there are specific problems with problems like there'll be certain problems that these communities will have to endure, and I just wonder like how. I was like, you know, how bees are dying basically, and like how food production like will basically be non-existent. How would you feed each other then?
Oh, I mean, are there circumstances in which we would be totally screwed? I think there are, yes. If you're asking like if like mass bee die-offs happen and you just can't, like, agriculture cannot function, I just think that like there's that's like an apocalyptic scenario of which I think it would be very difficult. If I were to think about that and approach it from like my thoughts on it, like not as an expert in any of this shit, but knowing what the knowledge that I've gathered through life, through fucking thinking about this shit, through studying this shit, through being in a biology program for some time, like I said, not an expert, I would say that if there was an issue with the like bee pollination collapsing out, that just means that people in my opinion, are going to go towards large bodies of water, because if you can't grow grains, you're going to have to find food somewhere else, which means there's going to be huge amounts of people. Tons of people are obviously going to die in a situation like that. And then tons of people are going to seek out alternative, reliable food sources like fish or clams, or anything that doesn't require pollination. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how we would, what we can do if you're in an area that's affected by a mass bee die-off that destroys your capability for agriculture. That is far beyond my ability to like ever answer to that. All I can think of is that, holy shit, if you see that coming in your area, you and the people that you care about need to think about that, need to acknowledge that. If you need to move somewhere else and migrate, become a nomad or something like that, do it. But like, I don't have an answer. I don't think anybody has an answer. I don't even think the fucking government can even possibly put together an answer for something that severe. Only bee pollination, most grains are wind pollinated. Okay, fine. That's fine. Then what you would see is a move to grains, or an attachment completely to grains and loss of fruit.
You know what's mostly fucked is that like, although poor people contribute like on average less to climate change, they will be ultimately the ones who are being fucked, because they they live in areas they live in areas that will basically be affected by climate change the most, like on the coast, for example.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of areas that are going to be I think there are a lot of areas that are going to be affected. At least my understanding from a lot of reading on climate change, it's not just like, I mean, coastal areas are going to be the first to feel it, because the rising tides is unbelievably destructive. Like, people underestimate what a very small amount of increase in water level can do to an area. And if you've ever lived in like a coastal area, or like literally been to a city and taken time to like study it a little bit, the margins in a lot of places for water rise is not much. It's meant to cope with tidal changes, not like passive permanent increases in water level. So yeah, those are going to be affected. But desertification is another thing that happens as a result of climate change, which is not just coastal areas in fact, it's not coastal areas that are going to be affected by things like desertification. Desertification will dry out and literally just turn areas that were once arable soil into dunes, into but there are of course people who can survive in a desert. There are ways to survive in a desert, but it's not the same as a place that was once, fields. So I don't know. Like, I think that sometimes on one hand, it's important to pay attention to like specific areas that are going to be most impacted, but also it's important to acknowledge that like there is no one who will not be impacted by this change in some way or another. Not even the most insulated people on this planet can avoid being affected by change of that scale. Like it's genuinely reality defining. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, totally,
I don't know.
totally.
Like these are sometimes with the climate like talking about climate change, it can be very difficult to grasp the scale. It's like I don't know. It's so intense that I don't know. I don't think that you can like try and look for a silver bullet solution or a single government policy or even a large government policy that can fix something like that. I don't know. Yeah, so it's hard. I try to advocate people to find, I guess, things that they can do to improve their life that can carry them through climatological disaster, because I've experienced in my life a lot of climatological disaster, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, but also, what's your take on taking in climate refugees? Like, I don't really know, like, since like a lot of like how the environment will change and like food production will go down. I don't know like how we feed all those people, especially since millions will be affected.
The answer is, well, first of all, the answer is, it's not a matter of like where I stand on climate refugees. Climate refugees are a thing and are going to increasingly be a thing. There is, again, it's a scale that nobody, not even if a state decides to crack down on something like that, the reality is they can't even successfully stop this thing that they make such a big deal about. Because when you're talking about a scale of that much, people are going to try and survive. Of course they are. It's obvious. People try to survive. They're going to migrate. They're going to go where they can find food and drink and shelter. That is, and so it's not a matter of like do we accept this or do we not? Like the answer is this is going to happen. It is going to happen, and we just need to acknowledge that. And in my opinion, I think that like, of course, I don't think states are going to like accept that. They're going to try and maintain some level of control, which I think is ridiculous when you're talking about the fact that we're talking about entire regions that could be devastated by a climatological change. You can't expect people to just stay somewhere where they're going to die. That is ridiculous. And so I don't know. I think that's a really, like, if I was to say, like, what do I think that in an ideal world, like, what would happen? People would go, oh my God, obviously people are going to move from dangerous areas. So how do we make the most of the areas that aren't currently dangerous for human life? How do we make sure that everybody gets what they need and we can all take care of that? But obviously that's not the worldview everybody has. So.
Oh no, I understand. But are you particularly doomer about climate change, or do you have a more optimistic outlook on it?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by doomer. I would say that I think that climate change is like I said just a few minutes ago, I think it is going to be a reality upturning event that we are all like currently like feeling the beginning stages of. Like, I don't know. I guess that means in one way I'm kind of doomer about it. I don't think there's going to be an Elon Musk or a government that swoops in and comes in with some amazing thing that lets us save the day like a movie. I don't think that's how it's going to play out. I think that's like fantastical thinking given all of the information that is publicly available and can be parsed and researched relatively easily. Climate change is bigger than any one of us, any nation, or any society. It is bigger than the human race, literally. It's going to affect every single creature on the planet, every single living thing. That's pretty, yeah, I guess that's kind of a doomer position. But do I think that means that every single person is going to die, or everyone's going to, like, it's going to be like a Mad Max? No, absolutely not. I just think that we need to very seriously rethink the way that we go about doing our lives, if we hope to have any sort of tolerable existence. Because I know for a fact that no matter how hard any of us vote, which many people have been voting very hard, and many people have been politicking very hard and working very hard to try and stem this for a long time, but it's not happening. It's not gonna happen. That we missed the window for doing anything about that aspect. So if it's about the severity of climate change, I think many people would read me as very doomer on that front. But if it's about like the ability for humans to continue thriving or to adapt or to evolve, no, I am probably the biggest bloomer that you can possibly imagine. I literally don't think there's any reason to behave any other way except to aim to be able to thrive and continue and take care of each other and live the best lives as possible, regardless of how grim the outcome is. Hence why I have rule number 1: do not die.
Oh my god, that makes a lot of sense actually. But can I also it's a kind of it goes off the topic, but like I ask you just one question. It's like
please.
Why anarchism? Like what got you into anarchistic thought and philosophy? I was always wondering about that.
That's a good question. I think that's kind of a very long question. I have a video that I did at one point where I went through my sort of political path. Like I sort of traced where I was politically, and obviously I have a pretty drastic chart for that because I grew up in a cult, and then I left that cult, and that was a very major. So I go from like being right wing when I was young to being not. But I think what led me to the appeal of anarchistic thought and anarchic philosophy and stuff like this is really, I don't know, I've had a lot of fucking radioactive close exposure to systems of extreme hierarchy, and as a result I became familiar with how they operate, I became familiar with what they do to people, and I became familiar with the mentality that guides these like highly hierarchical structures, like a church or a cult, like a highly patriarchal cult, for example. And as a result of that exposure, I've started to see things as like, oh my God, like these hierarchies repeat and justify themselves to such incredible structures of domination that nobody can escape. And it just crunches everybody into them. And I hate that. It is disgusting to me. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it really is kind of like a Matrix thing. The Matrix, everybody's been talking about the Matrix, so it's on my mind. But that like idea of like kind of like waking up a little bit and going, oh my fucking God, everybody's like being crunched into this giant horrific machine for what? Because it was the way that it was done before, and then the people who happen to luck into those positions of great power or great influence because of whether you say it's for divine right or whatever justification there is for these hierarchical structures. I guess that's the thing. You start to see that there's these, I started to see that there's these giant abominable machines that are crunching tons of people, that a lot of people really aren't happy about them, and also that these machines function by basically telling everybody that they don't have the ability to, that they shouldn't be allowed to live, and that they shouldn't be allowed to be like a complete individual, that you have to sacrifice your ability to live like a full life in the name of playing into this justification for this hierarchy. And that is the sort of mentality that brought me to thinking a lot about anarchy and about anarchic principles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what you're searching for is a freedom, basically, a freedom from all coercive elements of society. Am I correct?
More or less. Like, I mean, I don't know that there's, yeah, I would say that's relatively accurate. And liberation is why I use that term a lot. I think that, like, I think that, yeah, I think that's relatively accurate. The wording here is so difficult, and I don't want to, like, give the wrong ideas or whatever, but yeah, that's more or less how I think about it. I think that people should aim to be liberated from these coercive elements, that we should avoid building coercive elements, and that if we want to, if we have things we wish to do together, that we should approach them, share them with one another and offer with one another in good faith, and sort of assume rationally that people have a motivation to work together, because they do. So, yeah.
Okay, now your schools on like mandatory education now makes a bit more sense actually now.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, with regard to like the school stuff, again, another thing that I've had an incredible amount of exposure to, and like my schooling history was bouncing between public schools and Christian private, unaccredited Christian private schools. Some of my closest friends were like homeschooled, and so I've seen a lot of different walks of education and perspectives on these systems. And I don't really, I guess I don't think that public schooling, like in the way, not even in the way that it is, but like this idea of like state education that is impressed upon everyone, and everyone's forced to be pressed through this thing, is answering any of the problems, or it answers very few of them, or it claims to answer certain things and doesn't actually do that. And instead, it mostly serves to just not actually teach people very much, but teach them things necessary to make them do other things for the state. And I find that pretty gross. And I find that pretty disturbing. And also, it seems to hurt a lot of people. So, yeah. That's where I come from on the school thing.
No. Everything makes sense now.
Yeah.
As a final meme, can I say hi to the real Doe, not the one projecting, the one that you're projecting,
hold on
but
a
the real
second.
one in the room.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll have to, let me just, hold on. Fuck. Shit. Where's the button? Where's the summoning? Fuck. Hold on a second. Let me just, I'm putting in the contra code, which opens the red door automatically. Doe, can you come up out of the chain room? Wow, that's a throwback to 9 hours ago. Here we go. The chain room has been, the Contra Konami. Fuck you. It's fucking 9 hours in. Shut the fuck up. Here, Vietpam wants to say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Not a projection, by the way. Not an astral projection this time. I know, I'm so nice.
Oh. I know. Thank you.
Hi.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. That was very cool of you. That was very kind of you. Appearing for the mod day. Look at that. So many times. All right. Vietpam, thank you for coming on. That was a fantastic series of questions, and I hope that I answered them to satisfaction for you. Mary Impmas.
May I also compliment you on your exquisite taste in art and literature.
Thank you. You may, and I will accept it.
I read The East of Eden. It's actually really good.
Isn't it fucking amazing? A breathtaking novel. Truly one of the few things that gets grabbed into that American culture thing that everybody overlooks, and it's actually fucking sick. I'm so happy you enjoyed it. Fucking sick-ass book.
Goodbye.
Good night. All right, next. Let's do this. Next. I still got energy. Let's do this. That was a good conversation. Let's do this. Next one. Hello.
Hello.
Goddess Trans Girl.
How are you tonight?
I am really good. Hold on, let me get your name up on here first.
Yeah, no worries.
Wait, do you want to go by the Discord one so everybody recognizes? Hold on. Hellish.
Yeah.
Trans girl. Which I am always a fan of hellish trans girls, of course. Alrighty. Let's talk. How are you doing? It is wonderful to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but I'm powering through it.
Well, I'm a little tired too, but I'm actually having a really good time. So I can't claim that I'm really. I was powering through earlier when I felt sick, but I'm not anymore. So.
Wonderful. Congratulations on your 15K.
Thank you very much. We've been grinding at it for a while. I'm very happy to have reached it. We'll see where we go from here. No, I'm not snorting any Adderall. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Congratulations on getting this community to its wonderful height that it's been currently.
Yeah. Seriously. Thank you all, imps. You literally are the 15K. That's you. So thanks. Thank you a lot.
I just popped in to say congratulations, and I really hope that we continue to go up from here.
We are, and I'm getting better. I'm getting better at figuring out how to do this streaming shit, and this coming year is not going to be a shit show like 2021. No, this is a year. Although all of the bullshit, we were indeed correct about Imps rising. Were we not? Imps fucking rose. The hellfire rose. And this coming year is going to be fucking sick because 2021 was a fucking bullshit mess full of harassment and garbage, but we rose nonetheless. So yeah.
Blessed be the Imps.
Indeed. Blessed be the Imps. Hence why we celebrate Impmas.
All right. Well, I'm not going to take any more of your time because that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you so much, Hellish Trans Girl. It was wonderful having you on. Thank you so much for all your help, and we will talk soon.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Next. Another one. Bring me another one. Come on. Who's on next?
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Shenanigans.
May I turn on my camera?
You may turn on your camera.
Okay.
But can I get your pronouns
It's
first?
all safe for work around here.
Okay.
Oh,
sick.
any all. I really like they them, I think.
You really like they them? Well, then I'm putting they them then, right? Because like
or any all, but also practice all your neo pronouns on me. It'll be fun.
Okay. All right. Sick. But if you really like they them, that sounds like we got to preference that one, right? So then let's do the they them. They them is sick as fuck. Okay.
Is that allowed? Wait, can it be they any?
It can, of course. Like, why not?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So hold on a second here. Okay, hold on. Let's put the camera on. Wait. Oh, my camera's. Oh God, hold on. Let me move my camera. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm trying not to boomer, but there is so many video elements that I'm managing right now. It's ridiculous. There we go.
Fam, I am a 25-year-old boomer. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Not in my presence.
Hell yeah, that's good then. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit. Do you see that shit? Are you witnessing this shit, chat? Are you fucking witnessing this? Imps, wake the fuck up and look!
I put a candle in front of it so you would be lit by hellfire. It just felt appropriate.
Literally the sickest thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm glad that you like it, because it's you. But
that is the sickest shit. Holy fucking God.
I want to do portraits of any imps who want them, so DM me, and I'm bad at monetizing anything ever, so I'm not, if that's okay. I haven't done that before in other servers. I haven't charged anybody money for it before, so I'm not going to start with the imps.
All right.
We're all anti-capitalist around here. I got time for it. It brings me joy and fulfillment.
There we go. Okay, literally, that is valid. 100%. I generally would encourage people to take money for stuff, But if you're doing it for fulfillment, that's all right. And I will shout out, Gayfesh is very energetic about this, and it would be cool because Gayfesh is sick as fuck, okay? Let's be real, all right?
Gayfesh wants to be my friend. I would love to be friends with Gayfesh.
Holy shit. Is this a friendship? Is this a friendship that's beginning? Maybe? Maybe not?
I hope so. My social skills haven't really developed much since kindergarten probably on count of me having a autism spectrum disorder, you know?
Hey,
and the ADHD. So we got ADHD. We high five for the ADHD friends. But DM me with a reference image so that I have something to go off of, and I will paint you. And if you send me an address, I will email it. I will regular snail mail you whatever gets painted if you like it.
So amazing and so wonderful. And
I also wrote you a letter.
Oh my god! It's hard for me to read over.
When you took a break, can I read this to you?
Please. Yes,
oh
you may.
God,
of course.
Thank you so
You
much.
put all this work into an art. Of course you may read this. Of course.
My heart. I'm exploding.
You're all. We've got everything up here. Look at this. You can ask. In fact, Gayfesh, will you make a clip out of this so that Shenanigans can keep this? Because that would be sick. Because this is sick. This is an art exchange live.
I feel so special. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Please.
Okay, I'm
Please.
not. I'm
Don't
gonna
die.
faint.
Don't die.
It's okay.
Don't die.
It's okay. I'm just very excited. You're amazing. So I wrote, "You're a very caring person who has learned a lot from her experiences. Often, very caring people I've known hold themselves to unrealistic standards without cutting themselves a break. Depression and anxiety add to that tight knot. We are not as good at anything when we get caught up in shame spirals and neglect our own needs. Your videos have a great perspective on mental health issues. Taking a break is important and healthy. You taking care of yourself made me want to do better about that too. Seeing you practice what you preach inspired me to make this portrait. You are a badass, ... And I am too." And then I signed it.
Oh my god!
I forgot to do it on the front.
That's you could still do it on the
I
front,
need
right?
to get this shit mailed to you, and I am so sorry I
Please.
haven't already.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize. Listen, please. You do
I
not
have
have to apologize.
$73 left, or I would be donating like mad. You have no idea. It's just
Listen. If you want me to send you shipping shit, tell me, because I definitely can get you money for shipping. Whatever, I'll pay for all of it. You can send it.
God, that would
cash
be
on
amazing.
delivery. But just do a COD or whatever. I don't even know if those do those exist anymore. Is
I
that
don't know what that
boomerism?
means. Call of Duty?
Cash on delivery. It's where you send it and then they charge me when it gets here.
I think I'm getting imps.
That's sick. Imps are
I'm gonna draw these
they're really cozy, okay? And
so cozy.
Yeah. So thank you for that message. And unironically, holy shit, is that like on the same vibe as to literally I don't know, like, thank you. Like, that is a incredibly, I hate to use the term, but it really is a validating message. It's been...
Hey, well, if you want to be friends too, again, my social skills have not progressed since I was 5. Will you be my friend?
I can't make any promises. However, if you DM me, we can chat, and then maybe we'll see. I can't make any sorts of promises like that because, honestly, there's so much in my life.
There's a lot of people, and a lot of people love you, and it's overwhelming, and you're already overwhelmed, plus the ADHD overwhelm, plus,
my brain
of course.
is made of Swiss cheese 90% of the time.
Plus, I've heard you for hours on end, and you have it. This is the first time you've heard my voice. So
no, I think it's the second, right? Didn't you call in last call and stream?
Nope, this is my first one.
This is the first time then.
Long time viewer, first time caller.
A sick line. Now listen.
You're
thank
sick.
you.
In a good way.
I'm not.
Oh, God.
Thankfully, I'm not sick right now, but I am based now.
A badass.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. And as you said, you are as well. Thank you very, very much for your incredible art, for showing it off here, and for participating in this sick ass community. Because look, everybody is cozy and everybody is having a great time, and that is what we're here for. So thank you so much, and Merry Impmas, and
yes.
Yes.
Now that I'm less scared, there was something that somebody had said that it like triggered a memory in my brain.
Okay.
And just shout out here to how do you say her name?
KataraNä? KataraNä?
Yeah, her.
Okay.
She said it seems like this happens to you a lot. Was something that somebody said to her. It seems like this happens a lot to you.
Yeah.
If anyone ever says that to you, they don't care about you. They are not on your team. They are not on your side, and they're not right.
Yep, I agree.
Yep.
Especially in that context. Somebody who immediately seeks to take a situation and frame you as the victim from the get-go, especially in an academic context, that is not somebody who's on your side. I agree with you 100% on that.
I've heard it in another context, and I was just like, light bulb.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. No, I think that was literally the conversation with KataraNä and being on KataraNä's neurodivergence panel was such a valuable experience. And if you are here watching now and you haven't gone and seen that panel, it is on my YouTube channel. Just look up DemonMama neurodivergent panel. It is an amazing conversation. Talking about ADHD, talking about autism, talking about BPD, talking about a lot of different stuff in an incredibly warm and productive environment. So check that out.
That's amazing. You do a lot of amazing stuff on here. I won't take up any more of your time. I'm sure you want to fit in a couple more people. And
I
then
do.
give
I want to
yourself a
before I
break,
run
you
out of
know?
energy. Yeah. But thank you so much, truly. And shoot me a DM sometime, and I'll give you the PO box, and we can work out shipping details, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Talk to you later.
Bye. What a great conversation. What an amazing conversation. Shenanigans, thank you so much. Yeah, I know. Roast me. Oh, DemonMama always wants to fit in a few more people. Ha, ha, ha. You roast me even when I'm doing you a kindness? Is there no mercy in the world? Is there no humanity in this chat? My God. Bring another in. Oh, you brutal beasts. You brutal beasts. Hello. Greetings and welcome. Hello? I think your mic might be turned off. Check your Discord settings. Gear icon. Make sure you got the right mic selected. All right. I know, Uncle Gumball. You're just what's it called? Staving off the evil eye, right? Hello. Cannot hear you, but I can see your mic is now powered, it appears to be. But I can't hear you. There's an issue where getting moved mutes them. Let me double check. They're not server muted, personally muted. Their microphone is activated. Can you hear me, Ziggy?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. So it's OG Theo needs to like plug in their replug in their mic or something.
What we might do is I might bring in ELAC, and
That's
then
great.
me and OG can figure out the audio issue.
Okay. All right. Yes. If you could do that, that would be amazing. And then we'll wrap it up after here so everybody can go rest.
Easy done. Alrighty.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem at all. I hope you're having a lovely time.
I am.
And Shenanigans, you made me cry reading that note.
Isn't this sweet? Wasn't that fucking sweet?
So fucking lovely.
Genuinely amazing.
Hello.
ELAC!
Yeah, my voice is different now.
Yeah, it's hella different. What the fuck?
Holy
Holy
I've been on
shit.
6 months. As of today, officially, 6 months on testosterone.
Jesus fucking Christ, got some fucking Grigory Kane energy in here. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, but before we wait, hold on a second. Give me a second. I gotta gas you up for a second here, okay? Everybody, I'm gassing up Elac here, okay? Listen, Elac has been out here while you all have been sitting on your fucking asses doing whatever it is you do. Elac has been out here being a legitimate fucking hero, picking weeds so that forest fires don't happen, taking care of sick people, literally hero shit. Elac is a pog, and all of you should recognize this, okay? I have been in, we've been fucking, me and Elac have been fucking pen pals over the last couple months. I've been getting photos. It's been sick. It's been like getting a journal update every day. Y'all played Pathologic HD. Did you know about the letter menu? I didn't until day 7, but it's a cool feature, and I got to have a real life version of it, of all these updates. Press L in real life, and you get a fucking update about someone out there doing fucking hero shit? It's sick, and you should all respect Elac Kaval. That's an order. I don't give those frequently, but we're 12 hours in or whatever. Fuck it. Respect Elac now. Do it now. You should respect Elac now. All right, there you go. See, I gassed you up. Now you feel ready for it?
Sorry, 7 days? It took you 7 in-game days?
It literally, I literally didn't know that there was a letter feature. I thought that the letters were like in Pathologic 2, where it gives you like a little thought map thing. I thought it would put it in my journal. It didn't. And then I found out about the letters because I was like reading the wiki, and it's like, at noon you'll receive a letter. I'm like, I didn't get a fucking anything. I didn't get an update to my journal. And so I'm like, why did I break the game? No, it's literal. It's not couriers. It's literally, there's a letter system I didn't know about.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't know you could put fucking lenses into the Plague Finder. I did not know that.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then it becomes useful instead of nothing. The Plague Finder, when you put the lenses in, it actually works. Two of the most, oh, God, it made me so mad. Anyway, I'm losing my mind, as you can tell. So this is why I invited you on to talk, because I knew you would appreciate this particular brand of madness.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not like in Pathologic 2 where the couriers are fucking running at you at top speed, and you're wondering if they're about to beat your ass.
Yeah, those are scary. Fuck those guys. But in Pathologic 2, you have a nice, convenient thought map that works for my brain. I made a joke the other day about how I made a joke, quote unquote, about how Pathologic 2 taught me how to actually think. And I actually kind of think it's true. Like, I mean, it is actually unironically true. Like, playing Pathologic 2 helped my brain go, wait a minute, that's how you do thinky. And yeah, so thanks, Pathologic 2. Really appreciate that. Serious help. I've lived most of my life on no thinky mode, apparently. Or no thinking effectively mode.
I haven't developed an opinion on the topic. Artemy Burak hasn't thought of it yet.
Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up. 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 Rumi Red asked, have I played Cruelty Squad? No, but Faun has, and so I have been blasted by like a beam of Cruelty Squad colored radiation for the last like 6 months, and it's been sick. I'm not gonna lie. I may be growing additional tumors.
Rent is due.
You know what? It's so bad. Faun has an alarm that is a thing from Cruelty Squad, and it's stuck in my head all the time. God. Anyway. Sorry, just wanted to answer that incredibly relevant, not derailing at all comment from the chat. Anyway, Elac, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's really, actually, it's really early morning for me right now.
Yeah.
I flew back to St. Louis a few days ago. Like, I got back midnight on Christmas Eve. Real exciting. Cost a lot to fly. And I'm gonna be going back to where I'm going back to base at Sacramento on the 3rd
so you still got a few
January.
days.
Yeah, I still have a few days, but I wanted to get in here to talk about service.
Service.
And like, yeah,
Talk about
service. You know, the thing I've been doing for the last 3 months.
Hit us with it. You have the floor. You have the floor. Fucking talk these people's ears off. They're listening here. There's a couple of them that are still awake and haven't fallen asleep. Wake the fuck up and listen.
Yeah, I want to fucking, like, I want people, because now we're celebrating 15K subs, right? That's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people. Yep.
80 of us went into one of the most flame-prone places in California, in Northern California, and cleared out 10 tons of flammable ground cover in, like, what, 4 days? So imagine what 15K people can do, right? You can do plenty of things in your area. You can do plenty of things. You can, like, organize, get with your friends. There's a bunch of imps out there. I'm sure you can all get together, make things happen, get things done, right?
Yeah.
And it's very exciting thing. You go into a community and you listen to the people who need help in the community. And instead of deciding, you know, like what's best for people when you go into a community, that's something I had to learn. Because people who are often in those communities know what's best. You go into them, listen, and give them a few extra hands, because many hands make light work. It makes things a whole lot easier, gets things done a lot quicker, so you can have more time to yourself. And also, if it's not just to yourself, you can move on to do more good things in shorter periods of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very important now when we're at a turning point. Actually, things have already started going down a dark path, right? But I believe that people can make a difference, no matter how small an individual could be, if we all come together and try to like change things. I think it's possible, absolutely. And I can't go into specifics about my service because I'm not like representing what I'm working with right now, so I'm not going to talk on their behalf as if like I'm a representative, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's good.
But and you don't have to go through an organization, really. You of course, I'm just like vague posting like, oh yeah, get together, do this, do that, but it's like I cannot emphasize enough how like just a group of 10 people can make a huge difference in.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine? Here's an example, just a like a way to illustrate this for somebody. Okay, almost everyone in the chat has probably moved at some point in their life, right? You've probably had to move all your stuff, pack it up into a van, and move to a different apartment. It's fucking exhausting, right? Imagine if you just had 5 people who were just there to help for like an hour, that you probably would have gotten that fucking shit done, something that took a whole day, in like an hour to an hour and a half, right? That's the kind of shit. You magnify that to any size fucking project, and you can actually change lives by being willing to work together with other people. It's amazing.
Oh yes, absolutely. We did that at our last deployment. I'm gonna be doing some more fuels mitigation for my next project, so it's more picking up flammable ground cover. Instead of in Northern California, it's gonna be in Southern California. You know.
Yep.
All over the place. And I don't know. It's a really exciting idea. I want to be able to inspire the imps to be able to work together, or be able to organize in general. especially at like doing quote unquote service. I don't like calling it service. It's just mobilizing to help the community, that sort of thing. And service kind of gives it this weird like, oh, civil duty type thing.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
not
some of the
about
terminology.
contributing to society. It's not about contributing to society. It's like it doesn't matter what the government like, it's not about what the government or whatever society, whatever this. It's about like having a sustainable life on the planet,
Yeah.
among other things. Um,
Yeah.
Of course, the way I go through it is through some government programs, that sort of thing, just because I felt like that was who I could get the most resources from. But
Yeah.
of course, you can always like reach out to local places. People are always looking for volunteers, help them out.
That's the sort of thing I've talked about before on the it's been a little while since we've done something like this, but talking about like how do people find, like the Praxis stream, I think is what we did, that sort of thing, which was a silly name, but you know what I mean. It was to get people to go, okay, so how do you actually find this shit? What do you look for to find people who are doing this? I've talked about it in the past, how I've done like a fuckload of grocery deliveries in the past, which was a fucking great experience. That was organized through a Google Sheet and a couple of people who were willing to take and direct text messages, and they delivered food and fed, and I helped with this, a fuckload of people. And so there's all kinds of ways to do it. Some of it is through a Google Sheet that you find through Facebook groups that are looking for volunteers. Some of it is through looking at an organization or a program through the government that's actually, you know, decent and good and lets you go and do those things and work in those areas. I hope that people will hear what you're saying on that and hear what we're saying on that, which is, you know, it's not about the, you know, finding the exact perfect way to set up everything, but instead it's about going out and fucking connecting with people and fixing shit and helping people live better lives and yourself live a better life.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about what I've been doing for the last few months is connecting with my teammates and connecting with people on the work site, getting their perspective, that sort of thing. I'm not going to be super specific about it, but I was working in a hospital for like 2 months after a month of training, and it was really scary because it was in a very low vaccinated state, like 50%, and every day we ran the risk of getting COVID, and we had these isolation rooms, that sort of thing set in place, but luckily we didn't get COVID. And I don't know, you just see how tense people are there, and 10 of us went in there, helped them out, and it was kind of crowded where we were working because like they went on a hiring spree before us. But I mean, these people have been working since the start of the pandemic to like give people their food. And like one of them working like 12-hour days, that sort of thing. And so it's like, well, anything you can do to help these people out so that they don't have to like work so hard the whole time, burn themselves out, that sort of thing. Help people do less in their work. And like I can afford to at least work hard. And I know that's a little like that's a little so because it's a little work cucked, but it's like I can afford to work hard because I'm not going to be there for very long, and like whatever my living expenses paid for, that sort of thing already.
By the way, just so we're clear, that's not work cucked at all. That is like an incredibly, in my opinion, an incredibly measured and wise way of allotting your energy, saying, okay, I have extra energy now. I'm going to put this towards something, towards alleviating stress off of people who don't have that energy right now. Like, I don't think that's work cucked at all. That's the opposite of work cucked. That's fucking sick. That's putting labor to the best use, or very, very good one at least.
Right. Well, I think labor to the best use is working out of passion, but
oh yeah, of course.
I mean, that's extremely vague, and like I'm passionate about having people work less.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you take your belief seriously. I think that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and like I know people who at the start of the pandemic, bunch of my family members work in healthcare, and it's like a nightmare. We like after at the start of the pandemic, because my mom's an at-risk person, she's like missing quite a bit of her lungs.
Yeah.
So it would be like come home from school, immediately go upstairs, don't make contact with her, that sort of thing, and like it's just been a disaster for like living in the home. Even it's not just like it's not just about like it's not just driven or us apart in like a community sense, but it's also made families have a harder time connecting with each other.
Absolutely.
And so when I was in there at the hospital, I was thinking about that, my experience, and being like, how can I make life easier for these people while I'm still here? And when we left, they were really, really grateful and really happy that we were there. It was very emotional, there were tears and that sort of thing. People really appreciate it. And I feel like we should encourage a culture of helping each other more, enough to be a moving person in other people's lives, even if like you don't know them beforehand. Helping people because they need to be helped.
Yeah, because there's people who need it, and if we have something that we have extra, then we should share it. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to do. I think it seems simple, but I mean, fucking what a way to put a pin on the Impmas, right? Damn.
Yeah. Merry Impmas, by the way.
Merry Impmas.
I didn't even get to celebrate Thanksgiving or Halloween. I was working on those days.
Fuck. But you get to celebrate Impmas.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I asked my mom, can we have a turkey dinner for New Year's? And she said yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And I made pumpkin rolls with my grandma today. They're really yummy. So I'm gonna get my nothing will ever bring back the trick or treating though. It's not like I can just do that in my neighborhood out of nowhere in December. But
hey, in a not small way, your efforts are probably going to contribute to us. Well, most definitely will contribute to us actually being able to have trick or treating again someday. So that's good.
Awesome. Okay.
Sorry if that's dark.
Before
but
I
hey.
go, before I go, imps. Before, or for the new year, I want you all to come up with a New Year's resolution that involves helping people. It can be extremely vague. Just do your best. Try your best. You don't have to devote 10 months of your life to going across the country to serve. You can just help your neighbor, or maybe a friend or a family member, or maybe even a stranger. Do what you can. I'm not gonna ask you to strain yourself.
Yeah. Fuck. That's a good ass fucking claim. Get on it, you fuckers. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
That was the nice ass. Here comes the iron fist. Okay? Here's the authoritarian coming in. I'll fucking do that shit, or I'll kick your motherfucking asses. I think that was good. Yeah.
There's 15K of you.
Yeah,
There's 15K of you now.
there's
I'm sure
15K
you all
watching
can make a
right
huge
now.
fucking difference.
All 15K imps are all watching right now. Listen the fuck up, you fucks, or I'll send you to the Shadow Realm. All right,
So true.
Elac, thank you so much for coming on. Let there be no doubt that Elac Kaval is the poggest on this side of the fucking Milky Way. So there you go. Fucking thank you for coming on, and thank you for sharing all of that. That was fucking incredibly generous of you to share all of that that you've been through and all that you've been doing. And thank you very much. And Merry Impmas. And I hope the turkey is fucking sick.
Yeah, and if I forget, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Wow. That was awesome. All right, are we trying OG Theo right now? We trying OG Theo? We doing it? We doing it? Are we doing it live? We doing it live? All right, OG Theo, can we make it happen? Is OG Theo capable of speaking? Theta Queen with the $10. I can't believe you're still streaming. I am. I can't believe I am either, but I am. That's what I do. Thank you very much.
Demonic mother.
That's indeed. I am the demonic mother. We haven't heard from. I retold the story of J Derv recently.
Oh.
And we haven't heard from J Derv in a long time.
We wish them all the best.
Demonic mother. I know. I wish J Derv would come back. Shame. Not maybe not as J Derv, but yeah.
Maybe not. We might have changed. All right. I think we have OG Theo.
All right, bring OG Theo on. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Let's do this. Let's send this out with a bang.
All right. Oh no.
OG Theo.
Oh no.
Disconnect and reconnect. Can you do that?
Okay. Disconnect and hop back in the waiting room, and then I can pull you back in.
I think it's a mobile issue.
Well,
wait,
I
have an
mobile issues
announcement.
all day.
If all of you are here, all of you who are still watching, you have to finish. You have to stick around. Wait, that's going to be clipped. You have to stick around until after this call because I have an announcement to make that's very fun. And you don't get to
yourself.
Yeah, what I caught my no, I got clipped. I hesitated way too long. There's no way that's going to get clipped. But whatever. So you got to catch yourself before you say it, not after, or else you get clipped.
Look.
So
how much more of you can they take out of context?
I mean a lot, I think is the answer. So OG Theo is still having connection here. I don't know what's going on with this. Maybe I bet I know what it is. I bet it's an out-of-date version of Discord. That's what almost always causes this. All right. OG Theo, you've tried very hard to get in here, but it's not working out. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do my announcement now. And then OG Theo can stay on the list for the next call-in stream, which,
wonderful.
Here comes the announcement, will be on Friday. That's right. We're just going to do more call-ins on Friday because we didn't barely get to the giant list. So that's right. It's going to be a second one. And I already read that YouTube dono, but thank you very much. I read that one, but thank you. Yeah, so that's right. On Friday, it is the 15K call-in part 2. Indeed, who could have seen this coming? No one could have seen this coming, despite all the people who recommended it. But what did I say about Impmas? We are living up to the standards of Impmas already by extending everything out for as long as I fucking feel like. So if you want more fun call-ins and other nonsense, then you better get your ass in here for Friday and fucking shell out, okay? Because, yeah. Anyway, those of you who did shell out already, congratulations, you are a good person. No, hold on, I gotta give you congratulations. This is the bonus content. Where'd the fucking shit go? Where'd the bottle go? Where'd the offensive neoliberal bottle go?
I threw it.
Where'd you throw it?
In the trash.
Which trash? This trash?
No.
No, you didn't.
Wait, let me see. Let me see if it's still there. I'm sorry.
Wait. Somniostatic with the $25 and Seska with the $10. Somniostatic has donated a video. What is this? Oh, it's this. It's the clip. I knew it. It's the goddamn clip. I've been clipped. Watch. I have an announcement. If all of you are here, all of you who are still watching, you have to finish. I have sorry, Ziggy, what were you saying?
You got, but I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for all the work you do and everything you put into your content. It has been over a year since I have been in your community, and I can say without a doubt it is the best fucking year I have ever had. And here's to another one, baby.
Oh, it's gonna be even better. Ziggy, I promise, we're not fucking... It's not fucking ending. This is the beginning, okay? It's gonna be sick. And thank you, and you're awesome. And thank you for all of the fucking effort you put in today. You're amazing, and thank you, truly.
Back to you. Have a lovely night, and have a fucking fat dab for me.
Oh, you know I'm gonna. Thank you. So I'm hopping out. Okay, that's all of the calls, but guess what? We got multiple. Okay, DM me these clips so I can put it on the channel. It'll be sick. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, I missed something. Also, Theta Queen. Wait, not Theta Queen. I already got that one. Hold on a second. Wait, I missed one. Hold on, what? Wait, there's the 20. Wait, Seska. Great work, DM. Get some rest. And great work, mods. Yes. However, I was going to do a bonus bit. But guess what? It was destroyed. That's right. There was a cursed artifact that I had in this very office. It was a cursed piece of garbage. The most offensive bottle of water I have ever seen in my entire life. And you might go, wow, DemonMama, that sounds fucking deranged. And I would say, you are the one who is deranged, actually, because you have not witnessed this water bottle, okay? I will locate the bottle. And on Friday, I will expose you to the most rotten bullshit you've ever seen. A water bottle that tells you are a good little person for buying it, and that you're a good consumer, and that you did a good thing, and that you should pat yourself on the back for voting with your dollar. It's painful, okay? I'll go find it, and I'll show you. Okay? And with that, thank you, all of you who donated today to Mod Day. I have a whole bunch of mathematics I need to do to figure out what everyone's cut of today's treasure is going to be. But thank you for being the treasure provider, because a lot of people are going to appreciate that, and I appreciate it. So we try to run a really warm and really high quality, awesome fucking community here, and that takes a lot of effort from a lot of people. And you helped support those people today. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting our little venture, our little internet circus. We deeply appreciate it. I deeply appreciate it. Everyone who is here and is listening to this probably appreciates it, because otherwise, why the fuck are you watching? So thanks. And Merry Impmas. I'll see you all for Impmas Call-Ins Part 2 on Friday. Okay? All right? Wait, we gotta raid somebody. Shit. Fuck. I forgot about raiding. That's a thing that you have to do. Wait, we have to raid people. Wait, I forgot. I'm on Twitch. Oh my goodness. Well, I've gotta raid somebody, if you can believe it. Hold on a second. Let's find out. Who we gonna raid? Nope. There is literally nobody that I like is on right now. Everybody that is on the front page of Twitch right now of my, like, things that I follow are people that I really don't like. Literally just, I'm not going to say who it is. You all can just enjoy. A complete moron. Somebody who's associated with Destiny. Another Destiny simp. Some other random fuckhead who I don't know who it is, and then Infrared, who's a moron, just so you know. I said I wasn't going to say who it was, but I decided that I lied. Wait, is actual Jake actually on? Hold on. Wait, is Shark on? No, I don't see Shark on. I follow Shark. Unless oh no, did I get unfollowed from all the channels when I got banned? Wait, is Trashcan1312 cool?
Yes, I love Trash.
Okay, we're raiding Trash Can.
Trash is cool.
We're doing a small community raid.
some critics
Everybody,
may
we're
call
doing
the
a
king's-
small community raid tonight. That's right, I'm screaming and it's past midnight. We're doing a small community raid. We're raiding out to Trash Can, okay? Okay? Hold on. All right, go have fun. There you go. We're raiding out to Trash Can, okay? Listen, I'm going to post the link up here. Imps, we're doing a small community raid. Go raid with love. If you have energy, you don't have anything else to do at this time of night. Go fucking raid, okay? Much love. See you all very soon. Thank you for contributing to today's mod day, and I'll see you on Friday.